through your soul. And you know who I am? I'm a glam girl. Infatuate with me, I give you everything you desire. Looking in your eyes, nowhere to hide is sweet, your desire. Green or pale, as you wish. Here I am, dancing for your fantasy. Sweet, sweet fantasy, yeah. So real, the way you make me feel. In your eyes, no way to hide your sweet desire. Yeah. So real, we discovered me again. So brand new, 100% baby doll. Dressed up tight, I'm ready for a good time. To be cute or die, my point of view is pure delight. Now you can really stop me now. Giving it up, boy. I'm really nothing now. master of your soul. And you know who I am? I'm a glam girl. Infatuate with me, I give you everything you desire. Looking in your eyes, nowhere to hide is sweet. Your desire. Green or red, as you wish. Here I am, dancing for
What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Tuesday, the 25th of August, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from some unknown place in the greater SMT universe. We are live, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform streamer trapped in a cyber brain embodied like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Oh my God, chat, we're finally here. The Professor Dave stream. Somebody finally put together a comprehensive timeline explaining, because this is the hardest thing, chat. Like remembering one or two fucked up things that Destiny did, one or two reasons not to trust the guy. That's one thing, right? But in terms of going through systematically, chronologically, the order of events that occurred, right? What makes Destiny so radioactive, so untouchable, beyond anything that any establishment Democrat has said about Hassan Piker, or any kind of a synopsis or a summary or a mischaracterization of his statements, right? You know, you've got this gross ass guy doing this gross ass stuff, and the problem is it's too gross to touch. Somebody finally collected the dookie, chat. Somebody finally did some pooper scoopering, and they scooped up some. They put the poop all in order, chat, so you can all see, you know, how it fits, where it came from, and why it sucks so bad. But yeah, there we go. We'll know everything about Destiny. Well, just like, I mean, look, a lot of the stuff you already know, but it's like kind of putting it in order makes it, you're like, now that makes sense. That's why you did that. That's why you said that. That's why, you know, so anyway, Destiny, or Professor Dave, if you don't know, he's been going back and forth with Destiny on, God, this is I love this song as a background music, but the problem is it does a real outro, like an old school outro. Does anything even do this anymore? Is chat okay? Let me check on chat. What's up, Stop the Stupidity MC? Comrade Toots, Direful, what is going on? Adric, Random Eyeliner, Direful, Narwhal by Nature, Davy. I'm just trying to say hi to everyone, because this is it's part of what you get by showing up early. You get your name called out for free, and you don't even have to get weaseled for it. What's up, Commander Toots and the Fart Butts? Is the Fart Butts gang here? The Fart Butts gang is all here. Am I in the wrong? I am, chat. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's not too wrong. It's just a blank scene. There's just nothing here but me, but I'm kind of liking it. What do you think? It's kind of nice. Like, right? This is a, what do you call it? Unbusy and unbothered. Is everything okay in chat? Is everything going all right? But yeah, good to see you all here. What's up, Great Art? Shakespeare, good to see you once again. MC, Iwan, the Terrible, Big Jerry, at least was here. Stop the Stupidity, Rocco's Life. Rave, good to see you. Narwhal by Nature, good to see you too. X1011. Nice to see you as always. Wait, what's from Persona 5? Anyway, I gotta find something else. Like, I mean, I like this song, but it has too much of an outro. You know what I'm saying? It gets quiet, it goes away, you forget about it for a second, and then it comes back. Can we rock this one? I don't know if the songs could be too busy. Well, look, my overlay is the opposite of busy, so I guess if the song's a little bit too busy, you will probably understand. Yo, Stop the stupidity with the 20 big ones right off the bat here. Crystal Saphira, thank you for the coffee. God, I need some coffee. Actually, my coffee's not ready yet, chat. I still gotta make my coffee. I mean, technically, it's right here, but it's soaking. I put the basil seeds in there and they're soaking, so I can't drink it quite yet. I've gotta wait till the basil seeds. Yeah, RIP to a real one, Dolly Parton. RIP Hayden Panettiere. Listening to the Kyrie theme. Yeah, definitely a sad day. And sad set of events. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to pop this out here. Reset that. And then if I can grab the overlay, I will be able to say hi to everyone, at least everyone in the super chats. I think I've already said hi to everyone in chat. What am I missing? Oh, shit. Yeah, this is the reason I gotta be in this scene. There is actually a reason. Yep, there's actually a reason for this. Because that last scene I was in doesn't have super chats, but this one does. Let me bring those up now, if I can. Starting, are we at 60 out of 100 already? That's crazy. Crystal Saphira, look, I don't have coffee to toast you this time. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Sorry, I'm in my own way here. I don't have coffee to toast, but I do have tea. So there we go. Cheers. And thank you for the super sticker. So yeah, I hope a chat is chill today because we got a lot to go over. I don't know, are we gonna get hit by the Destiny Brigades? That's always the question. Always the question. Stop the stupidity with the 20 gifted weasels. Let me see if I can find those weasels. They gotta be somewhere, chat. I'm looking for the weasels. This is like George W. Bush looking for weapons of mass destruction. I'm looking for weapons of mass weasels. I can't think of a way to make it make sense, chat, but maybe it doesn't have to make sense. Wait, tranquille? Vous parlez en français, peut-être? Anyway, I'm seeing some French words in chat. JFC fanfic, you just got weaseled. Delia Reed, you just got weaseled. Bong Barbie, the Barbie with the bong. I didn't know you could get one like that, but you just got weaseled. Jackal Water, you just got weaseled. Spice Jones, you just got weaseled. Dude Hammer, you just got weaseled. Reason Riffs, you just got weaseled. 84 Always, you just got weaseled. MGL7IM, you just got weaseled. I've got to read the super chats in a second here. EMGL7IM, you just got weaseled. AJSL17, is there like this a 17 gang here? What's going on with these usernames? I don't know. AJSL, I'm sorry, I'm trying to make fun of your username. SL7, BE probably means something. I'm just not getting it. You just got weaseled. Dylan1213, you just got weaseled. Twin Tails 100, you just got weaseled. Alan Fox XX, you just got weaseled. Okay, let's go. You just got weaseled. Nero Casadine, you just got weaseled. Reina, the Fox, you just got weaseled. Kuleg 312315, you just got weaseled. Pixel Penguin 87212, you just got weaseled. Random Eyeliner, you just got weaseled. A little help for those student loans. Well, thank you. Stop the stupidity. That really does help. Okay, so wait, what else have we got here? Davy Cliff with a super chat. Yeah, RIP Hayden Panettiere. Listening to Kyrie theme in remembrance. Yeah, that is I don't know what to say. Yeah, it's just a very sad situation. Thank you for the super chat. Also Repro Destruction, thank you for the super chat. When will Destiny finally flee? Wait, what will make him finally flee to Haifa? I am not sure. And Morbius with the is that a self weasel? Was a self weasel accomplished once again? Double the YouTube members? Yeah, it does look like it. No shade on Twitch. It's gone back and forth, right? The whole race. Wait. What is that? What is that? What is this music? Is this music okay? It looks like just some Devinal summoner. I can't speak right now. I am just looking for literally anything that I can use as background music before we start here. Maybe? Yo. Was that the... No, it's not the vaunted self weasel. It's the double weasel. Double weasel? It's Jim Cakes. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Stephen Prophet, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Okay, so were two Morbius related events. What are 75? Oh, plus Renee, so what does that make it? Are we at 78? Are we starting at 78? Is that what we're doing? Oh my gosh, I didn't even clear it out from the last time. 78 out of 100. We're already 22 points away from making it. Will the timer work? Wait, did the timer stop working? What happened with the timer? Oh, the timer, will the timer work today? Good question. Let's see. Let's see if the timer does work today. All right, I haven't even opened up Stream Elements yet. But yesterday, yeah, we had to use a different timer. And you know, low key, I mean, except for there's only one thing that I really don't like about the new timer. Right? There's only one thing that sucks is that like every single, I can't just add time. I gotta click add a minute, 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 Imagine doing that 60 times, chat. Imagine doing that 120 times. Imagine doing that 120 times and then having to count to 120 in tie. That was me yesterday. How did I end up here? All right, we're gonna see right now if the timer does in fact work. Right? By first of all trying to... Can I add an hour to it? Can I start it? Oh my god, what is wrong with this thing? The only thing I could think of is like to... Oh my god. I don't want to get hung up on the timer again, chat, but I did not... all I did was reset my computer. I thought that that would save everything. I thought that that would fix everything. All right, so if I just add the... Nope, it's the same link. It's the same. It's not like an issue with the link being... Refresh it? Can I refresh it? Wait, I think that's what I did last time. Last time I actually got it to work, I refreshed it. Okay, I refreshed it and for a second there. For a second, it was okay. Yes, wait, it's working. I don't know what I did, but apparently I fixed it, maybe. So you know the deal here, chat. When it works, yes, we start with 4 hours on the clock. We can add another hour if we get to 100. We can add 2 more hours if we get to 200. So whoever said, this is a prediction, will the timer work today? 10 people said yes. 0 people said no. No one was fooled. No one was fooled, Darful. They have faith in the timer. They have faith in something timeless. Yeah. Well, speaking of timeless, we got another Destiny takedown video today. And look, I mean, like a lot of these do not live up to their name, do not live up to their ambitions, do not actually take down Destiny. I don't know if this, I mean, this one is not going to cause Destiny to quit streaming tomorrow or anything like that. Right? But it does put all of his misdeeds in one place, in one timeline. And I'm a little bit jealous, right? I've been covering this guy for the longest time. What does Professor Dave do? Science communication, right? That is making videos, communicating science. He's not a professor. He doesn't work for a university, right? But he is a science communicator, which puts him in a professor-like role in terms of explaining science. Like, he knows a lot about the sciences. Professor Dave, do we have the, chat, I wonder if I can find the original Professor Dave jingle. There was a jingle that started this all off with, right? Professor Dave jingle. If I just find his old videos, it'll probably have it. So yeah, Destiny's reacted to this already, accusing Dave of doxing. Did we figure out, chat? Did we figure out yesterday? Did Hassan dox anyone? Did Hassan dox the dog from the Family Guy? What was going on with that? What the fuck? Like, so all I really know, all I really get is that guy who's like, I can't remember their name, but they were apparently the originator of the Hassan clip, right? The original clip that had Hassan, talking about the relationship between Jews and Israel, and that the more people that try to plant the flag of saying Israel equals Jews, the more they are going to spur anti-Semitism. A pretty easy formulation. You blame a whole group of people for something that a country does, even though that whole group of people is not involved with those activities, did not agree to those activities, and in a lot of cases opposes those activities. Then you can, then you will get people, taking, making targets, right? And there's enough people, targeting, there's enough anti-Semites out there targeting Jews already, right? So, but yeah, no, this guy takes it out of context, makes it look like, begins it with something that makes it look like Hassan's being like, now listen here, Jews, let me wag my finger at you. So yeah, anything that comes out with that context is going to sound stinky, is going to sound, sort of targeted as Jewish people, when in reality Hassan was talking to a Jewish chatter who is having trouble dealing with their elders. They get what's going on in Gaza. They understand the issue of Israel, Palestine. Their aunties and uncles, not so much, right? So yeah, that was yesterday. And I keep on saying Brian Griffin, even though that might be a dox, but it's also the name of the dog in the Family Guy. That's what Brian Griffin is. Supposedly there was a guy that, do we have any information on this? I just want to get this straight, because I feel like I left you hanging on that. He did actually teach something at college, I heard at one point. Well, yeah, I mean, the point is that he knows a lot about the sciences. Let me see if I can find that original jingle for you. Professor Dave, no, why am I typing Professor Dave Destiny? My brain is in 17 different places right now. Professor Dave explains song. Yeah, song. Is this it?
Professor Dave here. I want to tell you about bacteria.
He knows a lot about the science stuff.
There we go. Okay, I'm going to pause this for a second. Let me just play you what I'm talking about. This is the original Professor Dave song.
He knows a lot about the science stuff. Professor Dave explains. About the science stuff. Professor Dave explains. A lot about
What, didn't there used to be a fart sound?
Dave explains. A lot about the science stuff. He knows a lot about the science stuff. Professor Dave explains. He knows a lot about the science stuff. Professor Dave explains. He knows a lot about the science stuff. Professor Dave explains.
Anyway, that is Professor Dave's old jingle, his old song, and it would precede every single one of what Professor Dave was originally. Was a channel to help you study science, help you study chemistry, help you study biology, taxonomy, all this, all these subjects, right? That Professor Dave knows a lot about because he's had a lot of schooling, and he's knowledgeable about. I think he did tutoring or something like that, right? Anybody do tutoring for work study? I did this for a short amount of time, right? Tutoring might be one of the harder work study jobs that there is, but it can also be rewarding, assuming that you're tutoring, you know, a subject that you are going to school for. It kind of helps you, you know, keep the knowledge fresh. But there we go. This Professor Dave explaining once it all. I read that the guy says he isn't Brian Griffin. Well, I hope he's not Brian Griffin. I've said that name a lot. I don't want that to be a dox, right? But there's another name. What's the other name? Anybody got this? Like, who is the guy? Who is the account? What was the account's name? We looked it up yesterday. Oh my God. I wonder if does Google save your searches or something? Is there a way to like, yeah, wait. No, why not? That's crazy. What? I'm sorry. What? I'm so confused right now. Because I'm looking at my Google, I'm looking at Google, right? And it's listing a number of searches that I've done, but it's not listing all of them. Oh, also chat, there's a Kornacki cam that just ended. Steve Kornacki cam, it just ended. And I think we're talking about the South Carolina GOP Senate runoff. So we're talking about Lindsey Graham's sister, who they picked to replace him, at least for now. And she's also running to replace him for the next Senate. Okay, I just want to look at one more thing. Is there not a way to find like your searches? I literally, okay, I searched it on Twitter. That's why. Oh, I think I know what I can do. Yeah, I don't know why I was confused by that, chat. That should not be confusing. I'm a little bit hot actually right now. This is how I start out the stream. I'm hot, I'm uncomfortable. I have to drink cold beverages to cool down. Okay, Max Nordau. Max Nordau is the guy's name that made the video. Hassan also attempted to dox Max Nordau, says DSA Watch, who himself is LARPing as a Jewish person, even though he's not. I believe his name is Brian Griffin. Yes, literally. We found a bunch of weird stuff that Max Nordau has been involved in. Wait, what is this squirrel? There's a squirrel tweet. The entire Zionist movement. Okay, where does she mention Max Nordau? Not only do genocidal Zionists like Max Nordau / Brian Griffith. Okay, sorry. Brian Griffith, chat. Do you remember me talking about this earlier? Like, I think I rumored this into, oh my God, chat. Persona 2 is real. That's it. It's fucking over, chat. It's fucking over. I was joking around about, like, I wasn't. I accidentally said Peter Griffith instead of Peter Griffin, right? And I think I made this happen. The guy's name is Brian Griffith, like from and then I imagined, like, you know, Peter Griffin, but he's the leader of the Band of the Hawk, and they get eclipsed, right? He's like, you know, gets all the Family Guy you know, characters, like they all ride into the eclipse, and he's like, oh, surprise, you got the God Hand's here, you know, you're gonna get eaten. Sorry about that. I have to be a god, right? And the only way you can become a god with the God Hand is to sacrifice that which you value the most. So I don't know, Peter Griffith maybe values his family the most. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch. Maybe not so much. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that this guy's name is Peter Griffith, not Peter Griffin. He is still he has not taken down his there it is, Max Nordau. Max Nordau is I'm sorry, I'm running into like a lot of right-wing shit too. Okay, APAC boss call was made. They are unanimous in their hatred of me, and I welcome God damn it, I gotta just put this up. I gotta put this up on screen, don't I? Pieter Groffith? Wait, what? The white hair on Brian does fit more. Yeah, that's right. He's more of a Griffith. Maybe he's the Griffith. Yeah, surprise. Everything is Persona 2. Don't make up any weird rumors, chat, because if you do, they will come true. Also, I should put a content warning on here, or a stream warning, or some kind of a warning. Psychic powers warning. Because apparently, yes, watching my stream, it has imbued a few people with psychic powers, right? A few people have gotten psychic powers from watching the stream. So if you find yourself with the ability to, I don't know, communicate over distance, maybe even communicate with me, maybe even tell me stuff like psychically, or if you can move an object maybe on your desk, or what are other psychic abilities? Maybe you can see from afar, like you can look into Hassan Piker's streaming setup and tell exactly when he's going to shock his dog. Just anything like that, just report it to one of our mods and they will take care of you. Dangerous powers, alluring as they might be. It is International Dog Day, Kaya. Well, that's right, International Shock Your Dog Day. Because that's, that Hassan Piker, the doggy striker, is in the house. Astral projection, that's a good one. What exactly does that one do? It projects you into another realm of beyond. Wait, isn't that's like the astral realm, right? Isn't that a berserk thing? Still waiting for my psychic powers to activate. Kaya shocks back. That's right. Kaya needs a collar for Hassan, honestly. Like when he's too loud, right? When Kaya's trying to sleep, Hassan is too loud. Kaya hits her button and she shocks Hassan. Yeah, that's like remote viewing. Isn't that what the CIA was working on with MK Ultra? They wanted to be able to do remote viewing to, I don't know, steal the launch codes for the Russian nuclear arsenal, the ICBM arsenal. Kaya will eat good. We'll eat him if she must to survive, and good for her. Yeah, it's Max Nordau, right? That's who we were talking about yesterday. I was just trying to figure out, because it's like so confusing. He's like, this guy's name is Max Nordau, but actually, and he says he's Jewish, but actually he's not Jewish, and his name is Brian Griffin, right? But apparently Squirrel says it's Brian Griffith, right? So I don't know if the... Like, I'm worried now, chat. I am not trying to dox people. I don't know if this information, I don't trust DSA Watch. What can I say? Like, what would you trust a minor on Twitter? Generally, that's a bad idea. Generally, that's a really bad idea. Should eat Austin show first. He's tinier. But is he more delicious, though? That's the question. Does Austin have enough meat on his bones? I thought astral projection was when you have sex with people in their dreams while you're dreaming. No, I think that's something else. I think that's I think that's a Nyronaut sex pest is what you're thinking of, Tanky Gooner. Anyway. Right, you could be like, there's a Nyronauts, there's sex pest, but there's also like a little Venn diagram overlay, or a Venn diagram overlap. That's what I'm looking. Oh, that sounds like Zeusen. Yeah, that sounds like what Zeus would do. Chatter made that up. Chat, I'm so confused. I'm still so confused about Brian Griffin, and whether or not it's bad for me to be saying that name and associating it with the name of Max Nordau, who is apparently the Zionist that started this whole fuck Hassan thing from yesterday. But I guess I understand it a little bit more now. I would love to see, like, the thing is, Hassan, when he does this stuff, like, it's Twitter brain. Do you know what I'm talking about, chat, with Twitter brain? Do you know what Twitter brain means? It means when you're so on Twitter that you don't feel the need to explain anything to anyone, and you make the assumption that everybody else has been surfing Twitter all day. I don't know how Hassan has the time to be on Twitter as much as he is, but yeah, he's got Twitter brain, right? It's Twitter brain when you just like kind of skip over things. Oh yeah, no, Jewish guy, but he's not really Jewish. His name is Max Nordau, but it's actually not Max Nordau. His actual name is Brian Griffin. Yes, like the Family Guy. Yes, that's right. And then you just on to the next thing, right? That's not a point of interest. That's not a point of explanation. You're not going to offer any kind of explanation for those of us whose brains are not rotted by Twitter. You're not going to give us anything, Hassan. That was the part that blew my mind from yesterday. But hopefully my mind does not get blown today. Although maybe your minds will get blown if this is the first time that you've seen the entire story of xpestiny, right? Why is he called xpestiny? What does he do? How sick is this man? Like, who has he molested with his grabby little hands? And the answer is fucking Hassan Piker. He's got Destiny like abusing Hassan Piker, crossing lines of consent with Hassan Piker, right? There's everything is in here. Have you seen Hunter Biden's clip about Hassan? DJG was ass mad. I actually haven't. Wait, Uzoops, that wasn't on Bill Maher by chance, was it? Because that's what my one weakness is, stuff that's on HBO or Jon Stewart. There's a lot of things that people would like me to cover that maybe I even could cover. Wait, the Lincoln Project? He's on the Lincoln Project? He grabbed him by he molested Hassan. That's fucked up. You managed to molest a grown-ass man, Destiny, and I don't know what to say. But yeah, we got it all for you coming up here. We also have, and this might be content that I have to cover tomorrow, right? But apparently Ethan Klein talked to Hutch. Anybody know about this? One in chat if you know about this. Ethan Klein talked to Hutch, called in. Hutch has like a call-in show. Ethan Klein called into it, and then Hutch set the VOD on members only and went to bed, and I woke up. That's what happened. Just search Twitter if you want to see it. Search Twitter if I want to see one clip of it. That's true. You think I want to watch one clip of it, or do you think I want to watch the whole thing? Who is Hutch? Who is Hutch? Chat, anybody want to handle that? Who is Hutch? An old video game streamer who used to go on with like CNanners and stuff, and now he just does drama slop for Destiny. I looked for you. Wait, you did find it? Or you just, yeah, because like all I found is one clip on Clipping Wings. Fuck knows where. Like I would have had to be awake. Like this is the kind of thing where I would have had to be awake for this, right? Hutch is according to Adric on Twitch chat. We're talking. Oh no! What are we doing? What are we doing? That's not. I don't have the ability to. I cannot. Oh wow. Okay, that's AI slop. That's AI slop. Okay, can this be our background music maybe? Will this stay? Nothing gold can stay, chat. Here, maybe I should try to pull this up for you because you're all talking about, oh God, I got that. Okay, here's a dead domain. Let's just get into Twitter. Chat, I should explain things first, shouldn't I? I should probably explain things. I kind of need to go into Twitter and do a little searching, do a little soul searching on Twitter. Okay, I hope you're all right with that. Marco Foster is wait, what the fuck? How many names does this guy have? His name is also Marco Foster? Who is this guy? What intelligence network does he work for? He's Max Nordau. He's Marco Foster, and he's Brian Griffith, not Griffin. Like a combination of the Family Guy and Berserk? Like if Peter has a bad day and he's like, oh, I'm gonna rub this bayonet, Lotus. Peter, don't rub the bayonet. You know what happened last time? Chris and Meg got eaten by horrible monsters, and you went to hang out with the God Hand for 6 months before you were reincarnated in Griffonia. Wait, what the? I can't even remember, chat. This would be spoilers for Berserk if I could even remember shit. Who does not have 5 names? I mean, good question, Davy. Good question. Like we all contain multitudes these days. That's what I'm trying to say. We all contain multitudes. Let me jump into it, chat. This number only goes down, right? That's the timer. That's how long we have for the stream. All right, this number, though, is the one thing that can make this number go up. Well, how does that work? When it gets to 100, that number goes up, right? This number gets to 100, we add an hour. This number gets to 200, we add 2 hours. And if this number gets to 3 hours, we add an hour to Saturday's stream, which is what we started off with last time. Peter, is that the eclipse again? Peter, are you doing the eclipse again? Sorry, Lois, I was just fiddling with my bayonet, and all these evil monsters came out and started eating the family. I mean, look, luckily there's a Family Guy. That's all I have to say. Yesterday, though, it was so don't have that at my fingertips. I just got confused. I got utterly confused and befuddled yesterday. I was like, wait, am I doxing if I say Brian Griffin? And apparently not. No, I was not doxing by saying Brian Griffin. But if I said Brian Griffith, I might be doxing. The Wolf Apostle could be Joseph Swanson. I mean, we could just fill this out, right? We could easily fill this out. But yeah, this number goes up and this number goes down. But if this number gets to 100, then this number goes up to 1 hour more. And if this number goes up to 200, then this number goes up to 2 hours more. Does that make sense? We've got 250 jellyfish. We've got 528 weasels. I think we are ready to go. Wild is definitely Quagmire. No, I thought you were going to say Boomhauer. Wait, sorry. Boomhauer is not on King of the Hill. Am I smoking crack, chat? With Hutch? Sorry. With the Hunter, I meant with Hunter. I didn't mean with Hutch. I'm not implying that Hutch smokes crack. If he does, I have no knowledge of that. And you know how putting himself in front of a very young audience of sea-nanners, if he was in the depths of a drug addiction, might be a bad idea. I don't know about this stuff, chat. I don't know the lore. I do not know the lore. I am utterly ignorant of all of the lore. I am sad about Dolly as well. Just jumped in confused. If you think you're confused, you should have watched yesterday's VOD, because I was very, very confused. Yeah, we're going to try to explain it all. Oh my God, come on. We're going to try to explain it all and more. There we go. I just need to have some juice. Oh my God, chat. I got my wish. Oh no, we didn't think that you were lolling about Dolly. But I do think that Dolly is probably like lolling back at us from the great beyond. Like Dolly is wiser than all of us combined, and I think she's gonna be. I think Dolly's gonna be okay in the afterlife, unlike the rest of us who still have to worry about feeding ourselves and trying to afford air conditioning, heating, just the basics of life, not getting replaced by a robot or replaced by a Waymo or replaced by some kind of a LLM, right? We all got concerns, and I think Dolly is watching over us, and now our concerns are her concerns, chat. Let's go to Twitter and see if that makes anything make more sense. Oh yeah, I didn't explain the most basic thing in the world, right? So I explained this number only goes down unless this number goes up to 100. And if it goes up to 100, then this one goes up by an hour. And if it goes to 200, then it goes up by 2 hours. I didn't explain, how does this number go up? Well, you can see it's already gone up quite a bit, right? It goes up every time somebody super chats, super stickers, if they get themselves a membership, if they get memberships if they gift other people memberships, if they support me on, oh my God, chat, I can't believe I didn't set up my fucking Cash App thing. We're temporarily, I think, replacing Throne with Cash App with $ no comment chick on Cash App. Just because there's issues with everything and I don't have time to fix them, and there's so many issues. She and Whitney are both singing in heaven. What am I trying to say? What the fuck am I trying to say? Yeah, so it's super chat, super stickers, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on Patreon, or supporting me on $ no comment chick is my Cash App, although I need to fix it so I can actually receive those funds, because I don't know, Throne has gotten a little weird. I should probably look into that too. We also have Twitch. If you support me on Twitch, it will also make the number go up. And there's many ways you can support me on Twitch. Let me just mention one way that's free, right? So if you have Amazon Prime and you have Twitch, you can authorize your Amazon account within your Twitch account and get something called a Twitch Prime sub, right? Amazon and Twitch are the same company, and so when you pay for your Prime, you're also paying for a free Twitch sub to the streamer of your choice. It works just like a regular sub, just the only difference is you got to integrate your accounts to use it. And if you use it on me, massive thanks, because you only have one to give, and that means a lot if you give it to me. Right, but this is a way that you can get upgraded on Twitch at no cost to you. So it doesn't take any of your hard-earned money other than what Amazon already has through Prime. And it gives you a free Twitch sub, right? You can buy yourself a Twitch sub for $6. That's twice as much as a YouTube membership. It's a lot of money, but people do say it's a premium viewing experience. Some people really enjoy watching on Twitch, especially when they've got a sub, because what does a sub do for you? First of all, it keeps you from ever seeing ads. There are not a lot of ads, thanks to Dan Saltman doing Adpocalypse on Twitch. I gotta put this somewhere because it's bothering me so much. Do I have room for this? Okay, there we go. Yo, Lucy Rossi with the 30 stream streak. Congratulations on that. Jellies and Weasels in chat. And they're both animated. That's another perk of Twitch, right? If you're on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, the weasels are there. They don't move. If you're on Twitch, the weasels do move. The jellyfish moves. Everything moves because it's animated. So you can get all the animated emojis with that as well. Same as you would for buying yourself a membership light show with the 25 stream streak. That's impressive as well. Look at that. We got some streakers over there on Twitch, but yeah, you can get yourself a membership for $6. It's twice as much as a YouTube membership, but people enjoy it because you don't get ads. You get to rewind the stream if you want to. I finally found out what this is like, what this does, right? When I was trying to rewind a Hassan Piker stream that was currently streaming. It turns out I can't because I'm not a Hassan Piker sub. But if I was, I'd be able to rewind that stuff, that sucker. And if you are a sub, an NCC sub, then you will be able to rewind my stream, right? So that's another perk of being a sub on Twitch. And anyway, let's just get into Twitter. I'm pissing myself off a little bit. Like the ideal thing, here we go. So Dead Domain has got something here. Genocide Scholar, oh, I'm sure. I'm a nobody who's been clipping Piker for like a week, and he's already rattled. This guy admires history's worst mass murderers, but can't handle the most basic level of scrutiny. Wait, this is the person that... I recognize this account. This is somebody that claims to be a victim of food shops. Wow. I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah, food shops definitely has signaled a lot of interest in underage people. So it might be true. I don't know for sure. Is our friend Max Nordo here? Wait, how do they have another name? How is there another name attached to this account? What the fuck? Okay, so this person now, it looks like they just have all the Hassan haters are now following them. They're expecting a follow-up now. Yeah, this person, they're saying that they're nobody, that it's not a Dan Stalkman account for sure, for instance, and they're, they just happened to make that clip. There's one troll in particular who goes by the name Max Nordo on Twitter. With Brian wait, what the fuck? Wait, I recorded a 75-minute space with Brian Griffin, press secretary for Ron DeSantis. This is a Republican. No? This is a Republican, right? So they're claiming not to be Brian Griffin. Has Hassan talked about this more? We probably need to do this for like a All right, so there's the Professor Dave Explains. Oh my god, wait a minute. This shit is this needs to be fixed. Oh my god. Oh, what am I trying to do? There, that's what I was trying to do. I just have to change this out. There we go. All right, this is what I was trying to show you. I thought I was actually showing you already. Maybe I did, but there it is. CIA isn't even trying anymore. Is it just Ethan? I don't know. It does feel like some people, like the way they're talking here, right? It feels like some people suspect they are a ringer, that they are another person. But from what I can tell, chat, this does seem to be a real person. Are they a Republican? This is what I can't figure out. Nexus of Florida content featured on Tucker Carlson newsletter. Probably not in a good way, though. Probably not in a good way, but I do think they're a Republican. I am. My spidey sense is telling me they're a Republican. Did Hassan have another video about? Here, let me search in the background. Did Hassan? Hassan, Brian, Griffin. Nope. Oh, wait, no, I'm gonna get all this bullshit. Oh my God, fuck. Fuck. The problem with this is, chat, and I forgot about this, that apparently there is a thing on, like on TikTok, some people call him, yeah, Hassan is the new Brian Griffin. So I'm not going to be able to search this with Brian Griffin because a lot of the Brian Griffin, okay, who is David Mauricio?
Before we get into it, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. So let me get started by saying yesterday, amidst an IMEU poll release announcement, my computer was victim to a million different lines of attack. And no, it wasn't Mossad. No, it wasn't Israel. And I mean, David bears a little bit of the responsibility, but not entirely. I had to end the broadcast.
Yeah, look, the Brian Griffin saga is going to continue a little bit. We're just going to try to figure out what the fuck is going on because I'm utterly confused, and I have the kind of brain that when something's confusing me, it preoccupies me. Do you know what I mean, chat? I can't get my mind off it until it makes a little bit more sense. If you give me a puzzle and it's got like a few pieces missing, my mind is going to be like, is it this piece? Is it that piece? In the background. Even if I just am like, you know what, I can't figure this out, I'll figure it out later, right? I can't do that. I am incapable of leaving the puzzle alone when it is looking soluble, but it is not solved, right? When it is confusing and I don't know. Let's see what the fuck is going on here.
I ended the broadcast earlier than usual because I just could not be live. My computer kept shutting off over and over again. Part of the problems, it started when we put a new GPU in, but clearly that isn't the only issue. There are other issues as well. The GPU itself was drawing too much power. We put a new power supply in there to help alleviate the stress, but it turns out the power that it was drawing that became an issue wasn't even about the power supply itself, but it actually was due to the fact that I have an oven in my home and my mom doesn't really use it all that much, but really wanted to make sure that the oven was drawing power. And we brought in an electrician.
That's crazy.
Brought in this electrician.
That's crazy. Now we got another freaking mystery, chat. We're Mystery Inc. We might as well put on the glasses from Persona 4 where you can see personas, right? You know, the glasses that the cool glasses that you put on to be able to see. Like this is a mystery, chat. I think this is the work of an enemy stand. What do you think?
Diverted power from different places.
So if you haven't noticed, like a lot of Hassan's streams have been short lately. Part of that, I think, is that he was on the Fear and Loathing tour, and when he was doing that, he had to kind of end early to get to wherever they were doing the event and stuff like that. Now, the last 2 days, after he's come home, let me look at this one. 6 hours. Okay, that's a half-day Hasi stream. That's a little bit short. That's a little bit short for Hassan. It's usually 8 hours to 10 hours, maybe sometimes even as much as 12 hours, right? Is what you'll get in a Hassan stream. This one's a little short, but he's explaining yesterday's was really short. Yesterday's was like 4 hours. That's why I assumed that there was a Fear and event going on in Los Angeles, maybe, that he had to show up for, and that he was doing the same thing even though he was home, right? I thought that maybe, okay, this is the LA event, right? That's why he's but no, his mom is cooking stuff occasionally, I guess. This is a mystery.
And it turns out what drew most of the power in the house is my studio. There's a lot of electronic equipment in here, and in order for my mom to be able to make her little gluten-free, breads and things like that. The electrician
Oh my god. His mom makes gluten-free bread, chat.
diverted power from my main hub to the oven, and therefore this room wasn't drawing enough power as necessary. My mom is the data center of my household. That's right. My mom is basically like an AI data center that I live with. Okay. Sometimes can be just as loud, not always, but her power demands are identical. So anyway, we are able to redirect power from a different avenue, different outlet. I don't know. We just jerry-rigged it for the time being. And hopefully it'll be fine. The projection is crazy. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Free bread. Yes. 35 still lives with mom. Yes, it's all true. So anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so that's the reason why my PC kept shutting off over and over again, and we couldn't finish the day. Hopefully there won't be problems today, but you never really know, honestly. You never know. Who knows? Maybe there will be more problems today. I don't know. I don't care anymore. I just, nothing matters. All right. But other than that, not much is going on in my life. Being a chud-ass loser as always, watching a little bit of Mad Men, went to sleep early, woke up early, played some basketball, went to the doctor to get my annual yearly physical, and the doctor was shocked at how little water I have been drinking and how much caffeine I've been consuming, because apparently I have very low blood pressure.
Oh.
And it was so low because I was going to ask him, this was going to be like, we're going to look at my testosterone levels. We're going to see if I can get on TRT, all this stuff. And the doctor literally was like, this is my physician for years at this point. He was like, dog, I can't draw blood from you. And I was like, why? He's like, because your blood pressure is so low that if I draw blood from you right now, you will faint. So I have to drink more water. Yeah, apparently, because I asked him, I asked the doctor, I was like, doctor, give me the news. Got a bad case of loving you. That's not what I said. Anyway, I said, what the fuck's going on? I'm like, I'm experiencing diminished performance in my weight lifts. I'm experiencing, I feel like I'm, losing muscle mass. What is going on? Do I have cancer? What the hell is happening?
Wait, what is this? Jerry-rigged is a slur against the Germans? Is that what that is? Was Jerry a, what they would call Germans Jerry? Like the way that they said Charlie in Vietnam, they would say Jerry for Germans?
It's like, and cardio wise, I'm much more windy.
Okay, so what is my strategy, you might wonder, living in a fairly hot environment like I do? How do I get enough liquid refreshment in, right? Well, it turns out that I kind of combine my need for hydration with my need for vitamins and minerals. And there's a lot of fruits out here that are not only have a lot of water content in them, have a lot of vitamins and minerals, give me everything that I need, but they also they also kind of like cool me down. And so what I do is I put right now, this is my blender, right? I put cantaloupe in here along with coconut water, and there's still some coconut water down in there. Let me. So yeah, I put the melon in with the coconut water, and then I blend it up, and then it makes a beverage that's actually full of fiber too. Yeah, it's got fiber. So yeah, that's my way of doing it. And then when I need to make my coffee, let's see here, chat. Oh yeah, you're just in time to make my coffee with me. Chat, as you can tell, I kind of got up, I kind of slept in a little bit. I'm not fully awake yet. Oh my God, where is this? It's right here. So you get to do all the little fun activities that I do when I wake up, right? I am putting the rest of the coconut water and a little bit of, can you see here? There's coconut meat down there, right? Because the coconut water, it comes with, you get a little strip of coconut meat. So I put that in there, all right? Then I take a couple of bananas. And so this is how I cover my caffeine, my hydration, my need for, you know, micronutrients, and so much more. We're gonna break up this little banana like you're on a cooking show here. I'm gonna break this right up, put it into the blender along with the, what is it, coconut meat is in there. I'm actually gonna do 2 of these today just because these bananas are very, very ripe and they're gonna be not good tomorrow. Spelled Jerry Rig. It doesn't have anything to do with the Germans. Wait, it doesn't have to do anything with the Germans? I said fruits. Yes, I did. Let's see. What's up, Dom? Good to see you tonight. We're just making some coffee here. Right, we're trying to figure out who is Brian Griffin. All right, so we're gonna kind of parse through Hassan's VOD really quick. And then we're also, oh my God. You can tell how ripe this banana is from the fact that I can't peel it all at once. It's like coming off in pieces. There we go, the last little bit of banana goes in there. Throw that away. Oh God, throw all this away. Boom. And then the last ingredient here is going to be coffee with basil seeds, which are just like chia seeds. In fact, they look a little bit, yeah, the dog from the Family Guy. We're trying to figure out who is this guy that you know, did the clip of Hassan yesterday, right? Hassan kind of left us with a bit of, oh my God, there's like no coffee in there. The basil seeds absorbed all the coffee? All of the coffee is in the basil seeds. Now, I've also got, oh my God. I've also got, I showed you this fruit a long time ago. It might have been a year or more since I've like had this on stream. Jill Siverwood with a 145 stream streak. Truly impressive. Look at this, chat. What does this remind you of? What does this remind you of? What does this look like? So yeah, it's a dusty bag with all these fruits and here, let me show you. All these fruits on sticks, right? You like the sticks, and then there's the little fruit on the end there. I don't know if my coffee is actually gonna. I don't know if it's gonna blend now because like the water got all sucked up. The water is completely sucked up, but look at this, okay? So we take these little 2 balls and we can, you know, split them up and then just, you know, kind of crack the nut in your hand. Oh, there we go. Cracks open and there's a little eyeball inside of here. And the eyeball is actually really delicious. Second eyeball. What does it taste like? It's sweet, but it's unique, right? It almost tastes a little bit like juicy fruit, Except I hesitate to describe it as juicy fruit because the actual fruit that juicy fruit is based on is jackfruit, right? And jackfruit really tastes like juicy fruit. This just tastes slightly like, this tastes like, okay, this tastes like if you put juicy fruit gum in your mouth and you chew it for, I don't know, 30 minutes or something, there's still a little bit of taste left, right? But it's mostly like the gum is kind of spent, right? That's kind of what it tastes like. It's a very light, juicy fruit taste. Anyway, back to Hassan.
I'm much more winded playing basketball than I ever was before. Is it because I'm 35? Do I have low T? I'm constantly fatigued. And he was like, do you travel a lot? And I was like, yes. He's like, do you have a lot of pressure and a lot of stress? I was like, I'm sure you've seen the news. So yes. And then he was like, okay, do you drink a lot of water? I was like, well, I hydrate. And he's like, what does that mean? And then I tried to actually him to be like, well, you know, I drink a decent amount of water, but I also drink a lot of coffee. I drink a lot of soda. He was like, what kind of soda? Like diet soda. I was like, okay. How many? And I was like, you know, like 4 cans. He was like, what? You know, after I consume 2 espresso shots in the morning and then 2 big cold brews, he was like, what the fuck are you doing? And I was like, doctor, listen. I tried to actually him. I tried to say, well, yes, while they're diuretics, it still technically helps hydrate. And he was not having it. He was like, you're fucking. He didn't say that. But he was like, it's my, you know, my professional opinion as a doctor that you need to slam way more waters. And we can't even like draw blood from you today. So you're gonna have to come back. Let's become anti-vax, anti-medicine community if they won't let us have our diet sodas. Yeah, that was the closest I felt to RFK Jr. You know what I mean? Just want to be like, doctor, give me the motherfucking TRT, man. Come on. Give me the TRT. I need it. And diet sodas are good for you. That's how I felt.
All right, so I gotta say, overall, this might be a good thing, right, for Hassan. Overall, I'm gonna say this is kind of a good thing for Hassan. Cold brew feels kind of hydrating. I've always heard that like the amount of water that they recommend, which is like less than I drink. I drink a lot of water, right? I always drink over the recommendations. But the amount of water that they recommend is like the bare minimum. I've always heard that is counting all of your drinks. Anything you drink, right, is going to count. His doctor sounds like they're saying kind of like the caffeinated beverages do not count. The things that are diuretics do not count. I've always been told that it's a very mild diuretic effect that coffee has, and so you should basically consider the amount, the volume of the liquid that you drink of coffee. You should consider that to be, you should consider that to be, you know, part of your water intake. But it sounds like his doctor is not on board with that. Maybe this is a good thing, chat, because to me it sounds like this. It sounds like Hassan's kind of like, for somebody that's so healthy, he's not doing well. He's not taking care of himself, right? And so to add something else that complicates his life, like TRT, right now, probably a bad idea. In fact, I am not in favor of steroids at all, Chad. I would rather he completely skip the TRT. But his explanation is like, look, when you're 20, you shouldn't take TRT. You know, it makes you older. But when you get to 35, you're pretty much cooked, and you gotta take TRT, right? So his whole thing is like that, like you reach a certain age, and I guess that age is 35, and then you do TRT. But I don't think it's good for him. I know he doesn't seem to. He's not a master of his domain, chat.
Yeah. Source. You're a bad patient. I'm shocked. No, I'm not a bad patient.
Drink sparkling water with your coffee to bring down the pH. Bring down the pH? Like make it more acidic? Or are you confused about the pH? What is on which side of pH?
Yeah, that's what was your blood pressure? I don't know. I think it was like 90 and like 66 or
less
something.
acidic. So bring the pH up.
It was low. It was low as fuck. Yeah. Yeah, no, he literally said he can't draw blood from.
Sometimes, Chatter says sometimes I go days without drinking water. I think it's kind of a myth. I don't think it's a myth. I do think you need. Are you drinking? You're saying drinking without drinking water? So you're drinking beverages, right? You're drinking water-containing beverages.
Mossad adjusting the strike gun right now. Okay. If you just chug water instead of drinking it at a normal pace, then you'll just dump it out, won't hydrate as well. Okay. 90/60 is borderline heart failure. 90/60-ish is how mine is all the time. I have orthostatic hypotension.
Wait, that's usually from being in the hospital. So if you're bedridden, you know, you can get. That's usually people get orthostatic hypotension when they're in the hospital and they're maybe got surgery or something. For some reason, they're not able to walk around a lot, right? They're in bed for days and days and days. That's generally when you'll get orthostatic hypertension, which is different than POTS. And also, chat, look, I'm not going to give you health advice here. You know, I'm going to always defer to your primary care physician as far as your health care, like what you should do with your life. So just understand this is not medical advice that I'm giving you, but start with the basics. Drink water, eat food, eat you know, if you can afford. Oh god, I'm telling Americans to eat vegetables. Maybe I shouldn't be saying anything, right? Maybe I shouldn't be saying anything because your vegetables apparently will kill you too. But in general, when there's not a diarrhea epidemic going on, you would want to eat a lot of vegetables, eat a lot of fruits, and you know, just kind of get a balance of protein, fat, and carbs and all the rest, and you should be okay. Just start with the basics. Like, just get to the point where you're okay before we start getting fancy and putting all kinds of water talk ingredients into our water. I want to make sure everybody, as somebody that does not take care of my own health as much as I should, I'm starting to get worried versus Hassan, and I'm starting to get worried over some of the stuff I'm seeing from chat. Only thing I usually drink are sparkling water and coffee, never more than 24 ounces of coffee per day. Yeah, it's probably maybe limit your coffee intake. As somebody who used to overindulge, right? And I don't even know, chat. I mean, I drink tea. I drink a lot more tea than I do of coffee these days, but yeah, be careful about the amount of coffee. Anyway, we're not really, I mean, like, this is a little side quest here to figure out what is going on with Hassan's health. It doesn't sound good. I hope he figures stuff out for himself. But yeah, I mean, like, get the basics. Get the basics. Like, you know, there's like a recommended amount of water per kilo, right? Or per pound. Water per pound. People will often say it's different everywhere you look, right? But it's something like it's something like a an ounce, an ounce, a half an ounce to an ounce per pound is what you're supposed to drink. So just get that stuff. If you're not feeling good, maybe it might be good to just actually drink that much water. Again, you can get it from other things. Generally, they will count, you know, towards your water intake. But if you're having issues, if you're having hydration issues, if you're having weird health issues, maybe just start with the basics. Just get enough water, right? That's, you know, a good way to start.
Doctors want
people always think that the solution to their health is in some kind of extreme diet or eating the very best food or taking certain supplements or drinking more caffeine. And very often it is not in that. Very often, you know, you're going to be better served just getting the basics, right? Just starting off with the basics.
won't draw blood. Was it a nurse? No. Like he said, I'm not going to send you to get blood work done.
Yeah, and he's smart. He's smart. Don't give that guy steroids. Chat, it's bad enough that doctors are getting bullied into giving out steroids, okay? It's bad enough, all right? It's bad enough that Hassan is brain broken enough to think that at 35 his life is over and he needs to take steroids. Like, you know, I mean, this is RFK level brain rot, right? But yeah, to like give a guy that's like not taking care of himself already steroids is a really, really bad idea. So like I'm sure if Hassan really wants TRT, he's going to get on TRT, whatever. But at least this is going to make him maybe take, you know, a little health inventory first. Carolyn and will nag him. Yeah, I hope there's somebody in his life. Does Austin take care of him? Does Austin make sure he's okay? Cantaloupe and coconut mix from earlier did sound good. Oh yeah, add some ice. Yeah, you do want it cold. I've got my cantaloupe came from the refrigerator, and so did my coconut water, so it's already cold. Testosterone is a hormone replacement therapy. Yeah, but at 35. I don't know. It feels like people just want testosterone, and they kind of bully their doctors into giving it to him. Not Austin show. Wait. Cringe Chin. Wait, who's Cringe Chin? What about Marsh? Does Marsh take care of him? Does somebody take care of this guy?
Complain when it's high and when it's low, like it's never good enough for them. That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. You've stirred up the chronically medically anxious chatters. I know. It's annoying. But you know what's not? You know what's even more annoying than that?
Austin's partner.
The fact that Maya Higa is a liar. Because for the longest time, if you guys recall...
Yeah, many people are saying this, but we don't really have time for it now. I mainly just wanted to go in here and see if we could find anything out about Brian Griffin.
We can do other than try, but
there's Moskowitz. Is there any more discussion, chat? Hasanabi viewers, can you help us out here? Because I do want to get on to like what we're covering. I kind of spent a little too much time in the in the rundown here, trying to run down the truth behind Brian Griffin, Max Nordau, my own blast off tweet. Right, which has 4 likes on it. Chat, fix this right away. I don't think I even mentioned this to you yet, but yeah, I've got a blast off tweet. It's right here. It's in the pinned already. So, you know, you can get to it through clicking on the pinned if you want to. If you would rather, you can just click on this link that I'm putting in the chat right now, because it's the very same link. You'll click on this, you'll give it a like, and you'll help bring us bring more people in from Twitter. In the meantime,
did you see they put Jared Moskowitz in charge of Middle East Subcommittee in the House? They also added Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Wesley Bell. Leadership is trying to stack it so no anti-Israel legislation can ever make it out of committee. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I think the Democratic Party is going to do everything in its power to keep the uniparty approach to Israel. It's very clear to me. Yeah, it's nasty. It's totally ridiculous. We live in hell, and every day, it is you know. It's increasingly clear that we just have to defeat them. There's nothing we can do other than try, but it is between this and also the uniparty approach to purging Israel critique in the ranks of the Democratic Party, their attacks against me. I'll be honest. I'll keep it $1.50. I think people are recognizing what's going on, but I don't know what to do, man. This is how you lose to Tucker Carlson and JD Vance. Like, JD Vance is going to come out. Tucker Carlson is going to come out and be like, yeah, we are the anti-Israel party. You should vote for us. We're America first. And I think a lot of people are going to do that. If we lose, this is the reality that we're facing. It's so obvious. It'll be a reroute of 2024 after 4 years of Trump. So we can't lose. We cannot lose. We must not lose.
The sad thing is, chat, I feel like it's the donors that are in the driver's seat for all of this, right? And so in terms, look, the Democratic Party, theoretically, oh my God, he's looking at blue sky? I've never seen Hassan look at blue sky before. So the Democratic Party, right, if they're going to commit to this Israel first approach and they're absolutely going to block any sort of dissent whatsoever, the normal thing would be to, I don't know, withhold votes, like actually withhold votes for them. Actually, like people like Moskowitz, don't vote for them. Let fucking MAGA go in there. I mean, that's a shitty solution, right? But you know, if they're gonna go full on, you know, try to completely prevent any effect from Americans voting against this shit, then yeah, I don't know what you do other than go to war with these people, right? But I don't think that the donors mind less Democrats. That's the problem. It's the donors that you gotta ultimately pressure, because the donors seem to own these people's souls, these people's very souls.
New Madeline tweet going viral defending you. Yeah. Give us a list of the talking points, King. Every progressive gets chased around about the relationship to Hassan Piker. Has one reporter ever asked J.D. Vance about his embrace of the insane anti-democratic ideas of Curtis Yarvin, or is it about his relationship with democracy hater Peter Thiel? The imbalance is stark. Yeah, I mean, it's a very clear. Really.
In addition, you insinuated that Dr. El Sayed somehow endorsed the regrettably worded comment of Hassan Piker suggesting that America deserved 9/11 or 9/11. I don't understand that. Your accusations.
Okay, I'm just kind of scrubbing through here trying to find God, there's a lot of Twitter, right? I'm trying to see if we got any sort of conclusion.
We need to stop sending money to Israel. Hakeem Jeffries is cutting backdoor deals to elevate some of the more right-wing, some of the most right-wing and pro-Israel Democrats out there at direct odds with the base of the party and its demands, hoping that you don't take notice of this reality because he's chirping about me on fucking CNN. This is what they're doing. This is how politics continues to never deliver the results that you understandably and righteously are demanding. All the while, the base has moved directly against this. Widespread disgust and anger at Israel among Dems voters, or the Democratic voter base, is reflected in dozens of polls. It's real, it's palpable. It'll be an issue for 2028 primaries, but this 6 to 9 month primary window is the only time where party elites have to feign interest in what voters think regarding Israel, and the media regime developing to take anger and channel it into liberal Zionist pseudo breaks with Israel is sophisticated, obvious, and very likely will work. And once this window is passed, a dynamic absolutely helped by the new primary schedule, it will go back to not mattering. The two most powerful Dems in the country are the largest recipient of AIPAC money and someone who said their main job was to keep the left pro-Israel. He's talking about Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. The plan is to bullshit, provide fake off-ramps, refine two-state solution hand-waving, pseudo-breaks, vote scolding, and banking on outrage slowly subsiding as the genocide maintains a status quo of lower intensity killing and reliance on starvation.
Who is this Adam Johnson? He used my word, chat. I'm so happy. Look, if I was Bad Empanada, I'd do a whole video titled Plagiarism, and I'd do this whole thing about how Adam Johnson stole this idea from a small streamer and blah, 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 blah. I don't fucking care. I want people to say vote scold. I don't think that this guy like directly lifted it. I don't think he's like watching my stream for a long time and like, yeah, vote scold. Let me crib notes from her. Like, even if he did, I wouldn't care. I love that more people are saying vote scolding, right? I love that more people are saying vote scolding. Wait, did Hassan say it or did he say it? Let me just find it here. Adam Johnson, fuck. Adam Johnson. Johnson's. I don't know why I typed in Johnson. Adam Dietrich? No, Adam fucking Johnson. Adam Johnson. No result for fucking fuck. Why is there an extra? John Stun, fuck. John Stun. No, just Stun. Oh my god, there's probably a million Adam Johnstons out there. Is this no Johnson? Fuck. Wait, it says Johnson. What the fuck? Is this him? Alex, okay, it's not on his thread, it's somebody else. Fuck. Jeffries. Where did the vote scolding come from? God damn it. Let me just type it in as a search by itself. Vote scolding. Okay, Lycus is using it. Lycus has watched the stream before, though, so that's not surprising. People are using it. I am happy. I think I came up with this, but okay, here it is. Here it is. There it is. Wait, Rascal. Wait, where's the vote scolding? Chat, I am like way too hot. Not my, I can't use my brain because my brain doesn't work right now. I don't know. I started the stream too soon or something. Like you're wondering why I'm always late to stream. This is it. I'm gonna do a whole bunch of stuff for myself just to be able to use my brain. And sometimes it doesn't even work because I'm too hot. I think we just need to hard I think we need to hard turn into Professor Dave Explains. I'm pissed off though. I gotta say, I'm pissed off. I don't understand what's going on. I don't understand how that clip happened, right? There's something weird going on. Brian Griffin. Okay? Pepe fucking Sylvia, chat. I need a goddamn like a corkboard with pins, with thumbtacks and yarn and all the rest. I need all that shit. I need all the conspiracy stuff because I don't know what the fuck is going on with, yeah, red string, exactly. I don't know what's going on with Ryan Griffin. I do know though what's going on with this is that I don't have the numbers, chat. I'm a numbers gal and I don't have my numbers. Where are my numbers at? That, you know, if somehow the stream could start with me like leisurely watching stream, eating, stuffing my mouth with things that are cold and things that that make me like cool down, right? Then I would be fine. But that's not how shit works. I got to start off talking and all this shit and explaining things. We got 2 hours and 45 minutes left here. All right, chat. You could say that's partly my problem, but I blame Brian Griffin, okay? I maintain this is all Brian Griffin's fault, right? Do you want to fix it? That number right there, right? It's at 78 out of 100. If we get to 100, I'll add another hour. If we get to 200, I'm going to add 2 hours. How does this number go up? It's super chat, super stickers, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership. If you support me on $ no comment check Cash App, or if you support me on Patreon, which I'm going to read in just a second, that makes the number go up too, as it does if you support on Twitch. And you know, Twitch subscribers are fully now just like you are a fraction of the YouTube membership. So I don't know, get on that maybe. But we got to get to the numbies. We got to get to something, chat. I got to get to let me just pound water. I was just telling people drink water, just start with water. Don't get fancy. Don't drink some kind of drink that is like more gel than it is liquid, that contains like all kinds of basil seeds that you don't even understand. Brian Griffin. I'm just really, really, really uncomfortable today, and I was hoping that my brain would start working. I was hoping we could kind of play around with this Brian Griffin shit. Max Nordau. Who is Brian Griffin? Who is Max Nordau? I don't fucking know, chat. I don't have any satisfactory answers, and it really bugs me, and I usually like to, like, yeah, Max Nordau. Max fucking Nordau.
At Stop This, Super chatted $22 because everyone deserves another hour.
I feel like me and Brian Griffin are responsible for this somehow. Wait, have I shown you yet? Have I effectively shown you Max Nordau? This guy. This is him, okay? We don't know who he is yet. Nobody can tell me shit about this guy. Nobody knows who this guy is, right? Hassan like says a couple of mysterious things. There's still like a lot of I still don't. Is that him? I don't know if he's reposting somebody else's. Is this Brian Griffin?
I'm sorry, what?
I didn't think I needed to say this, but judging by what I've seen, I guess I do. I stand with Miss Rachel and her stance of children deserve to live, no matter what the color of their skin is or where they come from. Mr. Rogers told us to look for helpers. Miss Rachel is a helper.
Great take. You know that's not the issue most of us have with Miss Rachel, right? Like, don't get me wrong, if you're watching this video and that is actually your problem with Miss Rachel, feel free to skip this video, unfollow me, and get help. But for most of us sane people, the problem with Miss Rachel lies...
You're not sane. You're not sane. She's saying stop kill people. You should stop killing people.
More in things like platforming a guy who celebrated October 7th as it was happening. And with Miss Rachel, it's not just platforming, but introducing him to our children. Try to put yourself...
I'm sorry, platforming a guy?
Miss Rachel, it's not just platforming, but introducing him to our children. Try to put yourself...
I keep on saying, chat, if there was a breakout from a Bantustan in South Africa, like, right? And the people that broke out ended up doing some violent things to some Afrikaner settler colonialists, I don't think there'd be any confusion. I don't think you'd have people saying, ooh, I don't know about that. Oh, are we celebrating this now? I'm not sure. We all know you shouldn't be celebrating. You can't be celebrating. How about stop the fucking apartheid, shitheads? God damn. Is this Brian Griffin? Like, how come people post like this? Like, you should post like, this is me, or this is not me, this is this other guy. Instagram reel. I don't have Instagram, so I'm not even gonna follow that rabbit hole right now. What is this? Where did he get this? What is this doing? What is this? This is some kind of AI slop. I just want to know who the fuck this guy is. Who are you, motherfucker? I am now convinced that you are not Brian Griffin. But who actually are you? Other than being, like, you know what this is? It's impossible because I'm just trying to figure out Republican, Democrat, what the fuck are you? Right? There's a lot of people that hate Hassan right now. And when you run into their content, when they're only posting about Hassan, it's impossible to see, are you a fucking liberal Zionist? Or are you a straight up chud Zionist, right? I don't know. Huh. Anyway, we got a few people boosting the thread. We're up to 9 now. Make sure to like the stream, chat, even though you shouldn't like the stream because it sucks right now. Because I am fully crashing out on the known and the unknowable and the unknown and all that shit. I probably just need to get this coffee in my stomach, right? But as I'm drinking it, I'm realizing that if it's not hydrated enough to actually blend in the blender without me dumping in a bunch of water, then it's probably not hydrating me. I probably need to hydrate, right? Because we're at 100. I am not doing great. I'm not sure either that the chat isn't as interested as I am in Brian Griffin, but I just like mysteries like this, chat. I can't let them go. I'm gonna fully become a conspiracy theorist. I'm gonna start like connecting Brian Griffin to the like devs that wrote Persona 2, and somehow like, you know, he is like Brian Griffin is from the Family Guy. Thank you, Vizanon. Mystery solved. I think we're all okay now. Well, look, Twitch likes my stream. I'm not sure if YouTube is quiet right now. Even though, look at that, you're dominating. You should be happy. You should be proud. But you're not. Twitch is the one that's posting. Consume. Yeah, we need to do that. We're up to 100. We are up to 100, which means I need to do something, all right? Sub, add, time, 1 hour. Boom. We got an extra hour. But yeah, mystery solved. Brian Griffin is the dog from the Family Guy. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna believe this with my full heart. Just like a Christian who's pretty sure that nobody walks on water, that there's no talking snakes, just like a Christian will say, I put my full faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, and I count on him to be my redeemer, that when I die, I shall not pass away from existence, but shall rather live forever in heaven. That's what I'm going to be like. But with Brian Griffin, it's just the dog from the Family Guy. It's not that complicated. That's all there is to it. That's my article of faith. Brian Griffin is a dog from the Family Guy, chat. And Destiny is a sex pest. And that's what this stream is about, not fucking Brian Griffin. I don't think I can find it, chat, or if I can find it, I'm not going to be able to do it today. But yeah, I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed mentally. I've got too much shit on my mind right now. And it is time to get into what we're doing. So like I said, stop. A great time to have, sorry, I freak out whenever it's choppy. Right there. It's choppy. It got choppy. It got choppy. That was choppy. Yeah, is it Ethan Klein? No, I think it's just Brian Griffin. I think it's just, was the coffee too strong? I didn't even drink the coffee yet. Like the coffee's like half, like I drank a third of the coffee. I only drank a third of the coffee. All right. So yeah, in addition to, you know, the things that make the stream last longer, why do you want the stream to last longer? You want it to last longer for bonus content. What bonus content? The bonus content that 63 of you have already voted on while I was blabbing about Brian Griffin, while I was literally crashing out, literally Pepe Silvaing all over the place, when it's really just Pennsylvania. That's all it is. Pennsylvania, not Pepe Sylvia, Pennsylvania, not Brian Griffith from Berserk, not you know, secret Mossad agent sent to take down Hassan. No, this is just the dog from Family Guy. That's all it is. That's all there is to it, right? We got 4 items for you to peruse, submitted for your approval here today. How Ground News Lies to You is the first item on the docket. You all know Ground News. A lot of people do sponsorships of Ground News. But did you know that Ground News is actually lying to you? We've got a video about this from, oh my God, I can't remember his name. Anybody remember the name of the thing? Anybody remember the name of the YouTube channel that does this? Anyway, a YouTube channel put out this video explaining how and why Ground News lies to you, and that is in first place right now with 63 votes in the tank so far. Second place, we got Stale 2000, Dogtober 7th, Rabbit Hole. Right, if you want more rabbit holes, which I'm sure is very good for my mental health, right, to go down more rabbit holes, you can vote for that. That's in second place right now. Third place, we've got Spider-Man beats a Jan 6er's ass. We're talking about Jake Lang here. Jake Lang is the Jan 6er. He's also a Nazi and a wannabe provocateur. I don't even know what kind of person to compare him to. I don't know if there is a person I can compare Jake Lang to, but he's a Nazi. He tries to get attention, and this time he just got it. He went to Minnesota and he got his ass beat by Spider-Man. So we got the Spider-Man beating the Jan 6ers ass story. That's in third place. Tied for third place is Hakeem Jeffries' secret meeting with Jared Kushner. I don't entirely understand what this is about. So this is going to be more rabbit holes for me to go down. Anyway, you vote for one of those rabbit holes. I will go down that rabbit hole at the end of the stream, right? If we have 100 in the tank, that means we do one bonus content. If we have 200, then we do two bonus contents, and we have extra time to do those too, right? I mentioned earlier my Patreon. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a shout out at the beginning and end of every stream. And since we are now in the nowhere near the beginning of the stream, it's a great time to shout those out. So let's do that now. Shouts out go to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel Siverud. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Steven Sayer. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to L. Shouts out to Choky. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. And shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerex. All right. So yeah, like I said, the voting goes on youtube.com/nocommentchick, right? Feel free to vote, even if you have not voted, even if you're watching me on Twitch. You can go over, you can open a tab or do whatever you need to do, open another device to go over to youtube.com/nocommentchick. You'll click on the live stream. You'll click on the click on the chat, and then in the very bottom of the chat, you'll see a little bar. Click on that, and the poll should open up for you. You can vote on any of these items that you want. Vote for the one that appeals to you, that sparks joy in you. And the other thing you can do is, if you do support the stream monetarily through any of those means that I mentioned earlier, whether it be super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Cash App, $no-comment-check Cash App, or if you support me on Patreon or on Twitch, you can let me know in the comments or where, in the super chat, wherever you want to let me know which of these topics appeals to you. I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is. I will be happy to apply your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. Now, if that doesn't sound fair, hey, wait a minute, donors get extra votes? I thought it was one person, one vote, not $1, one vote. Well, you can put your lot in, throw your lot in with Vox Populi, right? Because that's the voice of the people. And if you want to be the voice of the people, then when you donate, you say Vox Populi. And what that does is it makes it harder for people to put their thumb on the scale. They put their thumb on the scale, and it's like less weight, right? If you say Vox Populi. So you're voting against other people changing the results of the poll. So at the end of the stream, at the end of the regular content, I will take a look at the poll, see where we're at, see what's cracking, and cover the thing that's in first place with a combination of the votes, right? Which you should get in. If you have not already, make sure to like the stream while you vote too, because I don't bully you nearly enough to like the stream. Apparently, I got to bully you even more. So get bullied. Get bullied. Like the stream. But anyway, you can... at the end of the stream, I'm gonna go in order of whatever's in first place. Combine donos, combine with the vote, with the percentage, and we'll decide what's first, what's second, etc., etc. Like, I'll do as much bonus content as I have time to. But yeah, in general, if we get to 100, I'll do one bonus content. If we get to 200, I'll do two bonus contents. I think that's about where we want to leave it, chat. I don't think I feel like I've explained everything. If I think of something else, I'll bring it up later. Hopefully I'm gonna feel better, because I feel like shit right now. That is why the stream is so weird, and that's why I'm having incredible trouble focusing on this. But yeah, I think we can actually get to where we're going. I just need one more thing. Oh, is this the Hunter Biden clip? Let's do the Hunter Biden clip. Thank you, Direful, for sending this to me. Anything to distract me from Pepe Sylvia and Brian Griffin would be just dandy. So That's dandy too. Let me put this in here, and then we can take a look at one more thing before we start the Destiny Professor Dave thing.
I turn on these shows, and it's like a circular firing squad because they end up talking about Hassan.
What's going on? What's going on?
45 minutes. You know what Hassan Piker did? Hassan Piker is a live stream guy that has been doing it for I don't know how many years, and he has thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of him just feeling shit into a microphone. By the way, but at the same time, you know what Hassan Piker's done? He has created a little bit of a movement of a group of people that are absolutely opposed to the fascism of Donald Trump. And you know what? I want to tap into that. I don't want to opt out of it. I want to figure out with Hassan Piker whether or not we can find common ground and fight against the same enemy. Instead, what these guys are doing is he's a virulent anti-Semite and everybody's this, that, and the other thing. And it's just like, and he said this about 9/11 and he said that. It's like, my God.
I mean, yeah, I'm not sure if this is the most, this is the best endorsement that you could get, but a little bit of a confused presentation, right? Why is it important that he's been doing this live stream forever? It means that there's like an infinity of video. And out of this infinity of video, just like permutations, just like monkeys typing in a room, in a pocket dimension, right? Would theoretically eventually reproduce the entire works of Shakespeare, right? You can mix and match Hassan clips and get, or cut from any specific place and give the impression of whatever you want to portray him as. You want to portray him as being against anti-Semitism. There's plenty of that, but you want to portray him as being for anti-Semitism. You could probably selectively clip that as well, and that's what we've seen over the last 2 days. That's the real answer of who is Brian Griffin, right? One more thing I need to grab. Luckily, I think I have it right here. Oh my God. Wait, where? I literally just posted this. There it is.
Like toddlers that I go full Hulk. This wasn't even that.
Nope. Wrong. The fuck? Do I not have time in this? Oh my God. Oh my God. This is so annoying. I'm gonna have to find the time. I don't know what just happened. So yeah, we're gonna kind of watch this in order. Like I said, the very end of this video, the last 30 minutes or so, is essentially the best. There we go. Wait, what just happened? There we go.
Tantrum. Who will ever take this guy seriously again? So instead, it charges headfirst into the on more events with him, as we were discussing a bit before I released my Destiny video. Now he's just gonna go back into the dustbin of obscurity after everyone sees what a fraud he really is. Someone who platforms sexual predators and genocide deniers and slanders those who stand against that. Finally, getting back to Destiny.
Here we go. Yeah, that's the timestamp I tried to make. I don't know what the fuck I actually did. That's crazy. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about it. Shit doesn't work. I don't know why.
It's easy to see the big picture regarding what he has become. Deep-throating Israel goes right along with his deep-throating establishment Democrats. Chuck Schumer and the like, the absolute shittiest Democrats who are virtually indistinguishable from Republicans. The ones who are in the pocket of the oligarchy and willingly fund genocide just like all Republicans. That's who he represents. Establishment Democrats refuse to condemn Israel's genocide, and Destiny does that too. That's why his loser cult shames anyone who votes third party, and it's why they attack legitimate progressives like democratic socialists such as Hassan Piker, who are devoted to real change and actually addressing wealth inequality. Destiny's job is to shame progressives into being less progressive to protect the establishment. Anyone trying to pressure the party into shifting leftwards from their current right-of-center position must be demonized. He's defending a sinking ship, and he's gonna go down with it. And if you don't believe me, check this out.
Well, I do think that you should have said yesterday when Pisco moved it on you, JD Vance or AOC. I think that that's a pretty easy answer.
The thing is I don't actually know that. Like, in a vacuum with no political influence, I don't know what JD Vance's political opinions are. Like, the guy was a more moderate Republican type person, but the problem is JD Vance, like AOC, seems to have no capacity to deal with his own side, right? And that he's fully bought on to co-signing whatever crazy dick sucking shit Trump needs. So I mean, like, it's not like I would trust, even if Vance was more moderate, I don't know if I would trust him to govern more moderately if there were extremist voices in his camp. I also don't know how much he is actually like a crazy fucking crypto loony fuck after getting brainwashed and mind fucked by Peter Thiel and everything.
Do you know who he is? What do you mean brainwashed and mind fucked by Peter Thiel? Peter Thiel created JD Vance, okay? Go look at Naria Capital and where they got all their money.
That's right. AOC, an actual progressive who is genuinely fighting for policy that will benefit the citizenry over the oligarchy, versus JD Vance, Trump's sidekick and Peter Thiel puppet, who is essentially an empty vessel for the oligarchy. Destiny just can't seem to make up his mind between them. Democracy versus fascism. It's a toss-up for him. Can you wrap your head around that? What more do you need to hear to understand what this douchebag is? Oh, and politics aside, there's another reason why Destiny hates Hassan specifically. It's because he wants to fuck Hassan and he was rejected. Check out this clip.
Anybody doing a double take? Anybody's head just explode? What? Where did this come from? What? Just like, Dave just throws us for a loop, right? This is like you're in somebody's car and they're driving super fast, and you're like, okay, I'm not used to, like this, they're speeding clearly, but I mean, this is a sports car. Hopefully this person knows how to drive. Hopefully they know what they're doing. And then all of a sudden they do the thing where they pump the brake and they go whoosh. You know what I'm talking about? The thing where you just like instantly your car like kind of spins, right? The back end goes like that. Like that's what Dave just threw us for. That's what Destiny is gay. Destiny is bisexual, for the record, right? Yeah, this is something I came across, was pretty surprised by. More people are talking about this now. This is a very old clip. This is when Destiny and Hassan were friends. And who is the other person, chat? The other person's somebody of note too. Yeah, he Tokyo drifted a little. Yeah, is that the word for it, Mylan? I don't know cars. I'm not a fast car driver, so I don't know how to drive a motorcycle. I don't know how to drive a sports car. But yeah, this is where we're at now. We are about to get, well, this is Anthony Milonakis. Who is Anthony? Oh, sorry, Andy Milonakis. Who is that? I feel like I should know this name. I drive fast, but drifting is kind of crazy. Is that what that's called? Pump the brakes and then you just kind of turn the wheel really quickly and it makes your car go. It takes the back end of your car basically slides more than the front end of your car, which causes the car to turn almost fully around, right? That's drifting. Okay, so that's what people are Tokyo drift. That's what that was about. Okay, I got it now. Chat, you taught me something. Okay, I'm less stupid thanks to you. Thank you so much, chat. I love being less stupid. I love being understand. Like this. You see what happens to me though when I don't understand something, right? I can't just like I find out I'm ignorant about something. I can't just like let it go. I'm just like, who is Brian Griffin?
from a few years ago. It's Destiny and Hassan back when they were more amicable, plus Andy Milonakis for some reason. Watch how Destiny just blatantly gropes Hassan over and over again in a way that would get him immediately canceled if Hassan were a woman.
I touch a lot when I'm drunk.
I see that.
I'm so sorry. Okay, go ahead.
It's booby time, isn't it?
Can it be?
No.
Okay. Okay, just don't you hate me for these?
Chat, Brian Griffin is unironically my own personal Dr. Egon Chalakian.
I'm a serious food addict, dude.
I know, but like your muscles have to rebuild. After you work out, you need protein. You understand?
Okay, that's the part right there. That's the part right there. Why is Destiny talking about protein? Why is Destiny fondling Hassan and telling him like, oh yeah, you work out a lot. You're a big guy. You know what you need after that workout? You need some protein. Would you like some protein, Hassan? I happen to have some right here, Hassan. Would you like to try my protein? What's in that glass? What's in that glass, chat? Did you see the one that's next to Destiny? What is that? It looks like a slightly translucent, although mostly opaque fluid that is white but not exactly white. Why does that look like a cup of jizz? Is Destiny trying to offer Hassan his own personal protein? Protein from his own personal supply? What's going on? 90 calories per spurt. Yeah, that's the thing, is there's not actually as much of protein in it as people think. Otherwise, I'd be... Never mind. Whoa. Otherwise, I'd be jacked.
I'm sure you do. Yeah, did you want to see our Reddit list? Why do you think you could just sign on to our internet? We're using it right now.
Get off of him. God damn. Look, I'm joking around about this, but yeah, no, Dave is right. Dave is right? Most people, most people, if this was a woman that Destiny was doing this to, would react, would say, this is not okay. This guy's not okay. Get this guy off of her, right? Most people would say that. I think a lot of people even recognize this as sexual harassment when it's two guys, right? Even with the plausible deniability that Destiny has. Maybe are they drinking? Maybe that's this is completely, being drunk does not make it not SA. Good point. Right. But for some reason, I guess when this happened, nobody was like, hey, that's really not okay. Like you gotta not do that. Gentle kick in the groin. That's what he needs. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not advocating violence here, chat, but nobody should have to put up with sexual harassment. Sexual assault. He's all over Hassan, right? And my theory about this is that Destiny's used to getting his way from people that are counting on him for his internet clout. And at this point, that was Hassan as well, right? This is a much smaller, Hassan, is a much smaller streamer at this point. Anybody can date, can we date this? Oh my gosh, I would love it. The one thing that Professor Dave doesn't have here is dates. If he put a date on here, I'd be so happy to know exactly when this happened. But I'm suspecting it is I can remember Hassan being 100 viewer Andy on Twitch. It looks like around that time. I'm not sure though. Either way, 2018 to 2019. Yeah, Hassan was incredibly small. So yeah, this is somebody that just, there is a power freaking differential here. There is a massive difference in power, and yeah, Destiny in this case is kind of like the he's the gatekeeper to to the views on Twitch for Hassan right now, and I feel like he's holding that over his head, right? Whereas he might not be able to, Hassan might push him away if it was just two dudes talking. Hassan is not. Is that Andy Milonakis? It is. I don't know who Andy. Chat. At this point, is Andy Milonakis another name for Brian Griffin? Is it Dr. Egon Chalakian? I don't know Andy Milonakis from Adam. All right, can somebody just describe who the fuck he is?
I wash my hands with soap. Does it smell like soap?
I don't want to smell it.
Your boobs aren't gonna grow if you don't. You distribute the trash can.
Okay, so Andy is an OG internet comedian who had a show in the mid 2000s.
I'm so sorry.
So maybe more popular than both of them. Used to have a show on MTV. It's a pizza restaurant Hassan worked in before he was anywhere. Oh, it is? Oh, okay. Andy Milonakis would never act. Oh my God. Well, at least chat is active. I hate seeing this. Yeah, I do too. It's like the worst thing about it is that like Hassan does seem legitimately uncomfortable, and he also seems like he can't. He feels like he can't really say anything about this, right? Andy Milonakis would never act like that. He was swag for days. Oh yeah, like Andy Milonakis isn't doing anything wrong here. I just don't know, and I just don't know who he is. He's got bees in his head. Call him a bee. Wait, what is the deal with bees? I feel like I have bees in my head right now. Something in my buzzing around in my head that's not great. No, I don't know. It's one of these days when I have not completely woken up. Although I did finish the coffee. Wait a minute. Do I have more coffee? Is there more coffee? Can I have more coffee? Oh, there's more coffee. Look at that, chat. Look, isn't that lovely? It looks exactly like you know, what your toilet would look like after having eaten some fresh fruits and vegetables that I was about to recommend to you Americans, without thinking that, yes, the fresh fruits and vegetables will cause you to have to deal with this. This will be your butt, chat, when you've you know, eaten all your fresh fruits and vegetables. You know, get those blueberries, that lettuce, some cabbage, just, you know, all kinds of raw vegetables. Don't cook any of it. Just fully tank the parasite. Fully tank the parasite, right? He was like 25, but looked like he was 10. Oh, he's got the disease that Gary Coleman has. SA victimization, those reactions are totally understandable. And the thing is, in a group of guys, like generally, like, you know, anybody that, like, I mean, I don't know. Like the only thing Hassan could possibly do is be like, pause, right? He could go homophobic, right? According to the bro code, right? You're not allowed to, you know, you're not allowed to object to objectification. You're not allowed to object to, you know, being SA'd. Guys are not supposed to be SA'd. All you can do maybe is say, hey, bro, that seems a little sus. You could go homophobic. But obviously Hassan's not homophobic, so that route is cut off to him as well.
Too much, push my hand away, okay? I don't want to assault you. Okay. I'm gonna touch you when I'm drunk. I know, dude. All right, stop.
Straight up said stop, and he's still touching him.
Okay, stop. Acts like he's a sociopath, so when he's drunk, all of these emotions that he's hiding inside of him to make it seem like he's this cool.
It does feel like Dave might have not. I don't think this is the clip that was floating around on Twitter a few weeks ago. I think this does seem like Dave got hold of the original live stream, chat. And so I ask you, is the original live stream available? I don't want to assault you after assaulting him for like 10 minutes. Yeah, exactly, Direful.
Stop rubbing me, dude. Call the battery out. Hey, guys. 1%. Okay. Just, I fell on you for a second. I'm so sorry. Stop, dude. You're pectoral. Stop. We live in an international market. I know.
The only thing I can sort of relate to with this, and it's on a different level. Also, was Destiny like doing shrooms and stuff during this time too? It almost seems like he's on more than just alcohol. The only thing I can relate to with this is like I did, you know, when I was in college, and I did shrooms for like the first time. I don't know. I was just kind of walking around the campus, right? I was probably really weird. And one of my friends like found me, and I was like, yeah, you know, I tried shrooms, and she was like, all right, you're going to come with me. Right. And so she takes me to our friend's room. He's hanging out playing some kind of Age of Empires shit. So one of those games, right? One of those building games. And she just is like, hey, sit your ass down on this Papadon chair. This will probably be really cool for you. So they had a Papadon chair. You know what I'm talking about? It's like a kind of like a bowl with a cushion. Like is it rattan, or I think it's rattan, not bamboo. But you know, it's the chair is kind of bowl shaped. It's like a dish almost, and then it's got a cushion in it, so it is really comfortable, really nice. But the only thing is, you know, when you're in it, you're kind of like this, and you can't really see any. You know, you're looking up at the ceiling, And so I kept on putting my, like, I was, you know, I was blasted. I was out of this world, right? I kept on putting my foot up on what I thought was a footrest, right? And it kept falling off. And I was like, I want to put my foot up, like, foot falls off. Put the foot up, foot falls off, right? Over and over and over and over again. And I finally look up and I realize I'm not putting my foot on a footrest. I am putting my foot on my friend's leg. And he keeps on, you know, he's being nice. He realizes the state I'm in, right? And so he just keeps on brushing it off, and I put it back up, and he brushes it off, and I put it back up, and he brushes it back off. So that's the only thing I could, like, I felt legitimately bad after that, though, because, like, I realized, you know, putting your leg up on somebody, you know, that's not. It kind of, yeah, it was just like, but I was so, I mean, this was my good friend, right? So he understood I was not trying to, I was not pulling a Destiny on him. That's the closest, but yeah, I was properly embarrassed by that. I legitimately did not realize that I was making him uncomfortable. And so, you know, I apologized profusely after coming down, but yeah, like I think I just didn't want him to think that I was just like insisting on using him as a leg rest, as a footrest.
We're gonna live here in America. We're gonna go over here to China. Okay. Well, China's like, is that where they're going? We're gonna visit Europe. They're gonna go. Right, dude. You don't have to like literally stand on.
Oh God, I didn't even notice there's fucking music going on in the background.
Okay, stop.
Fuck me, what a lecherous creep, right? He clearly has been reeling from this rejection ever since, given that he made actual death threats against his son.
But yeah, what I'm trying to illustrate here is that Destiny, you know, he's not out of his mind. He doesn't not realize what he's doing. There's not actually an excuse for him there, right? He doesn't have the pop it on, you know, as an excuse. He knows what he's doing. He sees Hassan saying, no, stop it, right? And he's still doing it anyway. And the reason I think he's doing it, chat, is that, like, just like Trump said, when you're rich, they let you do it. When you're powerful, when you have clout, when they are hoping to be a big Twitch streamer, you're the ones holding the keys for them, right? Destiny absolutely used every bit of his clout, every bit of his power. This is not, like, I don't know if, you know, how serious he was about, like, you know, I mean, Dave is saying he tried to fuck us on. I don't know if it was his intentions, right? But regardless of if you're not allowed to fucking grope somebody. I whispered to you an uncut 15 minutes of the groping. Oh God, we'll see if we go back. I'll look at that, Ash Bradford. We'll see if we got time. I don't know if people can take it though. It's a lot to just watch, like, straight up. And it's a fucked up thing too, because if you know, right? When somebody thinks they have power over you, the way that they treat you is unfucking believable. And that's what I think we're seeing there from Destiny. That's what this looks like from Destiny, right? Is that he's used to doing this. They let him do it. He's gotten away with it, right? It's never been a problem before. And if somebody were to say, hey, I was touched in a way that I wasn't comfortable with by Destiny, right? You know, then Destiny would come out with some fucking bullshit of, like, you know, actually this person is, you know how it goes, right, chat? When Destiny loses in drama, he makes something up, right? And that's all he's got to do is shift the attention to the person making the accusations. And he's done this shit a million times, not just for himself, also for Chud Logic, right? You remember when he got Chud Logic out of that, sexting a 17-year-old, and everybody's kind of grossed out by it. And Destiny comes along and says, oh, this is just a cancellation campaign. I can't believe they would do that. Oh, look at this. Chud Logic, she didn't say she was underage. Yeah, when you ask somebody if they're of age and they don't answer right away, that's a pretty good clue that they are probably underage, and you should not proceed. You fucked up if you're chatting in a, like, inappropriate, flirty manner with somebody, and then you're like, oh, by the way, you are of age, right? You usually just want to make sure here, and they don't immediately, if they're a little slow at answering that question, you gotta stop. You should have recognized that already, right? That shows that there's red flags that you've already ignored. And yeah, so anyway, that's what this guy did, like, ever since I've been on the platform. Like, anytime a guy gets accusations, especially of this nature, against him, Destiny is there to defend him, whether it's Prime Kai or Chud Logic or who the fuck ever. And Prime Kai was a friend of mine, right? It sucked to see that happen. But when I looked at what this employee of his, had to deal with, I was like, this is not okay, right? Like maybe you're socially unaware to the point where you don't understand that you have power over this person and that they're not welcoming your advances. But Jesus Christ, that you can't be a boss then, right? If you can't recognize those signs. Anyway, Destiny was just always defending this guy, and he'd usually do it by attacking whoever the accuser was, right? Find one pixel out of place, and you've got Pixelgate, chat. It's crazy. That's crazy. And I always suspected there's got to be a reason he's doing this, right? Like beyond just like, I don't know, bros before hoes, camaraderie, misogyny, right? They're beyond just that. There's got to be a reason that he's doing it. I always kind of suspected it's like, what is in this guy's closet? What is going on with this guy? Like it felt like he is somehow seeing himself in these accused men. So, and that's where we get the whole rape review thing that Chud Logic and Diorio used to do. That culturally, within the Cheshire Cat with the 2 community subs. Thank you so much. Travakal and Milan Australia fan. You just got jellyfished. And that is a good thing. What's up, Vance? Good to see you. Destiny can't. I'm sorry. Chat, I'm back. My brain was fucking busted for a second there. I don't know if I just needed coffee. That does seem to have, or if I just needed like something in my stomach. I was just like, haven't really eaten much this morning, but I do feel better now. Thank you for putting up with my nonsense and my obsession and the way that it's ADHD. It's kind of an obsessive thing about like when I don't understand something, I am highly motivated to find it out, and I have way more patience than most people do to just kind of go through things to try to figure something out, and that makes sometimes for less than optimal content, and I apologize for that less than optimal content. We always try to present you with greater than optimal content, with more than optimal content, with something that's better than what you get elsewhere. So again, apologies for that. I do feel way like 100% better, or not 100%. Let's say what do I feel? I feel 60% better now, and that's a good thing. And also making sure that this ticker here is accurate. That's also a good thing. Why is it a good thing? Because we're gonna need those extra hours today, since I fucked around. I floundered, chat. I feel like I floundered. I don't want to flounder in front of you. It's embarrassing. And I know I can do better. I don't know. Okay, I feel a little bit of a need to make sure the content is fresh, the content is good, and the content is not hanging up on some unknowable mystery like the nature of Brian Griffin and his relationship to the greater universe. Destiny can't stand Hassan now that Hassan's arch enemy is Fox News. Bunnell has been relegated to BT. They're coming up with all kinds of cope. I saw something with Jen Saltman yesterday saying that, yeah, sure, how do I deal with Hassan Piker being famous now? Well, listen, Hassan Piker's not exactly famous. He's famous in the way that Harvey Weinstein is famous. Like he's notorious. He's infamous, right? And it does feel like cope. Bunnell has been relegated to a B tier nemesis. True. And it's driving. Yeah. And Destiny's been talking about Hassan this whole time, and Hassan has not paid attention for shit. That drives me crazy. You do it too? You get obsessed with stuff? Yeah. Dig to the bottom on everything, and no, you aren't floundering. Okay, as long as it's enjoyable, right? That's a big thing. And also, yeah, RIP to Dolly. I wish I had my guitar so I could play some Dolly Parton songs, because I don't know. I'm not a country music fan. I'm not like a super Dolly Parton fan either. But as a kid, some of those songs found me, and I really enjoyed. For some reason, chat, when I would play with, I remember my parents gave us these little is it micro machines or something, these little cars to play with, and mine, I would always be this is Dolly Parton, in my head canon when we played with cars, and as kids you go that kind of stuff, right? In my headcanon, Dolly Parton was driving the car that I had. I don't remember why. But in my mind, it was Dolly Parton, and she's got gloves, and she's got a helmet, she's got a scarf, she's full on racing. We can't see the timer. That's true. Let's put that timer back on.
Just because Hassan pointed out that his son sounds like a neo-Nazi. That really justifies murdering someone, Steven? Really? This is not isolated either. Here's Hassan talking about all the doxing and other weird shit from Destiny.
It's perfectly okay to ban this harassing doxer from your events. I've seen people posting the logs of him asking Dan to create a stalking app to harass Hassan during his IRLs. I wanted to include the context of what he was last talking about 2 to 3 hours before asking him to do that. How fucking base would it be if Hassan actually got... It was an Honor Fed posting. How fucking base would it be if Hassan actually got? Just a heads up, I'm going to be doing some mass harassment campaigns on every single journalist who gives this guy, he's talking about me, free interviews from now on. Someone is going to die soon in this space, I'm pretty sure. I don't know who, but there is nowhere to go on. Literally anything. Every single person is a pedophile child molester. Every issue is about infinite genociding Palestinians. Every single person is so fake and virtue signally. There's literally nowhere else to go at this point. I'm not sure who, but I think it will happen soon. Like, the tankies like Hassan can do all the sex pest memes, propaganda memes, lib left are all, oh no, I can't touch that. That's too dramatic. And I need to be self-critical of other libs. It's actually so far beyond fucking cucked. It's all over. Waiting for the Civil War reset or something. I mean, this is a guy who writes school shooter manifestos on a daily basis, pretty much, about me and
I mean, how sick would it be if the Civil War happened and Destiny got
around me? And then there are so many people who are just like oblivious. There's so many people who are oblivious. 7 years of defamation, mass harassment, direct cyber stalking. It's just insane. Most people don't know who he is, but the ones who do know who he is find him to be a despicable little rat. And that makes sense. I mean, here he is in Israel, surrounded by his fans.
He wants Hassan to be his slave. It was the point of that weirdness. Look, some people might find that comment as being like over dramatic, or I don't know what, right? But if you know, you know. If you understand, you understand. And yes, that is kind of how orbiters function for Destiny. They are, you know, they make themselves free content for him, and they are subject to his whims. So yeah, I mean, as dramatic as the, you know, metaphor of slavery sounds, it's not actually as far off as you might think.
In the Israeli occupying force.
If I could find this picture, Chad, it's by, well, they're going to bring this guy up. Professor Dave's going to bring this guy up. It's by a content creator named Mr. Girl. This guy's a creep. Destiny created a career for him. The DGGers thought he was based for like, what, biting the bullet on pedophilia? Right? So yeah, but yeah, Mr. Girl, I think it was the partner of Mr. Girl, Mr. Girl's, who I'm not, this partner supposedly had they them pronouns when they got with Mr. Girl, and Mr. Girl made them convert back to she her pronouns. I don't know what their pronouns are now, so I'm just gonna say they them. But yeah, the partner of Mr. Girl drew some artwork that was Destiny with a whip sitting on a sled, right? And then all of the orbiters had ball gags in their mouth, and they're tied up like sled dogs, right? With the implication being that they are, you know, they are his slaves. They are you know, doing what he wants. They are taking him where he wants to go. He is in full control. And I don't think that, I mean, that's from somebody with a view from the inside, right? Since Mr. Girl was an orbiter, and his partner was kind of in there too. Yeah, it's fucked up. It's actually, it's the thing about all this shit, right? Is it feels like a Hunter S. Thompson line when he talks about, you know, when you take it so far that anybody like trying to report you would sound crazy, then, you know, it becomes its own defense. Hunter S. Thompson was talking about the way that he and his lawyer went, you know, were on this kind of drug-induced adventure in Las Vegas, and like treating the restaurant staff, the casino staff like all the workers they'd run into, they would treat them like shit. And like, you know, you'd think that like this would, you know, you would think that he'd get kicked out of the hotel. You would think he'd get kicked out of the restaurant. You would think that, you know, the cops would get interested. But at every turn, it's like what he's doing, what he and his lawyer are doing is so fucked up that if you tried to explain it, nobody would believe you. Right. So they keep on getting away with it over and over again. No one with the ability of to lower the hammer can actually do it.
Really? Yeah. Wait, shit, we should find me and we can chat after. I'm curious. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Have a good one. I'll see you around. You're next. Yeah. Thank you.
So yeah, no, he is actually legally stalking and harassing me. It has definitely gotten to that point. And not only that, but he's also openly admitted it on numerous occasions. So I think there's sufficient evidence to do so. I mean, if I had literally done a fraction of what Destiny has been saying about me, trying to identify where I'm at in real time, saying someone's got to do it, someone should kill this guy, Hassan has said enough that is like it's worthy of killing him, and also openly admitting to harassment of this sort. And on top of that, it's been 7 years and he's not let up, and his freak ass audience are constantly trying to, you know, intercept me in the real world at the direction of Destiny. You know, it is stalking. It is organized harassment. It is organized stalking and organized harassment.
This is Hassan's shit to deal with. I'm just showing everyone how completely deranged Destiny is. This toxic behavior is encouraged in his fans as well. When Destiny got banned from Twitch for hateful conduct, including using racial slurs, his fans brigaded as usual and made a big stink over anti-Semitism on the platform because Hassan exists. This resulted in all kinds of controversy for Twitch and sponsors pulling spots. Continuing with what a heinous piece of shit Destiny is, here's some more miscellanea.
I was so... You have no... Like, it's actually kind of scary, like, how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family.
I don't know why we're not getting audio. There's the audio. Welcome, Raider. Welcome, streamer. Welcome to both of you. We are having a strange and terrible experience here, going through what is actually a very good timeline, possibly the best timeline I've seen thus far of the misdeeds of Destiny, going all the way from, you know, him basically molesting Hassan back in the day when Hassan was in the unenviable position of being an orbiter of this guy. I was explaining kind of how this is like a common thing. Like he uses the power that he holds over other streamers when they're in their orbit, or like, you know, do you want to be relevant or not? Destiny can make you instantly relevant, and he knows it, and he's using that power, you know, against Hassan, to be able to just like literally grope his pack, like literally get on him, grope his pack, just like all this nasty stuff. And like a lot of people just like view that as like, hey, it's just two guys goofing around or something. No, I think Dave is right here. I think that Destiny was way into Hassan, and he was trying to use his power to you know, cajole a straight guy into bed. So yeah, all the way from that to obviously the you know, the leaks that have put Destiny in this position where he's got a court case against him now that's currently going on, a court case where he has admitted that the victim, you know, the plaintiff in the case did not want her NSFW images shared, and you know, he is sharing them anyway. Sounds like what he's going to try to hang his hat on is that he's going to claim he had a misunderstanding of the term private and thought that sharing these in a group chat with one or two other people was considered private still, right? That well, I didn't release these images into the public, so you know, I'm not the perpetrator here. He absolutely is. But yeah, welcome on in, Ogre Boy. Everybody, if you're not following Ogre Boy already, you should be able to do that by clicking on the little heart that comes up on the shout out. How was your stream, Ogre Boy, if you are still awake? Some people raid in right before they crash out and go to sleep, so it might be one of those situations. Either way, we don't have like mandatory follow to talk on, do we? I'm not seeing people from the stream chatting, but I don't know. Anyway, good to have you with us. We are right in the middle of Professor Dave explaining xpestiny. Why do we call him xpestiny? People call him xpestiny, people call him epstiny. There's all kinds of names for this guy, molestiny. People sometimes wonder, like, where does this come from? Are you all just making, you just don't like the streamer? You're making shit up about him? Nope. I wish I was making shit up about this guy. I wish that his fucking rap sheet was not so long and disgusting, but no, in fact, it actually is. In fact, it's probably worse than any of it. There's probably stuff we don't know about Destiny, if I'm going to be real. Let me just rewind this a little bit to get us to the start of this particular clip. Oh, God. This one's bad, chat. One in chat if you've seen this before. This is Destiny talking about he's talking about a kid, right? This is a kid that figured out how to DDoS. Destiny was one of the first streamers, and he was making a lot of money. I don't know if it was on Twitch or on... or if he was somehow streaming with his own server and stuff like that at this point. But little kid figures out how to effectively DDoS Destiny so that Destiny is having trouble getting on stream. And Destiny, well, you'll see what his solution to this conundrum was.
Over anti-Semitism on the platform because Hassan exists. This resulted in all kinds of controversy for Twitch and sponsors pulling spots. Continuing with what a heinous piece of shit Destiny is, here's some more miscellanea.
I was you have no, like, it's actually kind of scary, like, how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it, but I was making so much money on Twitch, and I don't know if Nathan was involved in yet, but for whatever reason, I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of. Oh my God!
How fucked up is Destiny here? Chat. I felt bad earlier, because I started stream before having drank my coffee and really had much for breakfast, so I was kind of like I was a little loopy, a little bit out of it. Just kind of having trouble doing basic stuff, and I was like, God damn it. I was feeling bad towards the chat, because again, I always try to give you good content here, and I know that when I'm not in the right mindset, that makes it harder to do, but I will never feel bad again, okay? Because look at streamer Destiny here. Look at how fucked up this guy is, telling us stories about, well, you'll see.
Oh my God, I was so close to this fucking address. I had fucking streets mapped out and fucking you have no fucking idea. That's when I first started getting an interest in, like, owning a weapon. I got a permit to own a gun and everything. Holy
Yes, Destiny is talking about how he almost killed a kid and his father. The context is that some kid was engaging in cyber attacks that harmed his income at the time, and apparently the police wouldn't do anything, so his solution was to murder him and his dad. But don't worry, he didn't do it. Not because murder is bad, but because he didn't want to jeopardize his own...
What? No, what just happened, chat? Was that just an extremely well-placed emote?
And apparently the police wouldn't do anything, so his solution was to murder him and his dad. But don't worry, he didn't...
Look, whoever posted that emote, it covered the I know perfectly, and it looked like it was in Professor Dave's it looked like it was part of the text.
Didn't do it, not because murder is bad, but because he didn't want to jeopardize his awesome life making so much money. What a great guy. And now for the meat of it. Remember that lawsuit I told you about last time but didn't go into many details? Destiny said, no way, he's lying. Pangburn said, oh my gosh, Dave could get sued for slandering Destiny. Nope, what I said was true, and here's a quick summary of that and more before diving into all the details.
How did he find his address? Look, this might be also an explanation for why dudes like Destiny do not take doxing that seriously, right? I get the feeling that anytime he's like curious about somebody, he'll do a workup, right? And try to find whatever he can. Sometimes, right, in certain situations, I think most recently, what was it? J Stalk and Queeman. He will. God, who else has he doxed? He doxed Sunday. He's doxed a lot of people, and when I say doxed, I don't just mean like, I'm not just talking about like, people that he might have looked up their info. I'm talking about people who he like goes like, yeah, that's the reason that J-Stalk would not debate him. From my understanding is that Destiny apparently had some kind of dox. I don't know if it's a real dox or a fake dox on J-Stalk, and he knew that that was going to be what that encounter would be, was going to be just Destiny repeating his personal identifying information.
Destiny was caught sending non-consensually recorded pornographic material to a 17-year-old and receiving pornographic material from her as well. This qualifies as CSAM, or child sexual abuse material. He also shared that CSAM with his friends in a private Discord in order to find the minor he was soliciting. He tried repeatedly to fly her out to be with him, despite making no attempt to confirm she wasn't underage. Next, he was sexting the wife of a groiper, which is like those Nick Fuentes types, and it involved age play molestation. Focused on her own children.
No, you all right? I just swallowed some. I like inhaled some water. I think I'm okay now, though. Direful, you asked earlier, did I know that Ethan talked to Hutch? Yeah, I do. And that would have been your content for tonight, except for the fact that I just couldn't find it, right? It took place on Hutch's stream. Hutch, I guess, privates his streams after he's done. Drink something. I mean, that's what got me into that trouble in the first place. I gotta like cough something up. Like a hairball, maybe. Petfuls, thanks for the resubscribe. You have been, that is 8 months for you. Hutch will be on, yeah, Hutch is going on in H3. All I've seen is this clip. Let me show you the clip really quick. All right, I think I've got the clip for you. I didn't show you in the beginning, but yeah, this might be content for tomorrow. We'll see. Ogre linked this in chat. Menti, if you could send that to a mod, that might be the best. But thank you. Is that the conversation maybe? Lies of D, yeah. How long is the conversation? Does anybody know? Because that kind of depends. Like that tells me whether, you know, that'll be like a full whether I do like a stream about it tomorrow or whether it goes in bonus content. Oh my god, I feel slightly better now. All right, we're at 118 now out of 200. I'm still too hot, and it's my own fault, chat. I mean, like, it's the time of year where I can usually get away with using the evaporation setting on my air conditioner, which is way cheaper than actually using the air conditioning. But the side effect is if it is actually legitimately too hot one of these days, you know, then it's not sufficient. That's where I'm at right now. I might, when I go on a break next, I might actually go and try to fix that, try to, you know, get the air conditioner cranked up.
Like, I'm not talking about Hassan on the show anymore. I'm trying to focus on making like a fun, entertaining show. I watch Hassan these days.
He's really gotten it kind of drilled into him. I don't know who did it, but he's gotten it drilled into him that like unlimited Hassan tint is not interesting to his chat. Which is funny because, like, it is the way in which Destiny's community tries to use him as a as like a fleshlight, right? Like that is the fleshlight they are trying to ride. They would like Ethan to do unlimited Hassan content, but yeah, it pisses off the old heads, I think, on H3.
Are clips of him, and he's just miserable. He's yelling at his audience. He's yelling at people on Twitter. He looks
stressed. He looks very stressed.
It's just not fun to watch, and it makes me realize when I was constantly talking about this shit, how miserable it can be to watch. And that's why I'm just focusing on making my show fun and enjoyable and not talking about Hassan at all.
I think maybe I'm scheduled to have another conversation with you on your show.
Yes. I don't know when is that on the calendar? I don't.
I think it's a week from today or a week from tomorrow.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
So we'll talk then. And I'll keep watching.
Cool, man. Thanks for calling in. Hope you guys are doing well.
Yep, same. All right, talk to you soon. Bye.
Did he just say what I think he said? Did he just tell Hutch that, like, listen, I was watching Hassan a whole bunch, but it's hard to watch Hassan these days. All he does is talk about the news shitting on him, and I remember what I was, you know, just obsessively talking about Hassan. I like you, Hutch, because you don't talk about... Hutch talks about Hassan a lot, too. I don't know.
Like, I'm not talking about Hassan on the show anymore. I'm trying to focus on making like a fun, entertaining show. I watch Hassan these days. Are clips of...
I'm gonna start sniffing like Ethan, Chad. I'm gonna start sniffing like just like Ethan. Like I'm trying to, you know, I drink some tea here and I did it too fast and it just went down the wrong hole and here we are.
His ex-girlfriend saw...
Okay, so let's just like take this in because this is some crazy shit. So one, he sent non-consensually recorded corn material to a minor, received corn material from her as well. Two, he shared C3 PETA. I'm saying it wrong. What am I supposed to say? P3DO? Yeah, he sent P3DO material on Discord in order to find the minor that he wanted. Oh God. Oh yeah, wait, this is when he did he have like Kiwi Farms dox this person? The person he was talking to? Is that what happened there?
Nope, what I said was true, and here's a quick summary of that and more before diving into all the details. Destiny was caught sending non-consensually recorded pornographic material to a 17-year-old and receiving pornographic material from her as well. This qualifies as CSAM, or child sexual abuse material. He also shared that CSAM with his...
So this is where I think Destiny gets creative in a really negative way. So you gotta find this tweet really quick. Destiny, what is his name? Omniliberal? God damn, I hate how Twitter serves you your own stuff, your own shit. I just need I need actual, there it is. This guy tweets a lot, so it might be hard to find, but... and just a reminder, the Omniliberal has blocked me. Yep. Not sure why, but... It seemed to be around the time that Hutch was... that I made a tweet about Hutch, so I guess he was mad at me for making fun of Hutch. I want to find the Professor Dave one. Wait, what is it again? Like, from... the Omniliberal, and then Dave. Okay, so this is what so you see what Dave is doing here? He's
I said was true, and he received to find Fuentes types and did. He tried repeatedly to fly her out to be with him, despite making no attempt to confirm she wasn't underage. Shared that material to a 17-year-old and receiving pornographic of that and more before diving into all the details. Destiny was caught sending non-consensually recorded pornographic material to a 17-year-old and receiving pornographic material from her as well. This qualifies...
There we go. Okay, so for when Dave says this, the wheels start turning in Destiny's mind. And here's where he goes with this. For some reason, Professor Dave thinks it's appropriate to show CSAM in his second takedown video of me. So since Dave said that, you know, he's receiving material, you know, pornographic material from the 17-year-old, and that counts as CSAM, Destiny is like, oh, you showed some pictures from that? You showed some pictures from me? Well, then I guess you're sharing CSAM. Right? I mean, like, if this was, you know, he thinks it's appropriate to show CSAM in his second takedown video of me. I wouldn't normally want to get in a back and forth in a reporting war about something, but he is literally outing a victim of international child sex trafficking. He's talking about his own victim here. He, like, who made her a victim, Destiny? in a desperate attempt to attack me when he could have been censored. He could have easily censored the information. So that's the video. Is that just the video, or is there a timestamp? I can't tell. I can't tell if there's like a timestamp in here or something. There's a certain timestamp that Destiny thinks is for additional context. Professor Dave's original uploaded video includes the docs of the victim, which he left up for hours. They're trying to go after Destiny for shit that okay, so that's the offending did he eventually take this out? He left it up for hours while over 40,000 people viewed the video before eventually, so he did eventually remove this, right? But yeah, in exposing Destiny and posting receipts, they're trying to argue that the receipts make Professor Dave culpable in Destiny's offenses, right? Professor Dave's... okay, this is another claiming he doxed. But I believe... It seems to me, like, from what I've seen of... there's also, like, a Destiny... there's also, like, a DGGer that posted this and did at YouTube, blah, blah, posted at all the YouTube accounts and was like, could you please, take this down? This creator has uploaded CSAM, right? The video has been up for, let's see, how long now? 2 days, right? Immediately they reported this, and it didn't get taken down. So I'm guessing that YouTube does not view anything that Professor Dave is posting here as being CSAM.
As CSAM, or child sexual abuse material. He also shared that CSAM with his friends in a private Discord in order to find the minor he was soliciting. He tried repeatedly to fly her out to be with him, despite making no attempt to confirm she wasn't underage. Next, he was sexting the wife of a groiper, which is like those Nick Fuentes types, and it involved age play molestation fantasies focused on her own children. His ex-girlfriend saw the messages between the two, as well as beach photos of the wife's teenage daughters and their feet. I don't shame people for their fetishes or sexual preferences, but I do shame them for violating consent and for stuff with minors. So let's dig through the receipts for all this shit. Okay, first up, Destiny knows that you need consent from people to share pornographic material that features them, right?
I kind of like have like my little archive of like Coomer material that I'll send to people if I want to. There were girls that I talked to.
I remember seeing this a long time ago and just being utterly confused, right? Like it blew my mind that there's a guy out there that is like, I got a lot of porn I've taken of people, and whenever I'm trying to have sex with a new person, I send them. It feels like he's got a highlights reel. It feels like he's treating it like a highlights reel of like, hey, would you like to be part of this? Like, look at this, what I did to this other person. Would you like me to do that to you? I can do that to you. I can do a lot of things. We can do all the things. We could try all the positions. God, why am I doing the Trump voice, chat? There's something Trumpian about this guy, isn't there? They let you get away with it when you're rich. He just pops a Tic Tac in his mouth and he's okay.
Past that I'd send stuff of like either me or Melina, and Melina talked to me and she was like, hey, if you're gonna send...
I desperately want to turn up the air conditioning, chat. I desperately want to get myself a cold drink, but I know if I leave right now, all of the fucked up shit will happen without me commenting on it.
And any videos to new girls that we haven't talked about, like
new girls. That's how he thinks of this shit. Hey, how about we contact some new girls tonight, Melina? And Melina's in the same kind of position where, she's in a very vulnerable position to Destiny. She's way too reliant on this guy. And I'm not sure, when you hear her talk about him after the fact, you get the feeling that she, might not have been able to say no. I'm not saying that, she didn't want to be in a relationship and he's, sort of forcing her to do that. But I things like, bringing in a new girl, bringing in a new person to the relationship, right? I don't know if she, would have been in a position to really say no, right? And this is what he's done because he's the first actor, because he's got all this like old world clout, old world money reference for you for you Fallout fans, he's able to just kind of hold it over people's heads. And I feel like I underestimated what a horrible person this guy was, right? For a long time, I just was like, you know, he's got really bad takes, like, right? He's kind of a monster, you know, when it comes to justifying himself saying the N-word, you know, attacking trans people for trans people are guilty of SA if they do not like fully disclose their gender identity and history before being in a relationship with somebody. But at the same time, maybe women that are complaining about being stealthed, right? When somebody takes the condom off during sex and tries to, you know, without, you know, like he's like, well, you got no, you should be aware of that. You should know that you got nobody to blame but yourself about getting stealth, right? That is not rape. That is not a problem. That is not a violation of consent. Whereas, like, if you're trans and somebody says, hey, would you like to go on a date with me? And you don't immediately be like, I just need you to know that I was assigned male at birth or I was assigned female. Like, right. I just gotta, like, if you don't do that, you're a rapist, right? It's a very backward sense of morality. And this, for the longest time, this was the problem I had with Destiny. But the further you look in the rabbit hole, the weirder and the more disgusting it gets.
Because she wanted to be careful. It's like, oh, okay, sure, that's fine. I didn't think about it at the time because I didn't think it mattered, but yeah, sure. So I thought about that. So that was like an issue that me and Melina had that we talked about and then we resolved, right?
Oh, good. He does know that, except he has violated this consent with an incredible number of people, including his ex-wife, Melina.
Things that's been done to me without consent or anything.
Oh my God, her music.
Nothing has happened with consent.
Again.
Anyone, not me and not anyone else. Like there's been no
term.
Does he just eat the demonetization on the music?
Perhaps. Nope. Was
nothing has happened with consent with anyone, not me and not anyone else. Like
what? I'm sorry. Do I understand what she's saying there?
Like there's been no consent.
Okay, so
I'm sorry. What is she? Is she saying what I think she's saying?
So who was well into his 30s Destiny sharing non-consensual pornography with back in April 2022? A trusted long-term partner, perhaps? Nope. Meet Rose, a brand new Twitter account looking very suspicious for an 18-year-old selling not safe for work material. Even Thirsty Destiny seems suspicious, but not quite enough. One-day-old account seems legit. No ID, no problem. Just write something on a piece of paper. That's good enough for me. It's not like I'm...
So just understand, while Dave is exposing Destiny for doing this shit, Destiny is here trying to blame Professor Dave, right? Trying to make him a party to the crime or to the offense or however you want to view it, right? I'm not trying to make any legal claims here, chat. Let me be super explicit about that. But yeah, like this is what he, like everything that Dave shows, Destiny is like, you know, like trying to be like, well, that's you.
Partner, perhaps? Nope. Meet Rose, a brand new Twitter account looking very suspicious for an 18-year-old selling not safe for work material. Even Thirsty Destiny seems...
Wait, what does the note say?
Nope. Meet Rose, a brand new Twitter account looking very suspicious for an 18...
He has publicly acknowledged that he knew this hashtag meant underage. Daddy not in the back seat. Wait till we get home. Someone will see us. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay.
Problem. Just write something on a piece of paper. That's good enough for me. It's not like I'm getting off on you being underage or anything. Destiny often claims she said she was 19. He's lying. So, barely even knowing this obviously underage person, he starts sending the porn. Lots of it. Some non-consensually filmed, the rest non-consensually shared, and receiving it too. Anyway, exchanging porn is fun and all, but Destiny wants to bang. Where are you? Fly to me with my frequent flyer miles? I'm gonna be in some other places. Fly there to meet me? How about this place? Let's meet. He's relentless about it, but she just says her parents won't let her or something of the sort. Later, he will give photos of her to the website Kiwi Farms for them to figure.
So he's also, I've heard him like present himself as a victim of Kiwi Farms, right? And like there is, you know, this came up during the Keffel stuff too, right? Keffel's implied that the Kiwi Farms Destiny had like a copacetic relationship with them. I don't know if that's entirely true. I do get the feeling that some people on this website follow Destiny as a lolcow, and you know, maybe just because he's on the left in general, and that site's, you know, got a lot of Nazis, got a lot of far right people. But yeah, here he is going to, like, is this proof, chat? I'm just like, I'm trying to analyze this. Okay, that's all on his. Okay, so to the left, Destiny GG, that's his site, chat. That's his website. It hosts a chat just like Twitch does, and sometimes people talk on it offline, just like they do on Twitch, right? So that's what that is right there. That's probably Destiny, you know, in offline chat there. And then on the right, I guess that's Discord. But I don't know, is this him? It's him talking about KF. Never posted a pic. Never said the posted pic was of me. It was a pic sent. Okay, so wait, I don't understand. Why is he's communicated with the farms by using his unless this is somehow. Okay, no, that's his username is Destiny. The site is Destiny GG. I'm just confirming this, right? This is the May of last year, May 29th of last year. One more pic. I'm not in this one either. If you can tell, good luck. So he's sharing her pics with somebody. Was there just somebody? It's a little incomplete, right? Was there somebody from Kiwi Farms in the chat? Is that what this is? He shares a link. He says, good luck finding it, I guess, right? He's trying to get people to find, to trace this picture back to a person, to an account. I was never said the picture posted was of me. It was a picture they sent from their school. Supposedly they were working on and then it's redacted. Destiny says, Kiwi Farmers' ability to investigate anything is super pathetic. I thought it was some crazy investigator shit, but now I realize it was just no life obsessively stalking all of my social media and allowing someone to do it easy when you live on. Okay, so he's kind of insulting Kiwi Farmers there. I'm just trying to be real about his interaction here. I don't understand. It does feel like he's like like, is he negging them? Is he saying you guys suck at investigating? Like, prove me wrong by finding this person? Is that the anyway, the second one, the Discord logs here, good luck. She went to this college. He gives a link. What is this? Sorry, is this a Snapchat link? If they want more to go on, Destiny says it's funny because they think I'm hiding stuff about Rose since she's underage. The only reason I haven't actually mentioned much about her is because I know it makes those arslers dig harder. Okay, so he does seem to be trying to get Kiwi Farms to quote unquote dig harder. I just want to confirm what's in the receipt.
Figure out who and where she is, which qualifies as doxing. He wasn't even censoring her genitals when he did so, despite having firm reason to believe it was CSAM. He later claimed that he was baiting them into looking, which would be stupid if he knew she was 17, and indeed it was, since he never verified her age because he didn't.
So the shit talking was trying to get them to prove him wrong by doing the succeeding in an investigation. Like, he's just trying to find a. Oh my God, this is so gross, chat. This is so gross. I really need to pee.
Want to know. Then in November 2024, we meet Solo, Rose's boyfriend.
This is
started by confronting him about the stuff with Rose. She was underage, and you knew it. Destiny figured Solo was just trying to scare him, so he ignored it. Then 5 days later, Solo persists and then leaks all the porn Destiny sent to Rose. Destiny doesn't seem to care much.
So do you understand this? The guy contacts Destiny, it sounds like trying to blackmail him or something. Like, you know, let's go back just like to see, because like one of the things I didn't understand when I saw like Sunday's video and some of the other people that have gone over this content, tried to tell the story, is like this Solo shit, like who this guy was, supposedly the boyfriend of the 17-year-old in question, coming to Destiny saying she was underage while sending you the vast majority of that stuff. From what I've heard from you, from her, you were pretty negligent about confirming her age, even asking for ID at one point on Twitter, then Twitter DMs, and then saying it was okay / a joke. Destiny says that's pretty weird considering that she told me she was of age and was selling NSFW material to people. So he's trying to hang his hat on the fact that she's selling, you know, NSFW that, like, you know, well, obviously couldn't be a minor, but that tag that he listed, he's also mentioned that he knows that there is underage material that gets put out with that hashtag. So
Destiny figured Solo was just trying to scare him, so he ignored it. Then 5 days later, Solo persists and then leaks all the porn Destiny sent.
Hey, Destiny, please read this fully and give me a response. Let's talk on stream. Whoever's yours, J-Stalks, Queeman's, about the leaks. At this time, J-Stalk and Queeman, I think we're still Destiny orbiters. That's, you know, why they're talking about them, right? About your leaks, you can use this as your response to the leaks, or have people grill me in a similar to what happened with Sunday and President Sunday. Was that when Destiny doxed Sunday? I'm trying to remember, chat. Happened with Sunday. So they are talking about President Sunday and you yesterday. I don't mind. This whole thing has been so boring because of the omega levels of sweeping by J-Stalk, Chud, Queeman. These are all people that are very anti-Destiny now, that he's saying were sweeping for Destiny at the time. Chud even mentioned, I think there's that famous clip of him. Was it Destiny? Yeah, I think it was Destiny that he was in a conversation with Diorio and a bunch of people, and he basically says, you know, kind of feels like the people, those of, you know, because Diorio knew more but wouldn't say it, and so Chud's, you know, basically sort of jokingly said he's sweeping, but maybe not so jokingly, right? So I feel this is one way to find only way to find any value in this at this point. Otherwise, I will be leaking the full DMs, including all the images, videos shared from you and Rose, and the information about Rose's age, and full Twitter DMs in which you were negligent in verifying her age, even after you joked that about her looking so young that you would need ID to make sure that she really was 18. She was even 18. Let me know if this works for you. I'm glad to leave certain things out of the conversation if you'd like. So yeah, I guess they're kind of asking Destiny to take a trust fall. That they're what are they? I'm trying to figure out what they want out of this, right? Do they just want to have some internet fame? Is that it? Like that? This is like I will you know, keep some of your stuff private if you bring me on to talk about the drama, and then like, you know, he's supposed to trust this Solo person to not you know, to kind of leave it in a place where he doesn't look like a complete monster, even though this guy has proof kind of that he is a complete monster. Is this a child? Well, they're the boyfriend supposedly of the 17-year-old who they're claiming, like, so the person who at the time when those pictures were taken, and maybe even, I think also at the time when they were talking to Destiny, they were a minor. I don't know. The Solo character is a little bit mysterious. I've heard people say that they know who this is, that there's been a, like, sort of, you know, this person's been named, but I don't. You would think that if they had been named, they would be you know, part of the lawsuit. You maybe even part of a criminal lawsuit, right?
Sent to Rose. Destiny doesn't seem to care much.
So yeah, these are just some of the things that I do not understand. And I've seen, you know, Sunday did a video. A lot of people have done videos on this thing. Willie Mack, like, right? I've watched a lot of these videos and I still don't totally understand the situation. That's why Professor Dave's video is actually pretty helpful helpful because again, now just to understand, chat, this is this is his response to Destiny. This is going to be the beginning of this is him responding to Destiny's response. Yo, Echoplex Media, welcome, streamer, welcome Raiders. Good to have you with us tonight. We're getting Trish is getting a workout tonight because we got a lot of Spice Girls getting a workout tonight, chat. We got raids happening in here. Good to see you, Echoplex. Thank you for the raid. And welcome in, chatters. Let me give can we get a shout out for our friends over at Echoplex Media? Go give them a follow. I think you will like what you see there. I massively need to pee here, but I'm kind of holding off because this is the part. This is the juiciest stuff here. So just to explain, the beginning of this video is Dave responding to Destiny's response to Dave. So for the record, Destiny put out a video attacking Professor Dave after Dave made a video at, was it Avi? Was it the guy that I was talking to on Twitter the other day? I don't remember, but it was some Zionist that Dave was making a takedown video of, and Destiny, kind of makes content out of that. Dave responds to that and says, Destiny, you really shouldn't have poked the hornet's nest, right? Am I gonna debunk everything that you said, but I'm also gonna tell people who the fuck you are and what you've done. And the threat is to make this shit more accessible, right? And he did a little bit of that in the first video, but I feel like the second video, the last 30 minutes of this video is a very digestible summation, like a summary of the whole saga, right? Which is actually, and again, it's at the end of a video about Israel, right? They're talking about Israel here, and we'll take a look at some of that too. And then we talk about Pangburn, who is this other content creator. Yeah, there's Pangburn, other content creator who kind of jumped in, inserted himself into the situation. And then the last 30 minutes after the Pangburn is basically all the misdeeds of Destiny, from groping Hassan to wanting to almost killing a kid and his father who was doing a DDoS on his account, or on his maybe on his IP, I guess, and then of course these leaks regarding Destiny trading CSAM with a minor, and being very, very negligent. Even after asking, can you show me that you're of age? And she doesn't. Destiny is like, oh no, it's okay. Kind of laughs it off like it's a joke. This is very much not a joke.
The worst that could happen. Enter Pixie, aka Jane Doe from the lawsuit. She found out Destiny shared her pornography without explicit consent and was not pleased. He usually counters this with some song and dance about implied consent, since she shared things with him, but it's bullshit. She had consent to share, he didn't. Cherry, Stasia, Abby MC, these are other women who were also exposed in the same revenge porn leak to Rose. Plenty of incriminating testimony here, all saying he did not have permission. Destiny non-consensually recorded some content and shared that and other content non-consensually, and when backlash hit, he and his loser cult fabricated rape allegations against someone else regarding one of his victims to deflect some of the heat from him. Altogether, there are currently 5 women who have credibly accused Destiny of sex crimes. They have proven they are in the videos shared non-consensually or shared logs of him sending them their stuff. He does nothing but dox and harass the shit out of all of them. And most importantly, that he was exchanging pornographic material with a minor.
I'm sorry, my one complaint about this video, which is also sort of what I'm praising about this video, is that it goes so fast, right? It is very digestible. It is like less than 30 minutes. The portion of the video talking about these things, but at the same time, we're kind of going through some things really quickly, right?
Some of the heat from him.
Wait, so...
And when backlash hit, he and his loser cult fabricated...
Oh, this was J-Stalk, right? Am I right about this, chat? Like, please help me play detective here, because this shit is kind of confusing, And I gotta admit, I have never fully understood like the timeline and you know how it all fits together. Dave is approaching something that is actually that I'm starting to understand here. Scared of the conversation. Yeah, this sounds like J-Stalk. Scared of the conversation because he wants to avoid confronting anyone about his serial abuse and of Cherry. Just so we're clear, chat, we're not talking about Cherry Bread TV here. This is not Xander Hall's former editor. This is Cherry spelled in a very creative way. Used to be a Twitch streamer, used to be an NCC op, then became a Destiny orbiter and got recorded by Destiny, I believe, at least from her words, without knowledge, like definitely without consent. But I think maybe even without knowing that it had happened until later, right? So it's a kind of sad situation, and from there, she was J-Stalk's girlfriend for a while. There was some kind of incident that I don't fully understand, and I don't want to make assumptions about, but I believe that that she received some mental health care. Maybe, you know, involuntarily, and after that, the relationship between her and J-Stalk was severed. So there's a lot of allegations around, allegations towards J-Stalk too. But Dave is saying that these are fabricated allegations. I haven't ever seen proof of what he's trying to claim with J-Stalk, right? It's just something that his audience constantly said. Tried to repeatedly to fry. Okay, this is the Rose person, and then with Cherry having at first signaled that she wanted maybe to have this investigated criminally, right? But ultimately did not, and then was I think living with J-Stalk, was on a lot of J-Stalk streams. And then whatever happened, which this is the part I don't understand, right? Whatever happened with Cherry's mental health and maybe some kind of acute crisis or something like that. I think after that, Cherry and J-Stalk, and now if you look at Cherry's account on Twitter, which I would actually strongly advise you not to do. She is talking about Jesus a lot, right? There's a lot of Jesus. There's a lot of Jesus on that account, and I'm not sure if Cherry has recovered yet. So I would advise to just leave her the fuck alone. I think that Cherry, I don't think the internet interacting with Cherry is like a good thing right now, and she has, I think, faced a lot of harassment and stuff. So. Yeah, maybe just leave that alone.
Rape allegations against someone else regarding one of his victims to deflect some of the heat from him. Altogether, there are currently 5 women who have credibly accused...
What is this? She had to make a statement because DGG continually makes claims about that topic.
Destiny of sex crimes. They have proven they are in the videos shared non-consensually or shared...
Cherry has explicitly stated that she was not R-worded by J-Stalk. Okay, so she's denied, the victim, the supposed victim, has denied the charge against J-Stalk. And it does sound like what Professor Dave is trying to say, that this is a deflection. This is a way to, I don't know exactly like the standards of what is or is not the R-word. I do know that, I do feel like there was a lot of pressure on these people, right? And I do wonder, because Destiny's community, the orbit, at least when it comes to female orbiters, it sounds an awful lot like the casting couch for Harvey Weinstein. So, it makes me wonder how much, consent he actually had for any of these people.
Logs of him sending them their stuff. He does nothing but dox and harass the shit out of all of them. And most importantly, that he was exchanging pornographic material with a minor was confirmed in court. Sorry, Pangburn, no false allegations in my content. So what about Rose's boyfriend, the leaker? Surely Destiny would help expose a guy who leaked revenge porn of him and all his good friends. Conveniently, Destiny had nothing to give the police, despite having proof he solicited a minor and that her boyfriend was complicit in it, and he knew how he was doing it. He already had...
Is this the spoilation? Is this what Pixie's lawyers were claiming was spoliation? Him not having this information?
Year-long head start on putting together a packet for the FBI, but no dice. So essentially, Rose was an Illinois...
Oh, thank you, Vadim. A real ball knower has entered chat. They said she was R-worded because they say she's meant... Oh, I see. So she's not able to give consent according to DGG. What does that imply for Destiny then? Like, I wonder about this. The accusations against Destiny, are they not implicitly biting the bullet that Destiny also would have, you know, if she's too mentally ill to give consent, wouldn't Destiny also be on the hook for that?
minor being trafficked by Solo, who coerced her into making CSAM for Destiny.
Okay, so this is not the spoliation, Rocco's Life says. Thank you, thank you.
Then leaked everyone's explicit videos when he refused to speak to him. Now another problem is that Destiny held on to the CSAM.
Why do you have can't answer the question? He can't audio record.
Yeah, keep pivoting.
That's Darius down there.
Keep pivoting. Yes, I did. Yes. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
You did?
Yes, I did. Yep. Now what?
That's amazing. Did you have audio recorded, or do you have consent to audio record all the gay men that you had sex with?
Oh, this is Connor. This is
You did.
To the CSAM.
Why do you have can't answer the question? He can't
audio record.
Yeah, keep pivoting. Keep pivoting. Yes, I did. Yes. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
You did.
Yes, I did. Yep. Now what?
That's amazing. Did you have audio recorded, or do you have consent to audio record all the gay men that you had sex with?
There was one. Yes, I did. Now what?
Oh, okay. Do you think it's prudent to send all of your homemade pornography to somebody you've known for 2 weeks?
Yes, I do. It was hot. I cummed.
How long did you hold on to the pornography of a 17-year-old?
As soon as it was obviously no longer required to have done the thing. I'm not going to answer questions about my current court case, Connor, when every 2 days there's a new motion filed. Connor, do you think that is prudent for me?
While you're being sued for sexual misconduct?
I'm engaging with a suicidal man right now, so I don't know. You tell me, Connor. So now the
Solo's identity has been public since January 2026, yet Destiny still hasn't given info to the authorities or filed a civil suit. He faced a sanctions hearing for spoliation.
Wait, so since January of this year, they've known who this Solo person is? Because when this first happened, like, there was so much speculation. I remember people saying maybe Solo and Rose were the same person, or maybe, like, I don't know, Solo was like a fake identity or something like that. Yeah, like that's what I was saying, is if you know, if this is going to court, I'm kind of surprised that, like, Solo is not involved in any of this, right? It does seem like, if, you know, that Solo, I mean, what would the distinction be? Why would Solo not be a subject of
on August 19th. He's accused of withholding his DMs with the trafficker from Discovery, only to leak them to his YouTube audience after Discovery closed. Good thing the plaintiff's lawyer was watching the stream for that, huh? So he had to delete some videos or pictures he received from the Rose account, but he's...
Is that the spoliation? And also, if that's true, then Pixie, like, their report was, we watched this, we watched the post-courtroom discussion with Destiny and some of his orbiters, right? But one of the claims was that the judge was very frustrated with Pixie's lawyers for submitting some of the stuff so late in the process, right? Is that what they were talking about? Is that what they were, you know? So specifically, this stuff that he did not submit for Discovery, but then I guess shares here on a conversation on Wick TV with Doobie, the infamous proprietor of a Nazi Discord server.
YouTube audience after Discovery closed. Good thing the plaintiff's lawyer was watching the stream for that, huh? So he had to delete some videos or pictures he received from the Rose account, but he's not able to admit he deleted them because it would potentially be responsive to his Discovery on a civil case. He also deleted 5 years worth of explicit videos on Google Drive and all the attachments to all the conversations with Rose, Solo,
Chat, please tell me he's not getting away with this. Is he getting away with this shit?
BMC, and so forth. Destiny claims he archived them all just in case, but refuses a neutral third-party inspection to prove Pixie's video wasn't shared non-consensually among those archives. Then there is the Groyper husband threatening Destiny over an online affair with his wife Britt and lewd photos of his daughter. I'll let this other guy explain it, a former Destiny pal named Connor.
He started sexting a girl on Discord named Britt. Britt and Devil, the man that I was just talking to, are military veterans who both have PTSD.
But that's crazy. That's crazy. So he legitimately withheld information. Like it sounds like he should. It sounds like that should be considered spoliation. Like again, we're just kind of going off of Destiny's and his friends. You know, they went into the courtroom. They watched the interaction, and then they came out and on stream, on Darius's stream, kind of gave their own takes on what happened in there, what they saw, and their claim was that the judge was just not having, particularly the stuff that Pixie's lawyers had just submitted. And so, but yeah, if he gets away with like withholding stuff from a discovery and
military sexual trauma. In November, Devil contacted me.
Minty Treasure, there were screenshots. What is this? There were screenshots of his deposition where he essentially said, what does private really mean? Yeah. So I was talking about this. I think this is what he's going to try to, walk on, right? He has admitted that he knew that Pixie, he thought that Pixie likely would not be okay with the sharing of these nudes, right? To somebody I think he was sharing the nudes with, but what he is going to claim, or what he has claimed, I guess, in under deposition, is that that he thought that private meant like not on stream, right? He's going to claim that he's got streamer brain, and streamer brain tells you that this is public, right? But if I hit stop streaming and I talk to my friend here, like if I have talk to somebody here, it's I share something with somebody else in person or on Discord, right? That's that's private, right? Which obviously, if you're sharing stuff that is private with people that aren't involved, then that's not private. But he's gonna try to claim, oh God, I was so confused because I'm a live streamer and this is my job. It's very confusing. We think of public as being like on stream, broadcasting publicly. We think of Discord, sharing stuff on Discord. I thought it was private. Is it not private? Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry. That's like affluenza. Yeah, kind of. It really is. Especially if you combine it with the social battery discourse, right? You're like, you don't understand. I have a very difficult job here. My social battery was drained.
And said that his wife was sexting with Destiny and engaged in role play scenarios in which they pretended to be each other's step parents, step family, and they role played molesting their kids.
Oh, I can't eat.
Then they also pretended to be the kids themselves.
Oh, fucking shit.
So, they contacted me in November. Devil said exactly that.
I mean, again, this is Connor. This is an Orbiter. This is a longtime Destiny Orbiter. I think a pretty close Destiny friend. Obviously, they are not friends anymore. When was it that this guy flipped on Destiny? But yeah, I think it was because of this stuff, right? This Groyper contacts Connor and says, yo, your friend Destiny, he's fucking my wife and I don't appreciate it, right? And I think he even showed Connor some what was it, like signal chats or something like that? Some kind of like a chat that's supposed to be end-to-end encrypted, where Devil, the Groyper, and some of his friends were talking about, potentially unaliving Destiny. And that Connor went to Destiny, was like, whoa, bro, what are you doing here? You can't fuck a Groyper's wife. This guy is in signal chats talking about ending you, right? What are you doing? Like, at first, Connor's approach to Destiny was very like, hey, look, I'm a friend of yours, and I think you're ruining your life here. You gotta stop this. This is dangerous. This is bad. People are now speculating in chat about Destiny maybe having a attraction to attraction to what is this? Attraction to alt-right, attraction to Nazis. The pattern we're seeing of him fucking the Groiper's wife, him fucking Fuentes potentially, and I think we do have it on record. Although I should check on that. That yeah, he had a relationship like that with Lauren Southern as well, right? Does Destiny have? Do Nazis get him hot? Is that something that's is that going on? Is that a thing? You did H play with a Groiper's wife. This is the thing, chat. It feels like there's a whole bunch of fucked up people out there on the internet, and they're just like easy pickings for Nick Fuentes, for Destiny, for Mr. Girl, for whatever creep out there wants to get them into their cult, right? These people, these really fucked up people who are like, you know, like, hey, let me fucking age play. Let me send you pictures of my kids so we can role play as them in a sexual situation, right? It almost feels like it transcends the boundaries of any sort of politics. It almost feels like that's why you're seeing this sort of cross-pollination of a supposedly liberal community with straight up Nazi alt-right shit and you know, and just very, very broken people. He was fucking a Nazi who filmed herself committing a series of hate crimes where she spat on strangers on the street while calling, who is that? God, I feel like I always think I know a decent amount about the Destiny lore, but then when I actually hear from it's Empath Chan, no, that's that's another right winger. I saw that she was somehow, I couldn't figure out how she was involved with DGG because she just does not seem like a good fit for what they're doing politically. But there it is. She was you know, she attracted the libido of Destiny. This is some deep lore for sure. Yeah, I'm learning things tonight, chat.
Britt said that they only engaged in babysitter role play, and it wasn't that serious. So since I had conflicting narratives...
So Britt is the Nazi's wife. Devil Knight is... Or sorry, the Groiper's wife. Devil Knight is the Groiper, right?
I confronted Destiny, and I wrote him a letter that I read to you on stream.
For further confirmation of what went down, Britt anonymously called into someone named Mr. Girl, crying over what she let Steven do regarding her daughters.
This year, I was involved in an online affair with a guy for almost a year. My husband wouldn't engage with any of the weird trauma-induced kink stuff that I was curious about, and so I was compelled to impulsively and regretfully engage with this guy online in some pretty intense and taboo age.
So here's the other thing. Mr. Girl, if you don't know, got famous. Like he popped off for the first time in a review of the movie Cuties. One in chat, if you remember what Cuties was. Cuties was a documentary about, I think, what, 11 to 13-year-old girls, like very, very young girls who were involved in beauty pageants. And, you know, it got a lot of criticism for people because, you know, you can't really tell the difference between documenting maybe something like these beauty pageants, which seems to sexualize minors, and actually putting out a documentary which sexualizes minors. If the performance, if the dancing that they're doing on stage is sexualized behavior, which I think the documentary was implying, then how is the documentary itself not also, you know, at least, you know, pulling in that audience, like pulling in the PDF gays. Sorry, I should say that gays, G-A-Z-E, right? Just like the male gays, right? I'm hypothesizing a PDF gays, right? Yeah, so Mr. Girl, you know, reviewed this controversial piece of cinema, and his comment was summed up by one word, right? What did Mr. Girl feel about Cuties? He felt it was hot. That was his review. And like normally you'd think that this would be the kind of thing, somebody says this shit, you slam the door in their face, you block them on all platforms. You don't want to have anything to do with this weirdo. You don't want to have anything to do with this fucker. But to the Destiny community, there was something appealing about it. He was saying he's their Joker in some ways. So yeah, I'm giving you a little bit of DGG history, right? DGG and Destiny found this guy, and when they saw like what he would say, where he's sort of biting the bullet on admitting a attraction to minors, and they thought that was based as fuck. Like, this guy's here telling the truth. No one else will say the truth, the obvious truth. Why can't we? They were like, yes, Cuties is hot, and I'm tired of, I shouldn't repeat it lest I get clipped saying this words, but the implication was that they agreed with him that it was hot, and they were tired of pretending it wasn't. And so this guy's super base because he's willing to say, he bit the bullet. He'll say the thing, right? They loved this guy for his moral consistency. He might, say fucked up shit, but he's like morally consistent about it, right? And this is something that DGG admires, apparently. So all was well and good, except for the fact that in addition to sort of bringing in this guy, Mr. Girl, cross-pollinating with him, allowing him to be an orbiter, increasing his viewership, Destiny was also doing the same thing with Nick Fuentes. Mr. Girl's Jewish, right? And the Nick Fuentes thing was one step too far for him. And so he starts, making noise saying, hey, this is not okay, right? The PDF. And here's what I'll say about Mr. Girl, right? Because he doesn't ever fully bite the bullet. He doesn't ever like admit to a crime or admit to being, somebody that's done stuff with kids or anything like that. He never does that, right? He never does something that would get him arrested. But he just goes up right to the edge of that, right? And so, whatever you want to, people speculate, is he real? Is he a performer? Is he lying about stuff just to pop off on the internet? There's no way to fully know 100%. But what I will say about his content is it has the effect of normalizing PDF shit, right? Normalizing P3DO, right, is what Mr. Girl seems to be about, right? And that in and of itself is fucked up and wrong to me. But to the Destiny audience, they're just like, well, if are his axioms grounded? Are his axioms grounded? Is he morally consistent? Is he making a good argument? Then I'm on board, right? They will not. They refuse to analyze this through a filter of like normalizing pedophilia is bad. Right? They refuse to look at it through that. But the only thing that got the Destiny community off of Mr. Girl was the fact that he's now saying Destiny is doing bad things by platforming a groiper. Destiny is doing bad things. He's on all these, Fresh and Fit, on all these anti-Semitic and Nazi and groiper podcasts, like sort of normalizing, anti-Semitism was a bridge too far for Mr. Girl. And what happened next was amazing because Destiny successfully purged this guy, made this guy a villain. Remember, they're okay with him when he's normalizing pedophilia. They are not okay with him when he's pointing the finger at Destiny. And he was successfully purged from that community. I'm sure some of the community went with him. Some of those people thought he was really based, and he was like the most amazing magical content creator they'd ever experienced, right? But he's got a big community, so Destiny can take that hit. He also took a hit from the groipers because some of his community left with Nick Fuentes after he was so nice to Nick and helped him get his career back on track and all the rest, right? So then after this happens, Mr. Girl's got no protection, and the groipers look at his channels and they start reporting them. And like I said, he goes right up to the line. Like, he doesn't admit to crimes. He doesn't like, he does have a song called I am a, and he says PDF, right? He says the actual word there, right? But he's not like, inarguably like admitting to anything. But there's a lot of bad shit happening. There's a lot of implications. There's a lot of gross shit being implied and stuff like that. So they report Mr. Girl, and one by one, Twitch account, boom, gone. Stardust goes to the, goes to Twitch, goes to the moderation. It's like, you don't understand. This man's a pillar of the community. We can have so many good conversations with Mr. Girl. Why would you ban a pillar of the community like that? Few months later, Mr. Girl fucking exposes himself to Stardust, right? So Stardust is like a victim of this guy. And yeah, the groipers report his Twitch channel. They report his YouTube channel. This guy gets Nick Fuentes. He gets the Nick Fuentes treatment from the Nick Fuentes people. I don't know, chat. That's wild to me, right? The Groypers, the fandom of a guy who got fairly successfully, at least until Destiny brought him back, fairly successfully deplatformed, right? Are able to deplatform this pedo normalizer guy, probably not because he's a pedo, or sorry, probably because he's not. I'm not calling him a pedo. Let's not get sued here today, chat. Probably not because he's normalizing pedophilia, but probably because he's a Jewish man, like, right, who has a problem with Nazis and Groypers. So. Yeah, and that's where it stands. Now, this guy's got some kind of platform back. I think he's got some kind of YouTube channel, but it's not ever what it was, right? He had a career that was, you know, the trajectory of the career was like hyperbolic. Like he was going up, 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 and up, and, you know, getting his channels banned, getting essentially deplatformed, you know, it just killed the progress. So crazy story of when Destiny ingratiated himself both to Nazis and to pedos at the same time. And, you know, they got the Nazis and the pedos turns out didn't get along too well, you know, because the pedo normalizer guy is Jewish. And yeah, the Destiny kind of chooses the Nazis. And then Nick, just to cap this all off, right? You know, Nick turned on Destiny. Nick straight up turned on Destiny. I can't really show you, and I don't know for sure how much audience he took, but I get the feeling it's not a zero number. Nick rebuilt his audience partially on getting recommended by Destiny to bigger podcasts like No Jumper, but also partially on Destiny's audience itself. Destiny brings this guy in, thinks that he can, we'll have a Groyper orbiter, I guess, you know, as we're very diverse in our political opinions here at DGG, and he lets him in, and the guy, you know, he brings in the snake, and the snake bites him. So crazy story, possibly a life lesson buried in there somewhere, possibly a what do you call it? A cautionary tale, one might say. Yes.
Play scenarios, including fantasizing about being step parents to each other's kids. And obviously it went way too far, but felt really intensely good in the moment. But afterward, I felt sick and cried all night because it obviously felt really bad too. How do you know if the other person also feels the same way, or if they would actually?
Let me just rewind this. So, yeah, because I talked for a long time.
That I read to you on stream.
For further confirmation of what went down, Britt anonymously called into someone named Mr. Girl, crying over what she let Steven do regarding her daughters.
This year, I was involved in an online affair with a guy for almost a year. My husband wouldn't engage with any of the weird trauma-induced kink stuff that I was curious about, and so I was compelled to impulsively and regretfully engage with this guy online in some pretty intense and taboo age play scenarios, including fantasizing about being step-parents to each other's kids. And obviously it went way too far, but felt really intensely good in the moment. But afterward, I felt sick and cried all night because it obviously felt really bad too. How do you know if the other person also feels the same way, or if they would actually do it? My understanding is the best predictors are drug use and low empathy. And even worse, what if you felt...
Does he know? I mean, I don't know if we can get an answer to this question, much like my questions about Brian Griffin earlier in this VOD, but the way that he said that makes me wonder if he knows that this is about Destiny. Like if maybe he knows this person, she sent in an anonymous thing, and he is able to tell that that's her, and he is able to maybe discern that the other party is Destiny, right? Because he says drug use, xpestiny, all right, drug use and low empathy. Yup. That, it sounds like you're describing Destiny, but I don't know. This might just be his. And the irony of it too is that this guy, like, there's a lot of red flags around him. Like I said, I'm not going to call him a pedophile. He's very performative. He's very about his content. And I don't know what he actually does in real life. And I know that he makes sure that all his I's are dotted, all his T's are crossed, like not to implicate himself in something that's like a crime But yeah, you know, you wouldn't. It's an easy conclusion to draw that maybe he's into the things that that his words imply that he's into.
Like you love them so much that you wouldn't care if they did, and you get off on what you would potentially be willing to allow them to get away with. What if the idea is kind of enticing to you in a way, even if you deny it or try to lie to yourself about it? Even if you never act out on something like that yourself, lucky for me, it's over now. If you're saying that you doubt your willingness to hold boundaries in real life, then that is a danger. Yes.
But Destiny didn't like this bizarre activity leaking, so he framed his friend Connor as the villain for reporting potential child abuse to the authorities. And in retaliation, Destiny posted a cropped photo of Connor's child, accusing Connor of sending him CSAM. Every accusation is a confession, just like Israel, huh? To get a sense of how Destiny reacts to shit like this in general, here he is publicly advocating for doxing people when his behavior is exposed.
I expect the behavior from Kiwi Farms. It is what it is. Like I said, communities like that will always exist, but it's really gross when people like Gisticle, whose information I hope I can find soon, are like trying to amplify.
So that's JStalk, if you didn't make the connection. It's another thing that they call him. His name is like 3-4 letters or so. JSTLK is his name. You know, people pronounce that in different ways. Gisticle, JStalk. Some people will even say Jew stalker. I don't know if that's, you know, something he self-identifies as. But again, like a lot of these people, a lot of the people in the Destiny community, even like the former orbiters like Queeman and JStalk, have some connection to either the Groypers or to the Mr. Girl community. So I don't know. I don't know what his name really is. But you hear what he's saying right there. He's talking about doxing JStalk, right? And earlier this year, JStalk was a huge burr in Destiny's saddle. Like, right, all of the conversation about the revelations that were coming out about Destiny were kind of hosted on JStalk's stream, right? After JStalk was an orbiter, had a decent number of Destiny people paying attention to him. When this stuff came out about Pixie, JStalk, Queeman, I think Chud Logic, a bunch of people, you know, disavowed Destiny at that point. A bunch of former orbiters disavowed him. And so there was then this platform for them all to get together and put together notes and talk about it. I guess this really concerned Destiny, this really pissed off Destiny. And his solution was to find information, as he said, it's about JStalk. And since then, he has managed to marginalize this guy, right? Like JStalk is not, I don't think it doesn't have the numbers that he used to have. And part of it is that, you know, Destiny's like, you know, challenging him to a debate. And I think the thought is that, you know, if JStalk were to accept that Destiny would, you know, give out his private information to everybody. And again, this is what they sort of use as their final way to kind of cram down on somebody that's saying stuff that they don't like, right? They will absolutely go for the dox.
Or put a magnifying glass on info over there and then have it spread into the other world. That's just wild to me, but you know.
Here's Destiny publicly celebrating the death of someone's father while dropping his real name just because he dared to expose Destiny. Plenty of other admissions of him intentionally doxing and harassing absolutely anyone who mentions his court case or any of his shady behavior, bragging about how easily he can get away with it even though it's really shitty. If she was legit a minor, I'm probably done. Indeed you are, Steven. And still, Destiny's loser cult never ceases to show up for him. The haters are so mad that we know about all of this shit and still defend him. Grotesque. Let's see, what else? Oh yeah, there was the time that he tried to get someone deported by ICE. Apparently it's possible that Pixie's wife was a green card marriage. Here he is talking about it in his chat room and also outing her by full name on Twitter, which I blacked out.
Thank you.
He's doing this because she screamed at him in a condo lobby one time for obvious reasons, and he decided that he should dox her and then quote tweet some other guy sharing instructions.
Wait, that's Myron Gaines, right? Did someone say marriage fraud? It would be the shame for somebody. Oh my gosh, is that? Oh, that's the DHS number. Oh yeah. So that's Myron Gaines. Like, who's a friend? Myron Gaines, out and out anti-Semite. If you don't believe me, watch the video of him debating Ethan Klein. He pretty much cops to all of that. I mean, it's not a margin call, right? This guy's a Nazi. Myron Gaines here, and yeah, basically suggesting that people call DHS on Pixie's partner.
On how to get her deported by ICE. Classy move. Oh, and here's a fun bonus tidbit about this Myron Gaines guy he's quote tweeting.
Myron Gaines is a freak, an anti-Semitic freak.
Who the fuck cares about the anti-Semitism? Like, Aaron's positions on anti-Semitism are...
You do, dude!
This is the guy that called Pisco, Destiny's the guy that called Pisco an anti-Semite, right? Who cares about his anti-Semitism?
Dan, that's Dan's whole MO. His whole project is to fire Dan Clancy. And the whole thing is like saying fucking Hassan is going to genocide the Jews. You do.
Did you get that? Real anti-Semitism doesn't matter to Destiny, especially when it comes to having sex. He'll bring barely legal neo-Nazis around.
Oh no. Apologies for the blackface chat.
That's how much he actually...
Is that Empath Chan? Is that Empath Chan? Yep, that's Empath Chan.
He cares about anti-Semitism because nothing actually matters to a sociopath like him except his fetishes and petty greed.
Yeah, they only care about fake anti-Semitism. True.
That's why he attacks people like me or Hassan for imaginary anti-Semitism instead. Real classy. And how does Destiny feel about all this disgusting sociopathic behavior? If you ask him, he claims he's unimpeachable.
I feel like I'm largely immune from any big cancellations. Unless like fucking battle.net logs get leaked to me from like 20 years ago or something. So yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I'm not typically worried about that. I just don't do much to get canceled other than I have like edgy opinions sometimes. But the way that I live like my private life and my professional life are all pretty above board. Like I'm a pretty good person. I pay my taxes. I don't cheat on any of that shit. I take care of all my paperwork.
That's the first thing that comes to mind. I'm a good person because I pay my taxes.
I do. Yeah. Like I think for the most part, I'm pretty unimpeachable as a person.
And you know how rich people pay their taxes, right? It's generally with an accountant that knows a lot of tricks, right? It's generally with somebody that knows how to basically reduce your tax burden to the minimum.
And with his political canvassing operation Digital Ground Game running damage control for him, messaging people and whitewashing all the shit he's done, who could blame him? He feels invincible, Hassan sure noticed. And that's probably the end of this saga for me. I have absolutely no intention of being dragged into the cesspool that is never-ending reactionary YouTube political slop and tribal mudslinging, as this would be a fruitless distraction from my science communication. And honestly, combing through all this stupid drama, he said this, she said that, I sent this, they posted that, it nearly made...
Yeah, welcome to my world, Professor Dave.
...my fucking head explode. Who lives like this every day? I've never felt so old as I did putting together this last section, and I hope to never have to do anything like that again. Reading esoteric primary literature on astrophysics is way more forgiving. The point is that Destiny made a clickbait video pretending to expose me as a Jew-hating Nazi, so I clapped back to expose his slander and make the case for Israel's genocide. He made a limp dick response, sent the troll army after me, and Pangburn went off.
And Destiny's trying to flex the brigading that he did of Professor Dave's comment section, right? The fact that Dave deleted comments, the fact that Dave, I don't know, did he close down the comment section at one point, right? He's trying to say, well, clearly the public disagrees with this guy. That's not the fucking public. Those are a bunch of bots, Destiny. Those are your bots. Those are Saltman's bots. I don't know whose bots they are, but I will tell you this. It's not any sort of flex. It's not sort of like any, people believe me over you. Although it'd be interesting to see what's in the comment section here. Second Davis hit Tel Aviv. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the allegations are that he's deleting comments. So I guess even looking at the comment section wouldn't really be proof to DGG.
Off the fucking deep end, filleting AI for 50 hours to do damage control for his prized pick.
Okay, so this is Pangburn. This is going to be the next subject that we delve into, right? Pangburn made a series of videos about the back and forth between Destiny and Professor Dave, and then took to live stream to just like and it's what Dave is describing is literally what it is. He's like asking AI like you know, to prove him right. He's like, it's like the laziest shit ever. And then when he doesn't get the answer he likes, he changes the prompt to be like, you know, he bullies the AI to try to get it to him to say, oh no, you're correct. Professor Davis full of shit. Anyway, we'll take a look at that next, chat, because I gotta pee.
Pig, desperately trying to smear me, even though he has nothing but fake accusations of anti-Semitism, while Destiny is a sexual predator and genocide apologist, who Pangburn will now be judged very harshly for platforming, with all the facts out in the open. So I gave you this one to mock both of them for all this activity, and I'm out. I have way more important things to do.
Good for you, Professor Dave. All right, so yeah, we're gonna take a look at the Pangburn stuff yet. I didn't know who this guy was, but it sounds like he's got a connection to Professor Dave, right? He has Pangburn is like, I think they worked together, or they did a talk together maybe. And so there's Destiny. We'll take a look at that too, but I just want to put it over this Pangburn stuff because this is actually really interesting, right? This is a new guy unlock, Pangburn. I didn't know anything about this. Fallibilism, well-being. This sounds like a Wick, something Wick would say. I'm into fallibilism. Like it's the death of certainty here on Wick.tv. Fallibilism, well-being, communication, patience, lightheartedness. We'll see exactly how lighthearted he is in just a second. Inspiration, and then Dave adds, and genocide apologetics. Yeah, one in chat if you know about this Pangburn guy. Because I'm about to give you over to Irene so I can finally take a pee. I just knew that like during his whole rundown of Destiny's history was not the time for me to pee. Right? There's no time that I could just like let it run, right? That would be impossible. So yeah, I'm putting Irene up here. I'm gonna put my fucking air conditioner on full blast. Of course I'll get cold as soon as that happens, right? Of course I'm gonna overreach, but at this point, chat, my brain is almost not functioning because it's too hot. I'm gonna grab some water and some ice cubes to try to cool myself down, maybe a little bit more tea. I think I'm good on coffee. For now, and maybe some food, but I'll be back in just a second. Is fallibilism where you're wrong all the time? Sounds like it, Tanky Gooner. Sounds like it. I don't know. It's some kind of weird flex where they're trying to say, well, I will admit that I can be fallible. Other people, maybe not so much. So yeah, we'll take a look at this. Do I have my, oh my God, I'm gonna have to grab my phone. I might actually have to plug my phone in. Where the fuck is my phone? Where did I, oh, there it is. It's on my bed. Okay, chat. I know what I got to do. I got my mission cut out for me. I am gonna empty my bladder and I'll be back as quickly as I can. We're at 118 out of 200. I should probably mention, take a look at the poll and see where we're at as far as that goes. Ground News in first place by a long shot. God damn. Everything else is practically tied for second. So Ground News by a wide margin. How Ground News lies to you. It sounds like everybody's feeling that particular video essay. We got 88 votes so far, so make sure to get in there and post your votes. So you'll have to go to youtube.com/nocommentchick. You'll have to click on the live stream. Then you'll have to click on the chat. Once you click on the chat, you can go down to the bottom of the chat and click on the poll. That'll open up for you, and you'll be able to vote for How Ground News Lies to You, which is in first place. Spider-Man beats a Jan 6er's ass in second place. Or tied for fourth, we got Stale 2000, Dogtober 7th, Rabbit Hole. That is the Reddit mod. And there's more to it, chat. It implicates Dan Stalkman. Dan Stalkman is implicated in the Stale 2000 thing, right? In the Dogtober 7th, right? Stale 2000 fingered Dan Saltman. So, that's an option too. And we got Hakeem Jeffries' secret Kushner meeting. Remember that when you support me, whether it's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, if you get yourself a membership, gift a membership, if you support me on $, no comment chick on Cash App, or on Patreon or on Twitch, then you too can weigh in on this. You can put your money where your mouth is simply by saying in chat what topic you want to see as the bonus content, right? We're at 118 out of 200. That means we'll at least be doing one bonus content item. I'll try to transition to that around 45 minutes unless we get to 200, which we are now 82 points away from 200. If we get to 200, then we will watch 2 pieces of bonus content. So there's a possibility of watching more than one of these. But yeah, Ground News is in front with Spider-Man beats Gen 6er's ass in a distant sex? God, what is wrong with me? In a distant second, yes. I do not have fantasies about having sex with Spider-Man, chat, no matter how badly he beats the Gen 6ers. It's not a thirst thing for me. Anyway, just so you know, I'll be back as quickly as I can, and yeah, we'll go from there.
Various points to try and minimize audience exposure towards visceral imagery that makes a conclusion of genocide undeniable. Anyone with a brain knows this is genocide, and he has a brain, which is how we know he's just lying and denying genocide on purpose. With that covered, let's move on to Pangburn. If you're not familiar with his channel, this is what it looks like. Check out this flashy banner, which serves as his audition to be Tucker Carlson's understudy in performative outdoorsiness. What are these terms under his name? I think you missed one, buddy. Be sure to add genocide apologetics when you get a chance. Once again, this guy has been having a full-on nervous breakdown about my video since I released it. When he first did one fairly long fact-checking style video, it was already way out of line. But then the more content he made about me, the funnier and funnier it got, until I almost started to feel sorry for the guy. It's an implosion on a scale that is rarely observed, at least not since James Tour decided to make a zillion videos about me, and we all know how that ended. Obviously, I couldn't bring myself to sift through every last minute of this Ken Burns saga on steroids, because ain't nobody got time for that. But I jumped around and watched as much as I could, and boy is it pathetic. So let's go through some highlights now. Rather than going chronological, let's start with the most pathetic content of all, some of these shorter clickbait videos that legitimately qualify as slander. Take a look at this shit. Professor Dave believes conspiracy theory, and the thumbnail reads, image from Dave's video. Oh my goodness, Dave is such a vile anti-Semite that he actually used the Happy Merchant to make fun of Jews. Except he knows damn well that I used this image to represent legitimate anti-Semitism in my video. Allow me to refresh your memory. People often note that you can find some really egregious anti-Semitism on social media, so my tweets must have been even worse than those of actual Nazis in order to merit suspension. But those people are very confused. Zionists love anti-Semites. They quietly celebrate their presence on social media because their existence fuels Israel's victimization narrative. Israel can bomb anything they want, shoot any child in the head, steal any land, but they will always continue to be the victims. I had dozens of loser trolls whine about this part of the video as well, and I mocked every last one of them for being fucking idiots who didn't listen to a word I said. As you can see, I said that Zionists love actual anti-Semites on social media because it fuels their victim complex, and I showed an actual anti-Semitic image to represent the actual anti-Semitism I was referencing. Pangburn knows this because he watched my video many times, so he's deliberately misrepresenting my video to perform blatant character assassination in a clickbait thumbnail like a worthless, disingenuous sack of shit, just so he can post the link and thumbnail on Twitter to get some engagement from losers who won't even watch the content. They'll just shriek anti-Semite and crap their pants. This is just a montage of snippets being reposted from his longer reaction videos. I just wanted you to see some of these thumbnails because they're fucking insane. Moving along, this one is called Professor Dave Targets a Minor, and the thumbnail says, look at this kid. Yes, he is pretending I'm some kind of pedophile or sexual predator when that is, in fact, what Destiny is. How about this one? This is disgusting, Dave. The part of your video where you pointed out that Zionism is morally indistinguishable from Nazism is disgusting. You know what I find disgusting? Genocide denial. But since this one is so short, let's hear him make his case.
Dave, this is nothing fucking like that.
In calling them vermin, parasites, rats, whatever they could do to dehumanize them.
You've been doing the same thing, Dave, throughout this video. You've been calling other people dehumanizing names as well. So you shouldn't do that either. I agree they shouldn't be doing that, but you shouldn't do that either.
Who have I been calling what, dipshit? You mean the monsters who are actively committing genocide? I shouldn't call them monsters because that's too dehumanizing? Am I so mean for using words like monsters to refer to people who murder children by the tens of thousands? Is that the same as Nazis referring to Jews as vermin and rats, or Zionists referring to Palestinians as human animals and Amalek? You think that calling out the perpetrators of genocide is the same as hate speech aimed at dehumanizing an entire race of people to target them for genocide? Thanks for showing everyone what a complete fucking moron you are. You're doing my work for me. Did you want to take a second and come up with something a little more convincing?
And this, like, Israel is equal to the Nazis. Come on, man. You can't be serious.
Wow, that is pretty convincing. I mean, here I was comparing two deranged genocidal societies, given that they both commit genocide, which is a pretty strong link, but I wasn't prepared for, come on, man. You really got me there, jackass.
You just gotta, you gotta have some moral culpability here. For putting up a Israeli flag and equaling that to Nazis, like,
oh, do I need some moral culpability? What about the people who are actively committing genocide? Do they need moral culpability? Go fuck yourself.
that is so dismissive of the unique level of destruction and brutality that we saw in World War II by way of the Nazi regime. And honestly, I think this kind of comparison, this graphic, putting it up is shameful. Deeply shameful. You cannot equate these things. Just because you see some similarities, like, I mean, yeah, it's a bad and wrongful thing to do, to compare these things.
It's bad and wrong to compare two genocides, you guys. The Nazis were totally unique. They slaughtered men, women, and children indiscriminately, which is exactly what Israel does. But there is no comparison because reasons. The only thing that's shameful is your Israel apologetics, asshole. You should be ashamed of yourself.
It's identical. They proudly announce genocidal intent and then later deny.
You are grafting on that information you just read, those anecdotes, onto Israel as a whole. And you're saying Israel is equal to the Nazi regime. That is a leap. You know better than that. You should not be making that leap. It's also an immoral thing to do, to make that leap. Even if you see some things that you think, some of these statements are made, and when we look at the context, and when someone like Benjamin Netanyahu clarifies that he's talking about, wanting to wipe out Hamas specifically time and time again.
How is anyone this much of an intellectually bankrupt piece of shit? How many quotes do I need to show? How many different ways do I need to demonstrate the very clear genocidal intent that is expressed by Israeli officials and citizens across the board? You can shut your eyes and ears and pretend they're not real. The rest of us will live in reality and mock you for being a genocide-denying douchebag. And I've got news for you. Not every single German citizen living under the Nazi regime would have decided to slaughter the Jews out of their own accord. They got caught up in nationalistic propaganda, just like what Israel does, which is why Israeli society is so supportive of genocide. Here's a bunch of young girls waving Nazi flags. Do you think they all woke up one day wondering why nobody is murdering all the Jews? Of course not. That's what propaganda is for. All you're doing is continually reinforcing everything I said in the video while pretending to refute it by saying, "Come on, man," and "That's shameful." What a fucking dong.
Like, this is literally at the level of anti-vax pseudoscience. this level of comparison, this line you're trying to draw. Pseudoscientific.
No, genocide denial is like being an anti-vaxxer. You're pretending genocide isn't real, just like anti-vaxxers pretend vaccines don't work or kill people or whatever. You're a fucking idiot, just like anti-vaxxers. Sorry.
Like, we're talking about the Nazi regime by way of Eichmann figuring out the transportation of Jews to the death camps, you know, starting off with massive pits where even the committed Nazi soldiers had a hard time shooting just constant lines of Jews in the back of the head. They had to be drunk or on drugs to be able to carry out these duties. And this gave rise to, you know, the gas trucks that made it psychologically easier on the Nazi soldiers to eradicate Jews. And then eventually we have the death camps by way of Zyklon B to, you know, industrialize mass murder. Dave, this is nothing fucking like that. It's nothing fucking like that. And it is quite, it's disgusting that you would compare these things in that way.
Literally everything you just said immaculately describes Israel, you dumb fuck. Gaza is an open-air prison. IFO soldiers have crippling PTSD from having to murder people regularly.
I'm thinking about a client that was ordered to torch a house or to explode an MRI machine or things like that, or to prevent people from getting to water, or to shoot at unarmed civilians. This is another breaking point.
They line them up and execute them and throw them in mass graves. They shoot children in the head. Then they take vacations in other countries to try and soothe the PTSD, and they terrorize those places too. It's a nation of fucking psychopaths. IOF soldiers are exactly like Nazi soldiers. They both carry out industrialized mass murder in your own words. You are proving my point for me, dingus. Okay, with the morsels covered, now let's get a taste of the hours and hours and hours of live-streamed damage control. This was nothing but him sitting at his computer and feeding parts of my transcript to AI until it told him things he wanted to hear. You know, like a real intellectual powerhouse. Before diving into the AI party, let's also not forget that Israel is actively training AI to deny genocide in Gaza through a technique called LLM poisoning, where the data fed to AI chatbots is chock full of Hasbara from propaganda websites like these, so that the models regurgitate the lies back to the user. Lies like denying the murdering of 5-year-old girl Hind Rajab, since that's the subject of a critically acclaimed feature film that's making the rounds. Or falsely identifying murdered Palestinian journalists as dirty, dirty Hamas terrorists. Yep, former Trump campaign manager Brad Parscale and his firm Clock Tower X have spent tens of millions of dollars ensuring that AI searches spit out pro-Israel propaganda, thereby rendering 100% of this activity by Pangburn totally moot. Oh, but I forgot. Accusing Israel of manipulating media is anti-Semitic. How convenient. Okay, let's start with the very first 3-hour fact-check video.
I have since, during the Destiny live stream, sent an email to Dave asking him if we could raise $1 million that would go directly to supporting Palestinian children in need, would Dave reconsider sharing the stage with Destiny. Just today, I've also made that a similar offer to Hassan to share, Hassan Piker to share the stage.
Oh, that's where I remember his name from. Chat, is this is the guy that tried to get, he was gonna somehow give $5 million to charity if Hassan debates Destiny? Also, did anybody notice the Thailand shout out? Thailand got a shout out, chat, when he mentioned the places that that Israeli military members go to de-stress after, you know, committing so many war crimes. I mean, Thailand's one of the countries. Sorry, I'm like just reading chat, because chat has been busy while I was gone. But I think I've got everything I need. I feel so much better. Sorry for the beginning of the stream. I don't know, chat. It's weird how like a little bit of heat affects me. All I did was turn the air conditioner slightly up, and you know, here we are, fully functional and ready to rock. That is where it's fascinating history. That's all I know. Yeah, I mean, look, I haven't been a lot of places in the world, but of those places that I have been, Thailand is a pretty cool one. Anyway, let's take a look. This Pangburn. Did I get him right though? Is that the guy? Is that the guy that was on Twitter trying to get Hassan to debate Destiny? Is that who this is? Because I was like, I kind of recognize the name from somewhere, but I am not sure where. Kind of fucked up. He's ransoming the future of Gaza's people. Well, it's not like he's gonna get. I don't think he's giving the $5 million. I think he expects to be able to raise $5 million. But Professor Dave, yeah, this is what I'm remembering now. Professor Dave did an event with him. That's how he kind of. So this, I think this is a little bit of a backstab. Like I think they were friends, or like they at least worked. Maybe they didn't get along. I don't know. Maybe it's not. But I'm trying to put together the narrative here of who Pangburn is, where he fits into the larger scheme of things. At least we know that his name is just Pangburn, and there's no kind of question of, is he actually Bobby Hill, right? There's no question of like, well, the rumor is he's this guy Bobby Hill who works as publicity for Texas Governor Greg Abbott, right? Because that would just be a little too confusing if that was the case after dealing with Brian Griffin. So, like, do I finally understand it? There's a rumor that he is the Florida, like, he's a faceless account on the internet, right? But he appeared in a live with was it Ron DeSantis? Or no, it was Brian Griffin, right? So that almost seems like he's trying to disprove. He's trying to be like, no, here's me and Brian together, you know, in a Twitter live space. But yeah, at least that, you know, that's some closure for the whole Brian Griffin saga. And thank God there's not another kind of cartoon character that this guy is like has the same name of as in real life for us to have to go down that rabbit hole. Like, I could totally imagine it. If it were to happen, it would be a perfect mirror of that Brian Griffin account.
With Destiny, and I think we'd be able to raise $5 million for Palestinian children.
Do we have to do Egon Chalakian now? One in chat if you know who that is. Any ball knowers? Is this a Destiny meme? I feel like this is a meme over there. Egon Chalakian, Chocolatrian, something like that. No, it's Egon no. Wait. Nobody's recognizing. Okay, this is like a should I give the spoiler? I feel like the usual way that you do a Egon Chalakian stream is to actually go and look at, you know, pictures of Egon Chalakian on the internet, but that would take. I feel bad by spoiling it for you, right? It's one of these internet It's one of these internet mysteries.
Children with that event. You know, we can find a way for these people who are diametrically opposed or actually hate each other to come together and raise money for causes. Because surely.
But if I were to, during this stream, look at pictures of Egon Chalakian, or whatever his name is, and react to them and try to figure out like what's going on with this guy, what's the deal, it would literally be like reprising a Destiny stream. Destiny did this. Destiny looked down this rabbit hole, and I don't know if he knew the truth all along, right? Because it's one of these things that you kind of figure out what's actually going on as you look into it. But there's all this stuff on the internet that kind of presents this person called Egon Chalakian. And if you look really close at some of the details, some of them start to look like AI. And then you start to ask yourself, is this a real dude or not? Is this some kind of weird, AI mass hallucination of a individual where he's always kind of like there's always something going on with the picture. Anyway, chat, I feel like I've said too much. We're not gonna go down that rabbit hole. We've got plenty of rabbit holes right here.
There are things that are much more important than particular feuds.
What a manipulative sack of crap. Dave,
maybe the editor can just like put in pictures of Chalakian into this part while I am.
Why won't you debate Destiny, and why won't Hassan debate Destiny for $1 million or $5 million or whatever number I want to pull out of my ass to help Palestinian children? I guess Dave doesn't really care about those kids. First of all,
this is the guy.
Could raise millions of.
This is the guy. This is the guy right here, right? This is
for anything is a fucking.
So I do remember this happening on Twitter, but somehow I didn't associate it with Pangburn.
Moron. He didn't even break even at my New York vaccine debate event. There is no shot in hell that he could raise anything even remotely close to those.
Wait, vaccine debate event? Was he on Dave's side? Was this guy on Dave's side at least? Was this guy or was this guy anti-vax?
Those numbers, no matter what he or his shitty AI.
No, wait, because he cited COVID denial as one of the things that who's comparing what Dave was saying, right, to COVID denial. So he must have been on the same side. Oh, so he was saddled with this guy as a debate partner. This was like his who was the guy that Norm was paired with in the debate with Destiny? It was like that. It was like 4 people and
say. Second, there's no reason to believe that any ticket sales or money raised would go to charity as promised. In case you're unaware, Pangburn got embroiled in a huge scandal a few years back because he got caught.
I really like your thumbnail. Well, thank you. I mean, that's really kind of you. I don't think it's, I don't think I succeeded with this thumbnail. I feel like there's something it was missing the whole time. I feel like I missed an opportunity. If I could have anticipated the subject of Dr. Chalakian coming up on stream, I could have added one more element to the thumbnail that would have made it truly spooky. If you know what I mean.
Not paying out his speakers and not refunding ticket holders for canceled events. Sam Harris, the genocide-denying douchebag, outlined this in great detail since he's one of the speakers who got stiffed. He outlined the whole debacle in a blog post. Others called him out too, like in this lengthy Twitter interaction.
See, wouldn't you rather have Muin Rabbani as a debate partner as opposed to this Pangburn guy? This is who Dave got saddled with, right? Dave also likes to debate. I would say equally to Sam Cedar, who I always talk about as the almost a cautionary tale in his own right, as far as a man who loves debate too much and can never get enough of the debate that he craves, that being a libertarian, to call in and shoot the shit, right? It has not happened in a long time. And it was such great content. The one I'm remembering is the guy that was like, hey, 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 shut up. Oh my God, who? Walter Block? Is that who it is? The guy that like talked over Sam and said, hey, hey. Anyway, chat, that is
action. Pangburn philosophy totally imploded, and nobody wanted to touch this guy after all that. There's a long video from—
I'm sorry, Pangburn philosophy? Is this what he does? Wait, he does he's a philosophy guy? So that's why he ended up in the debate, okay, with Professor Dave. Wow.
Someone named Benjamin Boyce that goes into quite a bit of detail regarding Pangburn's perpetual shadiness.
So he took no responsibility there, but even though he empowered her to do that, he would pull back on the reins and tell her to stop doing things. And that devolved all the way down to the technical. When we did the show at the Orpheum on June 23rd, we're in Vancouver, it's in Vancouver, we've worked in that building before, and everybody was familiar that they have problems with the audio equipment in the house. It's older equipment, it's been used for opera, and the microphones in particular aren't in the best condition for a speaking engagement. And I believe our production manager said to him that we need to cross-rent equipment. We need to get equipment in. Most people bring their own equipment in or rent equipment to bring it in. And he said, no. No, we brought in a vendor, we brought in a company, which oddly enough, they still have not been paid. I think they have a huge outstanding bill for that they've never been paid for.
Oh, the video that he has online right now that's monetized.
Yeah, but as far as making payments to vendors or hotels or any of the venues, we used his credit card, and more often than not, it was maxed out. And our production manager spent an awful lot of time explaining to vendors and patrons why the card was declined and having to backtrack and go to Travis and say, get it paid, pay it down. And we were never really aware of the money flow at all. We had no idea where the money was going or coming from. We just get invoices, hand them to him, make sure they got paid, or more often than not, she would pay them through a credit card online.
We don't need to go through a bunch of this. I'll just link to this video in the description. But the point is that absolutely everything he was doing as Pangburn philosophy was shady as fuck. I was vaguely aware of all this when he approached me to do some events after he relaunched and rebranded as simply Pangburn, so I just made sure to get my travel reimbursement and tiny appearance fee up front for the vaccine debate. I believe in second chances, so I figured as long as we did things that way, I was willing to roll the dice. And to be clear, I didn't have any problems with him whatsoever for that event, but with his history of cutting corners and ripping off speakers and ticket holders, why the shit would anyone believe that any money he could raise, which would be nowhere near $1 million, would actually go to where he says it would? And why would I agree to a debate run by a clearly biased moderator like him that would be overrun by Destiny's toxic cult? No thanks. I have a better idea. How about if Destiny admits that Israel is committing genocide, apologizes sincerely for all of his Israel-funded genocide denial, and I'll film myself donating $5,000 to a charity for Palestine, on top of the money I've already donated over the past few years. Wouldn't that be a little more productive and reliable? Don't you care about Palestinian children, Destiny? Anyway, Travis tanked his business once before, he was given a second chance, and now he's tanking it again by running endless damage control for a sex pest genocide denier. Go figure.
So a claim Dave made, Israel is objectively committing genocide. Then the verdict is defensible expert conclusion, but overstated and an uncontested judicial fact. So this is an expert conclusion that people will point to. There's more information I'm going to read, but it's not uncontested. It might be Dave's opinion and the opinions of some experts and their conclusions that there is in fact a genocide occurring or has occurred, but that shouldn't be presented as a universal fact. It's still contested.
Contested by who, dickhead? Israel? That's shocking. How about you actually engage with the arguments put forward by human rights organizations and genocide scholars who have confirmed that it's genocide? You just say it's contested because some people refuse to admit it. That's not an argument.
So Dave claimed every single human rights organization in the world has labeled it a genocide. This is false. So this is the first false claim of Dave's. Several major organizations have done so, but not literally every organization. Some, including Human Rights Watch, initially used narrower formulations such as extermination, crimes against humanity, and acts of genocide. Institutional conclusions also differ in legal scope and wording. So it's just... When Dave's saying every single human rights organization in the world has labeled it genocide, surely he knows that there are, human rights organizations that don't disagree with this. Maybe Dave doesn't consider those to be legitimate human rights organizations.
Does this feel like the climate debate to anyone? I still don't know. What is Pangborn's philosophy? He was acting, as moderator for what, the Hassan Destiny debate? Was I wrong in my assumption that this guy was Destiny's debate partner for, not Destiny's, Dave's debate partner? Like he was on the, because there's 4 people there. I assume there's 2 sides, right? I just like Brian Griffin, right? It's a difficulty ascertaining this man's politics, and it's, very important contextually. There's a lot more I can and also I'm fucking curious. I should throw that in too. I am fucking curious about this. This is a weird guy. This is a new guy. This is a emergent phenomenon on the internet. He practices Bonnell thought,
but the claim in and of itself.
But he's not anti-vax. Is what I'm trying to subtly figure out. I made that assumption, right, based on what he said.
Is just false.
Which ones, asshole? List them by name. Oh, you don't want to because they're obviously shilling for Israel? Convenient.
Another claim was that the reported total of roughly 70,000 deaths is dramatically low. So it's possible that there is an undercount, but Dave in the video is dramatically overstating what is known. So UN reporting cited 73,035 reported deaths by June 21st, 2026. Statistical research indicates that direct violent deaths were probably undercounted, but available estimates do not establish that hundreds of thousands had already been killed directly. So it's possible that there's an undercount, but Dave's presenting like that 70,000 deaths is dramatically too low, that it is in fact an undercount. This is again just presenting something as a fact here, when really, like, we don't really know.
Yes, we do know
that. It feels like so many crank debates. Do you know what I mean? They always have this thing of like they'll retreat to, well, we don't know. Only 97% of climate change scientists say that that climate change is real. So what about those other 3%? What if they're right? It does feel like or smoking, or like, right, there's always in any debate like this, there's always like a sort of some usually corporate counter narrative to whatever it is.
The official count is objectively an undercount for the very obvious reasons I gave in my video, and not just because the number has barely changed in like 2 years despite Israel bombing them constantly. Only identified bodies go towards the count, which doesn't include bodies that were totally vaporized, are still trapped under rubble, or never brought in for identification. This is
Okay, so chat, I just realized something, all right? Ground News lies to you. How do they do it, right? That's the video that is being selected right now. That's the video that is far and away the winner of today's poll. Yeah, 47% of you, 95 votes so far. 47% of you have chosen to watch a video about Ground News, which I'm kind of psyched about, honestly. They're all cool options, but that one's ahead with 47%. We have Spider-Man beats a Gen 6er's ass. Did I actually put that in a... Oh no, chat. I mean, it works. I didn't like it. You're seeing it right there. It says ass. The funny thing about the poll on YouTube is it's fairly sensitive as far as what you can and cannot say, right? Like, it will outright reject if you put something in there that's like a little too risque. And I'm surprised it let ass through, honestly. But there it is. Spider-Man beats a Gen 6er's ass in second place. Stale 2000 October 7th. Rabbit Hole in third place. And Hakeem Jeffries' secret Kushner meeting. That sounds like a bonne soiree, if I do say so. Yeah, that's an interesting meeting right there. Hakeem Jeffries and Jared Kushner. Wonderful to see the future House Speaker potentially having a private conversation with Jared Kushner. But yeah, that's where we're at right now. We got 118 out of 200. That is 82 points away from adding another hour. I'm gonna move as if we don't add another hour. Just to make sure that I can get in because this is a long video, the Ground News video, long video, good video, but long video. And that's what you chose today, chat. And I want to make sure that we have time for it. So yeah, 95 votes are in. Make sure to vote if you haven't already. Also make sure to like the stream while you're there, because that's a good time, a good place to do so. And yeah, I'm going to watch a little bit more of this and then immediately go to Ground News and how it lies to you.
Disputable. He doesn't even bother mentioning this reasoning because he's not actually playing my video. He's just cherry picking what he wants and teasing responses he likes out of AI. All-knowing AI said it, so it must be true.
So another claim, about 78% of Gaza has been destroyed. This was another claim by Dave. So this is broadly accurate only if, quote, damaged or destroyed structures is meant. So UN satellite analysis found approximately 81% of structures damaged or destroyed by October 2025. Demolished is not equivalent, of course, to damaged. So the video Dave created here uses a stronger term than the source supports. So damaged or destroyed is what Dave should have said. 81% of Gaza has been damaged or destroyed. That would have been more accurate, not 78% of Gaza has been destroyed.
Instead of nitpicking over words like damaged versus destroyed, maybe it would be easier to just show the drone footage I included in my video, shot after shot after shot of pure apocalyptic wasteland, so everyone can see that Gaza is totally uninhabitable, therefore genocide. No, just gonna hide behind this fake semantic rigor? Got it.
There was another claim. Every hospital, school, bakery, village, and city has been destroyed. This is, for the most part, rhetorical hyperbole. So the destruction is, of course, exceptional. Approximately 93% of school buildings required major rehabilitation or reconstruction, and the health system was devastated. But every hospital, school, bakery, and settlement is just literally incorrect.
Wasn't this the guy that we just saw saying that nothing should be compared to the level of destruction in World War II? right? Now, obviously, it's on a in a given area, right? Obviously, it's all in a small the small area of Gaza, but in terms of the level of destruction, I mean, I don't see how comparing it is out of the question. It's just funny when you match up the things that he says.
So when you start saying things like every hospital, school, bakery, this paints a picture of a place that no longer has hospitals, schools, bakeries, villages, and any kind of remnants of a city. And that's not true.
It is true. 0 traditional schools in Gaza are operational. Every single one of the 700 schools has been bombed. 92% are destroyed, and the rest are partially damaged, so they now serve as shelters. 0 hospitals in Gaza are fully functional. Every single one of the 36 hospitals has been bombed. About half are able to do anything whatsoever, which is usually nothing more than amputating limbs without anesthetic. Every city has been destroyed. Gaza City, Khan Yunis, and Rafah are in complete ruins. The destruction is worse than if a nuclear bomb had been detonated. Literally. All of this is what I conveyed very clearly in my video with the help of visual aids, which he is avoiding entirely so we can play a
What I'm saying, you've got to kind of, find areas in World War II that would have been damaged at that level, at that density.
desperate semantic game with the transcript.
The claim Israeli forces have deliberately shot.
Yeah, exactly, Bad Lefty. Yeah.
Or sniped Palestinian children. So there are documented cases of this. I think it's more clear to say that there are documented cases where this has occurred. And I also think it's responsible to also mention that this is disputed. And the universal wording. I don't have too much of an issue with that. Like, if it is in fact the case that Israeli forces have deliberately shot or sniped Palestinian children, like, for me as a thinker, I want to understand the context of what happened there, how it was dealt with. Was this supported by those in power, by the military itself? I would assume it wasn't, but that's one I want to further investigate. I'm going to make a little mark there.
Yeah, Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in the head all the time, but hey, it's disputed by Israel, which is lying literally always. And he thinks that if it's really happening, it's condemned by the higher-ups, obviously. The ones who are constantly talking about how all Palestinian children are terrorists that should be murdered. Real honest take there.
I think it's important to, first of all, I was very shocked by Dave's video because it felt to me a lot more like the videos he debunks than the video that he makes with Okay,
so this is like a question and answer kind of thing, I'm guessing, in his Discord?
Instagram clippings and...
Or is this just how he streams?
This is from TikTok posts, and that seems very counter to what Dave usually creates.
Hey, look, an idiot caller is regurgitating the dumb shit Destiny said, whining about which social media platform
They do that a lot. They really do seem to do that a lot.
sourced videos from isn't an argument, and nobody I debunk is playing Instagram videos. They spew a script of lies that I debunk. Normally, I do that with primary scientific literature. This isn't science. You want to hear Israeli officials expressing genocidal intent? I show clips of them expressing genocidal intent. It does not fucking matter where those clips are posted. Get your head out of your ass.
You know, you've heard a lot from Hassan. How does this kind of rhetoric make you feel?
I think I feel like what black people felt like in 2014 during the BLM movement.
Okay.
Basically, like when they say, no, I don't hate black people. I just hate, thug black culture. Or I don't, it's not like anyone who, they don't hate blacks. I just hate anyone who supports BLM.
Oh my God. I'm not to be racist, but like literally racism.
This is what I hear. I hear a way, it's the same anti-Semitic tropes. Jews want to kill children. Jews control our governments. Jews take over. Jews are a small minority that's conniving behind the scenes. Jews are manipulating our media. This is what I'm hearing.
He is actually saying shit that like.
The word Jew, he's using the word Zionist. And he might not be aware that he's being anti-Semitic, but I see and hear the anti-Semitism like a black person can hear something like, "Oh, it's BLM. People who support BLM are racist. People who support BLM are lazy. People who support BLM are part of a thug culture. They're just criminals. They just want to get away with crimes. They're looters." Right? This is the type of language
which I feel like is normal language you'd hear in DGG.
Generally would hear against black people.
Israel is killing children. Israel does have enormous influence in our government. Israel is manipulating global media to a profound degree. I proved all of that in my video, and I used the correct language, Zionists, because that's the political ideology that Israel's activity is based on, which is not specifically representative of the global Jewish community. This jackass is just doing the exact thing I debunked in my video of equating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, so he either didn't listen to a fucking word I said, or he's doubling down on the exact propaganda I debunked because he has nothing else to say.
The next claim, the vast Hamas command center alleged beneath Al-Shifa did not exist. So one more time, the vast Hamas command center alleged beneath Al-Shifa did not exist. This is partly correct. Partly correct. Evidence supported some Hamas military use of the hospital complex, including weapons, tunnels, hostages, or command activity. However, initial Israeli depictions of a vast central headquarters were not substantiated at the scale originally suggested. So again,
wait a minute. Are you getting is that YouTube moderating what you said? Oh wait. Because I'm seeing two different, like I'm seeing wait, no. Sorry. I'm having trouble finding a chat. It's wait, I'm in live yeah, be in live chat because you can see more. Sometimes like it emits like sometimes you can't see all of the chat if you are in top chat. So that's why you should always hit live chat. I am in live chat though. It's weird. One of your messages just showed up in multi-chat, but not in live chat, which confused me. That's all. Oh, there it is. Yeah, no, exactly. This is unironically anti-black. This is and this is not that abnormal. Like, right, this is pretty consistent with just I mean, I don't know if there's a Pangburn viewer or if this is a Destiny viewer, but it's not inconsistent with the kind of opinion you would see over there.
Partly correct, half truth here.
No, it's a full truth. Israel planted a couple guns and pointed at a random tunnel. That's not evidence of anything, and it sure as fuck does not substantiate the ridiculous CGI video depicting a massive high-tech command center that Israel...
They should have made it into a video game.
...concocted out of thin fucking air. This is just another example.
Yeah, that's a lot more of an interesting like landscape than what they actually found. There's a couple of guns behind an MRI machine, and
of him pretending to take the middle ground when he's really just using fake evidence presented by Israel and regurgitated by the AI model he's using to distort reality.
The claim Israel knew the detailed October 7 attack was coming and deliberately allowed it.
Chat, can we do a check-in really quick? How common is this? Like him, like in trying to confirm the truth, or in trying to show, I guess, his, in making his argument, this guy's going to AI, asking it questions, and when he doesn't get the answer he likes, kind of tweaking the prompt until he gets what he wants out of it, and being like, here, look, I'm right. See? AI said I'm right. How common is this? Like, how many people is this like normal for? It's like, oh no, yeah, you look at what AI says, and maybe you look at a few different you look at ChatGPT, you grok it, you got to find the number. And that AI is going to give you the number. But you got to keep asking it until it gives you the number that you like, right? Because the number is not just any number. You've got a specific number in mind, and you want to hear the AI say the number. And that's when you know that you have been value-tained.
One more time. Israel knew the detailed October 7 attack was coming and deliberately allowed it. This is completely unsupported. There is compelling evidence of intelligence and preparedness failures, ignored warnings, and mistaken assessments. That is not evidence that Israeli leaders intentionally permitted the attack.
Well, I put forward some very peculiar testimony from Israeli soldiers that would seem to support what I said. If you want to pretend it's completely unsupported, then you'd better offer some kind of explanation for that testimony, dickhead. Just shouting conspiracy theory isn't an argument. In the real world, we examine all the data and arrive at the conclusion that best fits the data, including the data that doesn't fit the narrative you want to be true. So offer your explanation like an adult, or admit that you can't and don't even have the courage.
It does feel like, I feel like this is the first time I've ever watched Discord content. I know it's out there, right? Because anybody that does like a, like the video chats on Discord, like, I mean, somebody could be recording. But I've never, like, it does feel a little dirty, doesn't it? To look at, so there's something about that we're like looking into somebody's Discord that feels a little icky. Right? I was like, I don't want to be in your Discord, Mr. Pangburn. Where's the exit? Can I please leave? I need to get off of the stage. What is this? Hell is truly other people's Discord. I think that's how it works, at least.
To try.
Someone just asked, I wonder how many subs Dave lost over this video. I hope Dave doesn't lose any subs over this video. Dave Farina, the world needs to stop doing this. Just because Dave may, in fact, and it seems like he has,
be foaming at the mouth, anti-Semite,
made mistakes in the video he released, doesn't mean he has no value. Doesn't mean the value of everything else you used to value loses its value. Is that a riddle? Dave's just Dave. Dave's a fallible human being just like anyone else. So don't go and unsubscribe from Dave because he gets things wrong here. And it's not like the entire video was incorrect, right? We're nitpicking. In the same way, Dave Farina nitpicks other people's videos.
Oh my God, we gotta have time for bonus content. What am I doing, chat? This guy's boring. Agreed? I think we've agreed that just. I mean, look, no, it's actually like, I mean, some of the shit, like, you got some revelations about, but I don't like being in his Discord. Like, I'm no offense to people that, like, Discord can be great if it's the Discord you want to be in. This Discord looks like hell to me though, and I don't want to be in hell any longer. I want to be in bonus content, and we are in bonus content, chat. So we're at 118. Let's make sure that we have ground news lies. Ground news lies. Oh my god, I will never get sponsored after saying that. But honestly, that was just the intro song. I wasn't making any particular literate machine. I couldn't remember the name of this channel. But there, wait, it's less. It's watchable. It's watchable. I don't know why I thought it was 50 minutes. I thought it was like 56 minutes or something. It's 32 minutes. We can watch this. Wait, is this it? How ground news lies? Oh yeah, it is literate machines. Yeah, because they sometimes you get these titles, chat, and I haven't done this very much. No, I haven't done this at all. I don't think. You can A/B test your titles now, just like you A/B test thumbnails. So you're gonna see videos come at you with different thumbnails and different titles potentially, and they're the same video. Wait, ground news and the war on reality? That's for 3 weeks ago. Wait, is this the new one? They've made multiple videos on ground news? 9 days ago. Yeah, this is the new one. That's from 3 weeks ago. Okay, well, let's start with this one. Unless people think, has anybody watched this? Does anybody think that you got to start with ground news and the war on reality, or else you'll never understand, is ground news a psyop?
Hi. Now, in my last episode about ground news, I talked about how there's been a many-decade-long effort by a lot of extremely rich people to create an alternative media ecosystem of reactionary thought under the term conservative media. And part of that project was to portray all media that wasn't conservative media as liberal, meaning left, and behave as if it existed explicitly to further a political agenda the same way conservative media does, in an entirely successful effort to use the mainstream media's own ideals of neutrality, independence, and objectivity against it to platform reactionary ideas and move the Overton window rightward. And it's probably my fault because I buried it a bit, but it's important to understand that for the most part, this conservative media exists not to accurately report the news, but to expressly further a reactionary agenda, which is why we have ample evidence of people who've been in conservative media discussing how they were never fact-checked and, to the contrary, encouraged to make things up to further the cause, deliberately stir up controversies out of nothing, and be extremely subjective while assailing the lack of objectivity of everyone else. And I kind of feel like if you don't understand that conservative media is composed chiefly of lies, fear-mongering, racism, and grifters, you're either not paying attention or are also part of the cult. And this is why a service that presents conservative media on equal terms with the actual news media, and even denotes it as in the political center, serves only to legitimize and validate their lies. And by doing so, it all—
I'm so confused, chat. I think the one that Hassan watched was actually ground news and the war on reality. What did I just do? I triggered the music.
Hi.
Oh shit. So I think that's why it is 50 minutes. We better get going. Sorry, chat. I think that second video is like an addendum or something to this.
Do you have a problem with getting your news from only one side of the political spectrum? Are you being fed a never-ending doom scroll of media that only serves to reinforce your existing biases and may even push you into more extreme views? Well, have I got a solution for you? That's right, it's my sponsor. Not actually my sponsor. Ground News! Ground News will show you news stories like you've never seen them before. The same story presented from multiple news sources at once, conveniently categorized by political bias, as well as showing you news stories that might be getting covered by news organizations of one political leaning, but not another, to help you get out of your filter bubble. Sounds great, right? Right? Chapter 1. So what's the problem with ground news anyway? There's this video by Ben Jordan about how capitalism is dying, something I was researching for a certain other episode. And his video is pretty good. However, there was one part that made me do a double take. At one point in the video, he says there's a problem that
every piece of news that the average voter sees is manipulated by a third-party aggregator.
Yeah, true. But then at the very end of the video, he turns around and says,
I suppose you want some advice on how to educate yourself about current events when an exceeding amount of news organizations are owned by billionaires and sometimes even governments. Well, Ground News. Come here, I'll show you.
And I'm like, wait a minute. Now, you might have heard of Ground News because they've been buying ads on popular YouTube channels faster than Raycons and Raid Shadow Legends. But Ground News is also a corporate news aggregator serving up stories via an opaque algorithm, right? And it's not only that, but it's a news aggregator whose chief feature is that it classifies the entirety of news output along a simple one-dimensional left-right political axis. Now, Ben Jordan says that Ground News is independently owned and funded by subscribers, but this is at best a half-truth. According to their own website, in addition to subscribers, Ground News is funded by an unidentified handful of mission-aligned independent investors. And if you look in PitchBook, you'll find a number of venture capital firms in the mix, including Techstars, which was also one of the early investors in Uber. But even if we accept Ground News independence at face value, how do they even determine the political bias of a news organization? According to them, it's based on the work of 3 other independent organizations: All Sides, Alfontes Media, and Media Bias Fact Check.
So does that name sound familiar? I think there was a Twitter discourse around Alfontes. What is this called again?
How do they even determine the political bias of a news organization? According to them, it's based on the work of 3 other independent organizations: All Sides.
Oh, ad fonts. God damn.
Now, they are, a lot of people hyper focus on the fact that I am as unreliable and as much of a liar as like Alex Jones, right? People love using that. What they fail to recognize, and I've said for years, like in an effort to show how fucking insane these guys are with their metrics, is all of the other people on the left versus people on the right. I'll give you some examples. Now, they put me down here, contains misleading information, on the hyper extreme, hyper partisan left, not the most extreme. Rev left radio is the most extreme. Breakthrough news is more extreme. They put Joe Rogan above me, right? So, like, a lot of people will look at that and go, ha, lol, owned. At least they put me a little bit above Nick Fuentes, America First, Nick Fuentes. And they put Alex Jones beneath me for the first time this year. But what's really interesting about this is not where I'm at in comparison to other right-wing sources. If you want to understand how fucking insane...
Other right-wing sources? Did Hassan Piker just admit to being right-wing?
How unbelievably biased these guys are.
Someone call Brian Griffin.
Look no further than the fact that Midas Touch is also barely cracking the bottom of the opinion or wide variation in reliability metric, whereas skynews.com.au, New
lefties,
Daily Mail,
wait,
and fucking Megyn Kelly
is Sky News the one with lefties are losing it?
Is considered more reliable than Midas Touch. You understand that from their perspective, they are heavily biased in the right-wing media direction. You might have noticed I haven't worked with Ground News, even though what I do is basically what Ground News does, right? It's a perfect organic ad placement. This is the reason why. This is the reason why. I told him straight up, I was like, you have to talk to Ad Fontes. You guys rely on Ad Fontes to figure out your bias and your reliability charts. These guys are out of their minds. Yeah, I'm only a little...
Wait, so he was gonna do this Ground News sponsorship, and then he was like, yeah, but... I mean, I guess he has a particular, like there's not a lot of people that can talk to Ground News and be like, hey, you know about this Adfontes? I keep on wanting to call it Alfontes Media. Adfontes Media. Yeah, like, what are you sure they're reliable? Because I don't think they're reliable. A lot of people don't think these guys are reliable. Could you look into it? Because I would love to do your sponsorship, but Adfontes, unreliable.
Little bit higher than the guy who doesn't believe the Holocaust happened.
One of Midas's sponsors is Ground News.
You are out of your fucking mind.
That's kind of well. I mean, I guess at least they're not biased. You know, they're not gonna like Ground News is not being biased towards Midas. They're like, it's not like that would be funny if someone got sponsored by them and then immediately like they had you as super unreliable and they got embarrassed and they put you up to pretty damn reliable, pretty damn even between right and left, put you in the perfect middle.
Anyway, yeah, lower than Joe Rogan, Mr. Anti-Vax, Mr. Ivermectin, a more trusted, more reliable source of news. You look silly. Ground News as a concept is good. Ground News as a concept is important and good. The problem is it's very difficult to actually chart out a decent media bias chart.
I do feel like the need almost, and I mean, obviously this is out there, but for some kind, like to be able to really, like you almost need a program, you almost need an app, you almost need like a news app, right? And if you could get it, like that's the problem is like, you know, it's gonna probably have some algorithmic bias, even if it's trying not to, but just something to kind of like make it a little bit more, like if you could click on a certain story and see like multiple, I don't know, is that maybe there are sites, there's probably sites that do this for free, to be honest. But yeah, Ground News, it sounds like a brand of coffee, doesn't it? Like even as Ground News, that like somehow better, it would be a better like name for it. Like Ground News would be like a good ground coffee that you drink with the newspaper, and it could have a cutesy like old-fashioned label on it that shows like a dude kicking his feet up and the dog is bringing him the paper, some shit like that.
Ironically enough, those
live in the world of misogyny, live in the world of mandom,
who are charting out the media bias are biased themselves. What's their justification for having you this low? They think that, you know, my positions are ridiculous. So that's the reason why they say I'm not reliable as a source of information. But it's funny because these guys do see me as a reliable source of information. Like the people who are at the top of this, journalists, producers, routinely work and offer coverage on this guy down here as a decent combatter of misinformation on the internet. So it doesn't even make sense from their own perspective. Because yes, while you know, CNN is not exactly a fan of mine or whatever, the New Yorker, NPR, like I've been on Guardian, New York Times, I've been on a lot of these outlets with regular frequency as they cover what I do as a person who combats right-wing disinformation, as a person who combats, you know, the bro culture and the manosphere on the internet. So it doesn't even make sense from their own framework, but it doesn't matter. If Ground News were to fix their hyper reliance on like Adfontes Media, I think they would be a far better tool overall.
Yeah, a little bit more positive than I would have expected. But yeah, he's mainly pointing to this. This is the media bias chart. Wait, no, what is this? This seems like a different chart. bad faith is actually doing okay for reliability, although it's marked as being hyper partisan left. I don't think this is the same. I don't think this is the same chart. Wait, he was looking at the Adam Johnson thing, right? Ethan Klein fell for the Ad Fontes chart. Oh, is he tweeting this to show Hassan is equal with InfoWars? And OAN. I mean, that's the chart. Wait, what is this? Oh, 2023. Okay, I'm stuck in 2023 here, chat. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find the actual chart. But yeah, I think it was, you know, this is the one that I think Hassan was looking at. Monsanto News, right smack dab in the middle between right and left. Right on the board. Tom Hartman, very unreliable. Watch out for the news you hear on Tom Hartman. Probably isn't true. Because Ad Fontes Media says Fox News is, where is that? Oh, okay, so they have like the lower rungs contains misleading info and contains inaccurate and fabricated info. Then we got when you get above the lower the red zone, you get into the yellow zone. You got selective, incomplete, unfair persuasion, propaganda, or other issues. Then one above that is opinion or wide variation of unreliability. Then beyond that, still in yellow, analysis or wide variation in analysis or wide variation in reliability. Sorry, I don't know what the this chart does not make a lot of sense for several reasons, right? Mix of fact reporting and analysis or simple fact reporting. Okay, through thorough fact reporting or fact dense analysis. USA Facts is the very top of the chart. Pew Research Center. Stars and Stripes, the fucking military magazine. What? Bellingcat. Okay, Bellingcat is up there and right in the middle, right in the center, the mythical center. NBC above CBS. PBS is kind of like shoved over to the left. Wall Street Journal is reliable on the right. BBC is right in the middle. BBC is right in the middle. Okay, I've had enough with this chart, and I've had enough with Ethan Klein. Let's get back to this ground news video.
Also pushes socialism and socialist ideas like, I don't know, significantly raising taxes on rich people further to the periphery, helping to delegitimize them. And some people accuse me of being unbiased, but part of the point of the video is that there's no such thing as being unbiased or objective, and the pose of being unbiased serves only to reinforce the status quo, strip events of their moral weight, pass off official accounts from authority figures as neutral facts, and create false equivalences between truth and lies. But I finished the video by saying that I might think ground news is a right-wing psyop if I were conspiratorial.
Did they rank him with InfoWars or did they rank him with Alex Jones, right? Because InfoWars is actually Tim Heidecker. Like if that's a current chart, if that's the new chart that just came out.
Poorly minded, but the people running it and its sources might completely believe they're honestly providing a useful service. However, some folks pointed me to some interesting evidence that ground news might actually be a right-wing psyop. And just to be clear, by psyop here I don't mean a literal military psychological operation, but just the idea that ground news was intentionally created to spread and legitimize right-wing ideas under the guise of being impartial and exposing bias. And I'll say here at the top that this
Tim Heidecker is one of them.
evidence isn't conclusive, but it is pretty suggestive. And I think it's worth taking a moment to look into it and see what it tells us, not only about these sorts of services, but about deeper issues around money and journalism. And I'm still definitely not getting that ground news sponsorship, so please consider supporting this project on Patreon at patreon.com/Eric Rosenfield, where for only $1 a month, you can get early ad-free episodes, exclusive author's notes, and more, like the exclusive essay about journalist Walter Lippmann and how he helped create centrist discourse and neoliberalism that I had to cut from the last video. Anyway, according to its website, Ground News was founded by siblings Harleen Kaur, ex-NASA engineer, and Suk Singh, ex-Bain Capital. Yes, that Bain Capital, the private equity and vulture capital firm whose CEO and sole shareholder was once former governor and Republican presidential hopeful Mitt Romney. But even aside from that, this is weird, right? Neither of these people have backgrounds in journalism, media, or media analysis. They're an engineer and a finance guy. And this background shows, for instance, in something I neglected to mention in the last episode, the use of AI to summarize news stories. Journalists might not appreciate the idea of a computer program summarizing their work, and as someone who cares about news, I would be, shall we say, concerned about the accuracy and trustworthiness of these summaries. Replacing a news source that may be biased or untrustworthy with software that has no idea what bias or trustworthiness is doesn't sound to me like an improvement. I could also point out how much the right wing seems to like AI in particular.
That's right, Mr. 47%. God, that's a callback. 2012.
Evidence, but unpacking that is a bit orthogonal to the main point I'm trying to make, so we'll put it aside for the moment. I said in the last video that the site is funded not only by subscribers, but by venture capital firms and unnamed independent mission-aligned investors, according to the website. Who are these investors? Well, typically if you make a significant investment in a startup, giving you a significant ownership stake in it, you get a seat on the board of directors that controls the company. Ground News is technically a subsidiary of a company called Snapwise Inc., which you know because it says copyright 2026 Snapwise Inc. at the bottom of the Ground News website, though curiously that's not mentioned on their About page. Also curiously, the name of the parent company used to be on the Wikipedia page for Ground News, but that seems to have been removed at some point for some reason. So who's on the board of Snapwise Inc.? Well, we see the founders, Kaur and Singh, that's expected. We have Payman Paladij, who's a known angel investor, which is to say a rich person who invests in early-stage startups. We have Tom Curley, and this is the only person on this board who actually has experience in journalism. He was the president of the Associated Press, helped found the USA Today in 1976, and actually worked as a journalist. This is the kind of person you'd actually want to see involved in a company like this. And then you have Manuel Mattke. Now, Mattke doesn't personally seem to be an angel investor, but he is the president and COO of Opportunity Education, a company that provides educational materials to private and charter schools, and he's the president of a company called Factual IQ, which uses AI to help leaders in mid-market companies make strategic decisions rapidly. And he's on the advisory board of another company called Straight Arrow News, a news site that promises to provide unbiased news without agenda. Straight Arrow News even shows news stories that are primarily being reported by left-wing or right-wing news sources in order to show people things that they might be missing in their biased blind spots. Well, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? In fact, they say this media miss feature is done via their partnership with, you guessed it, Ground News. And who actually...
I knew I remember this from somewhere. Straight Arrow News, I believe, is the fact checker for Jubilee. Every time you watch a Jubilee and that little sidebar comes up, checking them on the facts, like whatever the person's saying, either disagreeing or agreeing with, you know, that is, I think that is, they always say that this is our partnership with Straight Arrow News. So that is Jubilee and Ground, sharing common ground.
Actually owns Straight Arrow News, Factual IQ. And
Wait, didn't Jubilee used to have a show called Common Ground or something like that? They would like, before they decided to just be permanently like 20 Groypers cannibalize a Ben Shapiro conservative.
Opportunity Education. One, Joe Ricketts, founder of TD Ameritrade and billionaire Republican mega donor involved in a number of conservative organizations and projects, and someone who's donated millions of dollars to the campaigns of Donald Trump. Well, that's curious. As I said, if you invest in a company, you typically get a seat on the board, but if you're a big company or a very wealthy person with lots of companies you're involved in, you delegate that responsibility to one of your employees who answers to you. So it sure seems like Ricketts is one of those mission-aligned investors of the site, especially since his own site uses their product.
Is an angel investor, it's kind of a pejorative, right? What is the like stereotype that they are gonna, I don't know, like people that get in really early on a business, like venture startup, that they're like VC?
Ricketts also incidentally founded the news site DNA Info in 2009, but shut it down along with other news sites he'd acquired, Gothamist, LAist, and DCist, in 2017 when their staff voted to unionize. What a swell guy. Special thanks, by the way, to Jude Peen for bringing my attention to Snapwise and its board. But let's keep going. As mentioned in the last video, Ground News bases its ratings on the work of 3 other independent companies.
Wait, in the last video, what the fuck? I thought I was watching the first video on this. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm so confused. Did he...
All Sides.
Like, he mentioned that earlier. He didn't, like, that was not the last video. Did he put together several videos? Maybe it's one of those.
Fontes Media and...
I feel like I watched a different video, though.
Media Bias Fact Check.
Chat, is this is what Hassan watched, right?
The CEO of All Sides is John Gable, an entrepreneur who has worked for the Republican National Committee and describes himself as lean right. Just a little lean. According to the website, he started the company with the CTO, Scott McDonald, a developer and entrepreneur who describes himself as politically center, though we've seen what that bias rating apparently means. They brought on Joan Blades as a member of the board. She seems to have no other role.
Well, no, Isabella Music, it's like a YouTube thing. Some people are doing this, like where they put multiple videos together into one that are about a similar topic. They'll put them together and have like one really long video. And sometimes, you know, if there's people out there that want to watch a long ass video, YouTube will pump that algorithm. So that's why people do it.
A woman who co-founded MoveOn.org in 1998 and rates herself as politically left. Now, founding MoveOn, an organization that endorsed Bernie Sanders for president in 2016, is a genuine left liberal bona fide. However, Blades doesn't seem to have been involved with MoveOn for some time. A successful and wealthy entrepreneur, Blades has written a girl boss business book, founded a women's advocacy group called Moms Rising, and has focused on political polarization with a project to get people to have conversations across the political aisle called Living Room Conversations. Because she has...
What would you call it? I would call it chat with a chud. Chud chat. Like, it'd be like a number. It'd be like a phone number you could call, and they would connect you with the chud. It would be like, hey, how was your day? Like, they would be... like, great. I work with ICE, I did a bunch of deportations. They're like, how was your day? And you're like, great. Oh my God. Chud chat. Yeah, that sounds like fun. That sounds like fun. That's how I want to spend my Sunday afternoons.
There's no actual role in the day-to-day operations of the company. She seems to be there as a kind of...
Like, the idea is you're going to figure out that, like, you know, we're not so different, you know? I mean, like, you want, like, all the people in my life I care about to die. I want you to have health care.
Token liberal to lend legitimacy. According to the site,
Reach rightward? Yeah.
have a controlling
Third way. There we go.
stake in the company and are the only members of the board. Needless to say, none of them have any background in journalism. Meanwhile, the director of communications and bias services,
Kind of cool conversations. Okay, that could sell. That could get people interested in.
who wrote many articles and guides to media bias, Julie Mastrine, rates herself as lean right. And according to the team political alignment page, can be
So they're rating themselves. The company is rating itself.
associated with the notional American political faction, the
Is this another rabbit hole?
Patriot Party. The quote party.
This does feel like a rabbit hole. I swear to God, I saw a different video of this though. Like, I feel like this is like, I mean, this is very information dense, but I feel like I saw a video essay and they tied it back to like journalism and how, or maybe this was something else Hassan, because sometimes if I listen to Hassan, sometimes like I don't see like which. Like sometimes one topic runs into another.
Campaign, who are the coalition of small-town, white, working-class Americans who feel left behind by globalism and condescended to by cosmopolitanism. Forget that the idea that Trump's base was primarily working class is more of a marketing point than anything based in reality, with his voters actually tending to have higher than average education and income, but I digress. And her bias guides openly advocate both sides reporting, saying a balanced piece of journalism will include perspectives from both sides in equal measure. In reality, this kind of both sidesism is itself actually a form of media bias. Giving both sides when one side is telling the truth and the other is lying just legitimizes the lie. In fact, if you wanted to intentionally legitimize a lie while trying to come off as unbiased and impartial, both sides reporting is not a bad way to do it. And her bias guides are embedded with all sorts of right-wing assumptions. For example, in her article Beyond Left versus Right, 14 Types of Ideological Bias, Mastrine has some odd choices for types of ideological bias. For example, along with things like authoritarian versus libertarian and traditionalist versus progressive, she has a...
Wait, what is neuro-linguistic programming for whatever outcome they want? Which is ultimately how they make money?
Elitist versus populist, which is a framing that obviously flatters the populist. People who are against populism don't call themselves elitists. Further, she notes there, because major institutions of power are concentrated in American coastal cities, we often hear about the conflicting values and ideologies between coastal elites and rural/middle America, another way of framing elitism versus populism. And this is certainly the way the right likes to frame elitism, but it has nothing to do with the actual divide between rich and poor, with plenty of poverty in coastal cities and with supposed right-wing populists actually representing the interests of the rich and powerful, as one can see by the fact that one of Trump's key laws massively slashed taxes on the rich. But worse is the entry nationalist/localist versus globalist. Much as no one actually calls themselves an elitist, no one calls themselves a globalist. In fact, the term globalist is only used by the right and is historically associated with a shadowy international cabal of financiers, and even more precisely an anti-Semitic notion of the sinister power of international Jewry. As for nationalist, when that word isn't used to describe independence movements like Irish nationalists, it's usually used to describe, well, folks like Trump, who declared,
I'm a nationalist.
As part of an ethno-nationalist program against those of a different ethnicity than the majority by framing them as not really part of the nation, e.g. not real Americans. Far more troubling, however, is her article Slanted, How Partisan Media Use Data to Draw Wildly Different Conclusions. In talking about voter fraud in the U.S., Mastrine has quotes from both NPR and the Heritage Foundation, implying both are equally valid sources, even though one's a news organization and the other's a right-wing think tank, and concludes, in sum, the right says the available numbers show fraud exists and have changed elections, and that fraud might be much more frequent than reported because it's so hard to catch. The left looks at the numbers and says it's not a big problem. Now, besides the weaseliness of the phrase might be much more frequent,
Did you just say Weasley? That's a cute little weasel. That's what's on the Weasel Word web page on Wikipedia. Weasel Word web page. Aww. Ghislaine is driving all the trending stories on Reddit from her jail cell. That shit blew my mind. The fact that Ghislaine Maxwell is tweeting out a cage fight with Hassan Piker. She's gone full, what's his name? Sam Hyde. She's Ghislaine Hyde. I don't know.
than reported, where you're basically imagining evidence that isn't there. Every source I found that isn't explicitly right-wing concludes that the heritage numbers are wildly inflated, grossly exaggerated, and devoid of context. For example, Heritage claims thousands of non-citizens were registered to vote in Virginia, when the case more likely involves human error, like people who didn't check the citizenship box in their DMV form or checking it erroneously and then not replying to a notice to correct.
Am I tripping, chat, or is there some other video talking about at least media bias and the kind of the way that the idea of objectivity gets weaponized?
Correct the error within 14 days and so being removed from the rolls. The Heritage voter fraud database itself only contains 1,100 individuals total across 749 cases going back decades, with the oldest from 1948, out of millions of votes cast, and even the contents of that database include a lot of incredibly questionable things. In other words, voter fraud isn't a case of two sides drawing different conclusions from the same data. It's a case of one side brazenly lying about the data and the other side not doing that. Far worse, though, is the section on police brutality.
What do you call that when one side of one sports team like gets angry at the refs, the referees? They you know, they start yelling at them and the goal is to try to get them to like feel like, oh geez, everybody thinks we're being unfair. We better decide it in favor of this team. What is that called? It's like playing the refs or something.
Brutality, which discusses a statistic that Black Americans are 2.5 times as likely as white Americans to be shot and killed by police officers, and whether or not that's evidence of racism in the police. Much space is given here to right-wing writer Heather McDonald, explaining that Black people are just more likely to commit crimes.
Is it working the refs? Okay, that sounds right.
Including the Whopper in St. Louis, she says, Blacks commit up to 100% of all homicides, even though they are less than 50% of the population. Mastrine then concludes by saying that both sides apparently agree that there needs to be more research around violence in the Black community. So, this is really, really racist. McDonald is explicitly saying that police violence against Blacks is the fault of Black people because
badgering the ref,
And Mastrine then essentially agrees and says what needs to be studied more is not police violence, but Black violence. Now, if someone were actually interrogating the bias of McDonald's piece, they could point out that the term up to in up to 100% is a weasel phrase used to make one high statistic stand in for
We should collect all the weasel words together. We really should. Just gather them all in one place.
They could point out that the statistic is cherry-picked from a single police report from 2017, covering only 15 homicides that doesn't distinguish between suspects and convicts, meaning guilt hasn't been proven. And the statistic is false anyway, because the same report covers 28 homicides, meaning for 13 cases, or 46%, there's no suspect at all. In fact, as noted by APM reports, of the 1,900 homicides in St. Louis between 2014 and 2023, 1,000, or more than half of them, remain unsolved. So you can't credibly claim that more than half of homicides are committed by Blacks. They could also talk about the prevalence of racial profiling and about how blacks are far more likely to be exonerated for crimes than whites because they're much more likely to be wrongfully convicted. They could even bring up the relationship between poverty, inequality, and crime, the fact that on average whites in St. Louis are 4 times wealthier than blacks, and the systems that work to keep them that way, including racial profiling and police brutality. And of course, they could point to plenty of actual research on systemic racism and police killings, showing that police brutality on African Americans is a very real problem if George Floyd and the New York police once sodomizing a man with a broomstick weren't enough to convince you. In fact, if McDonald blaming the victims of these crimes reminds you at all of the reporting on lynching I talked about in the last episode that firmly blamed lynching on the victims and their behavior, well, that's what it reminds me of too. But this kind of analysis would require someone to actually care about how data is misused to further a particular agenda and to reinforce existing stereotypes and social hierarchies. Instead, all this does is demonstrate all too well how both sides' reporting, rather than exposing truths, actually aids in obscuring them. In fact, Mestrin's whole slanted document is basically an instruction set for how to use a neutral tone and both sides' framing to validate and legitimize falsehoods and lies. Moving on to Ad Fontes Media, which was founded by Vanessa Otero and began life as the Media Bias Chart, a chart that places news organizations on a graph with 4...
Oh my god, this thing is, I feel like as long as I can remember, this shit has been a thing, right? The Media Bias Chart. There's Chapo Trap House. Is Cumtown on there?
Axes, left and right, and more or less reliable, i.e. truthful. Otero does not have a background in information literacy or journalism. She was an intellectual property lawyer, and before that apparently worked as a regional advisor for Nouveau Riche, a non-accredited vocational school specializing in real estate investing that was later exposed as a multi-level marketing scam. And the board of directors of...
Well, okay, yeah, I mean, it depends on, like, what you... Crotchy, it depends on, like, what you mean by, if it is a valuable... Or like what version of it? Like, I mean, I guess the version that Hassan was saying, which is just like he was saying he would be he would, I don't know, be interested in a sponsorship. Did I get that right from him? If it wasn't for this Ad Fontes Media, if it was ground news, but it had an actual reasonable way of classifying left and right and reliable, unreliable, instead of this Ad Fontes. Here we go. This is what I'm replying to right here. It's like legacy media, including an equal number of right-wing lies to keep reporting balanced. Yeah, that classification and the idea of, like, we're going to show you X number of right-wing articles, X number of left-wing articles, or I guess the other thing they say is that they talk about, like, the stories that aren't being reported on the left or the stories that aren't being reported on the right. That's the promise of ground news. But I mean, I would like some kind of app that just, like, sorts the news in a reasonable way, or curates it in a way that makes it easier to it feels like a lot of the news is kind of forced on you by algorithms, and if there was only a way to kind of just customize what you're getting, and yeah, kind of maybe sort it, maybe be able to read a article from one, but maybe that's more of a commentary on the enshittification of everything, right? That the news has gotten so bad, right, in terms of the aggregators for it, that you feel like you need. I mean, like what I'm describing is kind of what the news should be doing for you, right? It's just hard to get in a way that is, in the way that you want it, instead of the way that somebody else wants to serve it to you.
Ad Fontes Media is entirely...
Oh my God, we got 2 minutes left in the stream, chat. I should have said something earlier, but yeah, we're at 118 out of 200, 82 points away from adding another hour, adding another bonus topic. What did end up in second place, I wonder? Oh, 100 votes. Good job. Do we have 100 likes to match those 100 votes? That would be a good pair. Spider-Man beats the Gen 6ers ass. I mean, that's a great story.
Made up of venture capitalists and business types, though the advisory board does have a token journalism professor, Walter Dean, who apparently helped develop their rating methodology. And there's also an actual economist there who writes about political bias, Max Stearns. But the rest are wealthy investors, finance and marketing types, and there are a lot of them. 4 on the board of directors beside Otero, and 16 others on the advisory board. And just looking at the bias chart, perhaps the most obvious thing that jumps out at you is that there seems to be a confluence between how politically center outlets are and how reliable they are.
Oh.
And because of how center seems to be defined, this creates some odd results. For example, 60 Minutes, which is marked as left.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? There's no shitty centrist sources.
Left-leaning, seems to have a similar reliability score as Fox News. This chart, in other words, could be used in the dictionary definition of false equivalence. Also, it's hard to understand, for example, classifying The Young Turks, a show that bills itself as progressive, as being farther left than the openly socialist Jacobin magazine, unless you think more inflammatory rhetoric with lots of exclamation points are what makes something more left. I tried to dig in more into how exactly these scores were reached, but
all right, chat, it is
for some specific articles, there isn't a lot of detail. For example, Jacobin has an article called "The Government's Own Number Crunchers Agree We Need Medicare for All," which Adfantes Media gives a left bias score, which is to be expected, but also a relatively low reliability score, 20 out of 65. However, the numbers that are discussed in the article, which mainly come from the government's own Congressional Budget Office, seem pretty accurate to my mind, and I'd be curious to know exactly what the Adfantes team found unreliable about them. Adfantes Media has a white paper that describes their ratings methodology. And while this document doesn't have the obvious red flag.
All right, chat, that's going to be it for me today. I want to shout out my Patreons really quick. So if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of every stream. Let's do those now. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Remix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to L. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Rachel. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Zarek. So I'm rating you into US a-hole. Have fun over there. Much love, everyone. I don't know, today, like, I hope I gave you some fun stuff. We went down several rabbit holes. But yeah, next time I gotta make sure the heat is not too hot, because it's weird how just being a little bit too hot makes it so hard for me to concentrate. But anyway, there goes the raid. Fly my pretties, and thank you Thumb Gang for liking the stream. Thank you mods for keeping us safe. Make sure to take care of yourself and each other, and I will see you tomorrow at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. Until then, bye-bye.